Hey, what are you doing? Watch the novel carefully. Flips angrily. Louis phased Diana extremely loud. No need to panic. It's just a monster that can cast illusions. If he can withstand 2 of my punches, I'll consider him a success. Era 767. Earth faced an android crisis. The ultimate android Cell announced to the world that he would hold the Cell Games in 10 days. If no one could defeat him by then, he would destroy the planet. As Cell's words spread, fear instantly swept across the globe. People trembled in terror, dread, and even despair at the existence of this monster. Amid the global crisis, a tall, imposing figure suddenly appeared on television screens. He was Mr. Satan. During an interview with Orange Star TV, Mr. Satan brimmed with confidence, speaking eloquently. Haha, you ask who I am. When a reporter asked about his identity, Satan proudly introduced himself. I am the boxing champion of Orange Star City, the world fighting champion, the champion of the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament. Mr. Satan. And Cell. I've never even heard of him. And what's this? Cell Games. It sounds like some back alley tournament not worth my attention. Well, that's it for the interview. In any case, I won't bother with Cell. People of the world, rest assured. In 10 days I will attend that so-called tournament and defeat the monster Cell. Only I, world champion Mr. Satan, can end this crisis. He patted his chest and raised his voice to assure the media. At Game House, Krillin sat cross-legged on the sofa, remote in hand, watching the interview with a blank expression. Then he pressed the power button. Another ignorant earthling. He sighed, sinking into the backrest. Instead of bragging on TV about beating Cell, he should spend these days running for his life. Krillin's power level was about 4000. Among ordinary humans, he was an unimaginably strong warrior. But against perfect Cell, that strength wasn't even enough to tickle him. What bothered him more was something else. Cell's evolution to perfect form was partly his fault. If only he hadn't hesitated to press the button to deactivate Android 18, Cell would never have become perfect. It was all his fault. Krillin looked at the TV remote in his hand, imagining it was the remote to control Android 18, and slammed it down again. When he turned the TV back on, Satan's interview was still playing. He switched to Master Rose's morning fitness show to boost his fighting spirit. At least watching this required only physical effort, not mental effort. Orange Star City, a villa district. Night, nearly midnight. Satan sat on the living room sofa. In front of him floated a semi-transparent data panel only he could see. Ding. Daily settlement detected 1 million new fans. Combat Power 100000. He stared at the numbers and frowned. Only 1 million. Satan rubbed his temples, frustrated. Was I not forceful enough in today's interview? Why only 1 million fans? He leaned back, replaying the day's performance in his mind. Relying on just one interview, a few bold words and boasts had limited appeal to ordinary people. After all, Cell's terror was visible, while Satan's strength was still only verbal. Talking alone had its limits for gaining fans. But before thinking of solutions, one thing must be clarified: this Satan was not the original Satan. His real name was Hubobing, an ordinary youth from Launching who was obsessed with Dragon Ball manga. How he arrived, he could only guess. The original Satan had likely died of fright when he watched Cell blow up the TV station on live broadcast. An ordinary man with a power level of single digits witnessing a monster proclaiming Earth's destruction. Cardiac arrest wasn't surprising. In short, the original died, and he arrived. After crossing over, Satan's first act was to cut his afro into a neat style and shave off his stubble. He instantly looked much cleaner. Then the system arrived. Its name was brutally simple: grant combat power based on fan count. The rule was even simpler: every loyal fan on Earth granted 1 combat power point at daily settlement. Note, every day. As long as fans didn't unfollow the power stack day after day. Satan's old fans from his World Championship days numbered about 1 million. After this afternoon's interview, another 1 million were added. Total fans 2 million. The system settled daily. Originally with a power level of 10, after settlement Satan's power rocketed to 2010. 2 million. What did that number mean? It meant Satan's power was already 5 times Krillin's. Krillin, who sighed about ignorant earthlings at Game House, had a power level of only 4000. With 2 million fans, Satan had far surpassed him. But Satan wasn't excited. 2 million was decent among Z fighters, but his enemy wasn't a Z fighter. His enemy was perfect Cell, a being that could destroy a planet with a flick. Conservative estimate power level in the 50 to 60 billion range. The gap between 2 million and 60 billion was 3000-fold. Satan leaned in the sofa, fingers drumming the armrest. But from another angle, the system's ceiling depended on fan count. Earth had 6 billion people. If all 6 billion became fans, daily settlement would grant 6 billion combat power. 1 day, 6 billion. 2 days, 12 billion. 3 days, 18 billion. Cell's power would be a mere fraction. Not to mention there were still 10 full days until the Cell Games. If he could pull hundreds of millions of fans in the first few days, by game day his power would be an astronomical number even he couldn't imagine. Punching Beerus, kicking Grand Minister. Not impossible. Of course, he had to solve the immediate problem, how to gain fans. Today, he only gained 1 million fans. Far too slow. At this rate, even if he multiplied his fan base several times over 10 days, his power would still be a tiny fraction of cells. He needed exponential growth. Satan stood and walked to the window. The night view of Orange Star City was still bright, but emptier than usual. Occasionally, a vehicle sped by, mostly citizens fleeing overnight. Cell's shadow loomed over the city, over the whole Earth. People needed a hero they could see, touch, and understand. Not some flying, teleporting superhuman. Those were too distant, instinctively repellent. They needed a fighter who stood on a ring, spoke with his fists, and proved his strength with muscle. A human hero. Satan turned his eyes, landing on the phone on the coffee table. Can't just talk, he muttered. They need to see with their own eyes. Satan turned his eyes, landing on the phone on the coffee table. Can't just talk, he muttered. They need to see with their own eyes. For now, Satan only wanted to focus on the present and amass as many followers as possible. This was the Cell era. To gain followers and make a stunning impression, the most direct approach was to defeat Cell. That was why he had made such arrogant remarks during the afternoon interview in Orange Star City. But to his surprise, even after he had disparaged Cell to the point of insignificance, there were still very few who believed he could win. After all, he was a world champion, the gold belt holder of the 24th World Martial Arts Championships, all-people competition. After a whole string of self-assured statements boasting to the heavens, he only gained 1 million followers. This is getting tough. Satan leaned back on the living room sofa, fingers interlocked under his chin. The harsh words he had already spoken could not be taken back. If he ultimately couldn't defeat Cell, he wouldn't just fail to gain followers. He would lose the ones he already had. A drop in followers directly affected his combat power. By then, let alone fighting Cell, even self-preservation would be a problem. So from now on, he could not afford a single misstep. There are still 10 days until the Cell Games. Satan counted on his fingers in his mind. After tonight, only 9 days remain. According to my past life memories, perfect Cell's combat power is around 6 billion. Super perfect Cell is even more exaggerated, probably around 8 billion. Then at least in the next 9 days, I need 5 days where I gain 1 billion followers per day. 5 billion plus scattered growth, barely enough to touch the 6 billion threshold. Otherwise, I can't win. Satan had calculated this account clearly. It was also cruel. Gaining 1 billion followers a day sounded like a fantasy. But Satan knew that the global population was 6 billion. As long as the exposure was enormous and his performance explosive enough to draw everyone's attention, 1 billion was not impossible. The key was how to do it. Satan closed his eyes, running through various plans in his mind. In fact, there was one path of least resistance. Lay low. Do nothing, just like the original Satan. Wait for Son Gohan to resolve everything at the Cell Games, then jump out and steal the credit. That way he would both save his life and claim the title of savior. The whole world would think he had defeated Cell. Followers would flock in and his combat power would skyrocket. But if he did that, how would he be any different from the clown in the original story? Stepping on the blood and sweat of Son Goku and his son to climb up, trading others' lives for his own glory. Satan opened his eyes. No, he had crossed over, obtained the system, and gained a chance to change his fate. If he still walked the same old path, this transmigration would be meaningless. He wanted to defeat Cell for real, with his own fists, in front of the entire world's 6 billion people. Let everyone watch Cell fall at his feet. That would be the true savior. The plan was set, but the problem returned to the starting point. How could he boost his follower count before the tournament? A street interview had only brought 1 million. That pace was far too slow. What did he need to do to attract a few 100 million first? Satan felt lost. He stood up from the sofa and walked to the window. Night enveloped Orange Star City, and the skyscrapers in the distance were brightly lit. The signal light on the TV tower blinked in the night sky. Satan stared at the tower and suddenly remembered something. The original Satan. That guy had also boasted about destroying Cell, just like him. But there was one difference. The original Satan was a true man of action. In the days leading up to the Cell Games, the original Satan had desperately sought attention. He went on a highly rated TV show and performed various stunts in front of the camera. He tore thick phone books in half, chopped through a dozen bricks with his bare hands, and more. These feats, which seemed superhuman to ordinary people, were the key to how the original Satan gradually accumulated followers. In contrast, what had he himself done? Satan turned his head to look at the phone on the coffee table. This afternoon, he had simply stood on the street and spouted big talk in front of the camera. No matter how beautifully he spoke, it was just empty words. He hadn't demonstrated any strength nor done anything convincing. Why should the audience believe that a smooth talker could defeat Cell? It was only natural that he failed to attract followers. So should I also do what the original Satan did? Satan murmured to himself, tearing phone books, chopping bricks, showing off muscles. Thinking of these images, he felt somewhat awkward inside. As a transmigrator with a combat power of millions to do such street performer acts, it would be embarrassing to even mention it. But the next second Satan suppressed that thought. What's there to be embarrassed about? The original Satan did these things without a system, without any combat power reward. After doing all that, he was still just a clown. But now it was different. I have the system. Every follower would be converted into real combat power. What is face worth? Combat power is the real currency. Having realized this, Satan no longer hesitated. He walked back to the coffee table, picked up his phone, and prepared to call his personal secretary. He wanted the secretary to immediately arrange a TV show for a global audience. Just as his finger touched the dial button, he suddenly stopped. Wait a moment. A better idea surfaced. What a private secretary could arrange was at most a primetime slot on a local station. Limited coverage, limited influence. To gain hundreds of millions of followers a day, a local station was not enough. What he needed was a global broadcast. All channels unified, picture 24 hours nonstop. 6 billion people watching simultaneously. A broadcast of this magnitude couldn't be granted by a TV station. Only one person could do it. The King of Earth. Satan put down his phone. In this world, the king, though a canine humanoid, held immense power. He could command the global administrative, military, and media resources. If he could get the global broadcast rights from the Dog King, the effect would be 100 times better than any TV show. The more Satan thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. A 24-hour live broadcast. He would demonstrate his strength, show his muscles, and proclaim his intention to defeat Cell in front of the camera. Occasionally throw in some entertainment like tearing phone books and chopping bricks. With 6 billion watching, gaining 100 million followers a day would be conservative. If it worked well, his combat power might even surpass Cell's. As for what to perform in front of the camera, Satan had no worries at all. He currently had a combat power of 2 million. That number was indeed insignificant compared to Son Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo. But in the world of ordinary people, it was absolutely crushing. Easily demonstrating some abilities that seemed superhuman but not beyond human understanding would be enough to drive the global audience wild. He didn't need to fly through the air or emit energy blasts. Just displaying strength and speed far beyond a martial artist level would be sufficient. What he lacked now was not strength or ideas, but exposure. The King of Earth was the key to this exposure show. The plan gradually became clear. It was too late tonight to rush over. Tomorrow morning, he would fly directly to Central City, go to the King's castle, and meet the King of Earth in person to discuss the global broadcast. Once the king agreed, all TV stations would start broadcasting simultaneously. Then he would officially begin his non-stop live performance. He would use every method that could boost followers. It's settled. Satan put down his phone, stood up, and prepared to return to his room. When he reached the hallway, the light from the other door suddenly turned on. A little girl of about 10 years old slowly walked out. Pink cute pajamas, 2 ponytails, holding a plush toy in her arms. Daddy, why aren't you sleeping yet? Do you have to work so late? She rubbed her eyes, her voice soft and sleepy. Looking at this small figure in front of him, Satan felt an indescribable feeling. This little girl was named Videl. She was his daughter. Transmigrating into this world and becoming Mr. Satan was something he had never imagined. And this girl, who originally existed only in his comic book memories, now stood before him alive, calling him daddy. This feeling was peculiar. A strange yet weighty sense of responsibility welled up within him. Previously, his mind was filled with fans' battle power, defeating Cell and punching out gods of destruction. But now, looking at Videl's sleepy and dependent little face, those grand and maddening thoughts in his head suddenly found a clear focal point. Becoming stronger wasn't just for survival. It was also to protect this girl who would act spoiled with him. Daddy just finished his work and was about to go to sleep. Mr. Satan walked over, bent down, and gently stroked Videl's hair with a smile. What's wrong, Videl? Did you have a nightmare? No, I just heard a noise outside and wanted to come see. Videl rubbed her eyes, her small hand unconsciously grasping the hem of Mr. Satan's shirt. Daddy, that green monster on TV. Are you really going to defeat him? Of course. Mr. Satan's answer came without a hint of hesitation. He looked so scary. 10-year-old Videl pouted, her face etched with worry for her father. Don't worry, in Daddy's eye, Cell is nothing but a little bug. Daddy won't let him hurt you. Mr. Satan picked her up and walked towards her room. Sleep now. In 10 days, Daddy will take care of everything. He gently laid Videl on the bed and tucked her in. Good night, Daddy. Videl's voice grew softer, and soon, with a peaceful expression, she fell back into a deep sleep. Mr. Satan stood by the bed, quietly watching his daughter for a while. Her small body was curled up under the blanket, her breathing gradually becoming long and steady. He turned and gently closed the door. The living room fell silent once more. That's right, he needed power. The power sufficient to protect everything. The plan to go to the king's castle had to be executed. The global broadcast had to be secured. Soon the night passed. The next morning, Mr. Satan boarded his private jet, heading straight for Central City. During the flight, the system settled accounts on time. Ding. Daily settlement detected you currently have 2 million fans battle power 2 million. Mr. Satan glanced at the translucent panel floating before him. Sure enough, the second day's battle power reward had arrived, and after a day it had even doubled. Current battle power 40010. Just over 4 million. Not too much, not too little. But among individuals like Son Goku and Vegeta, it was nothing. However, in the world of ordinary people, it was already an existence capable of dimensional crushing. It was enough. What he needed to do today didn't require much battle power. Central City. The king's castle sat right in the center of the city. Several massive cylindrical structures surrounded the elliptical main hall, which was where the king lived and worked. 3 cordons had been set up around the castle's perimeter. After the Cell incident, the security level for the king's area had been raised to its maximum. Heavily armed guards patrolled every intersection, the atmosphere tense, as if ready for war at any moment. The moment Mr. Satan reached the first checkpoint, 2 rifles were crossed in front of him. Halt! Who are you? The lead guard was a young man half a head taller than Mr. Satan, with a fierce face and an officious demeanor. Mr. Satan, with a smile on his face and hands in his pockets, spoke naturally. My name is Mr. Satan, World Martial Arts Champion, winner of the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament Open Division. He paused, then added, I'm here to see His Majesty the King to discuss how to eliminate Cell. This statement caused the guards to exchange glances. The lead young man was stunned for 2 seconds, looked Mr. Satan up and down, and suddenly widened his eyes. Wait. Are you Mr. Satan? The young man's voice suddenly rose several pitches, and the other guards crowded around. I saw that interview in Orange Star City yesterday, the one about beating Cell. That was you, right? My God, it's really you. The young man quickly lowered his rifle, a forced smile spreading across his fierce face. Mr. Satan, you truly are the world champion. You're the only one in the whole world who would talk tough to Cell like that. Mr. Satan exchanged a few polite words, but inwardly he was calculating. These guards probably weren't fans, yet at most they recognized him. Real fans had to admire and believe in him from the bottom of their hearts. The system's criteria were far more precise than human judgment. The young man led Mr. Satan inside, drawing glances and whispers from the guards along the way. Is that Mr. Satan? The one from TV yesterday? What's he doing here to see His Majesty? Is he really going to fight Cell? No way. Besides the Royal Army's firepower, who could possibly be a match for Cell? Soon, under the lead guard's guidance, Mr. Satan arrived at the king's office. As the door to the king's office swung open, Mr. Satan's first impression was vast. It was more than 10 times larger than his villa's living room. The ceiling was absurdly high, and on either side stood flags and emblems gifted by various nations. Behind a massive desk in the center sat a dog, the king of Earth. Mr. Satan, of course, already knew that the king of this world was a canine humanoid. This dog had been king for over a decade, serving from the era of Demon King Piccolo right up to the present. Perhaps due to the Cell crisis, the canine king before him looked much older than the image Mr. Satan remembered from the comics. His fur was gray, his ears drooped, and the wrinkles on his face were far deeper than in memory. Standing beside the canine king was a sturdy old man. He wore a crisp military uniform, his chest covered in medals, his expression as stern as a block of iron. That was the old general of the Royal Army. Inside the office, maps and battle plans were spread across the desk, covered in dense red and blue markings, clearly the result of a long discussion. The canine king was startled when he saw Mr. Satan enter. The guard beside him quickly leaned in and whispered a few words. Oh, so you are Mr. Satan. The canine king jumped up from his chair, his tail even wagging slightly. The World Martial Arts Champion. I saw yesterday's interview too, the one who said he would defeat Cell. The canine king hurried around the desk, strode forward, extended both paws, and warmly grasped Mr. Satan's hand, shaking it vigorously several times. Mr. Satan, you've come at just the right time. I was just discussing with the old general how to dispatch the army to attack Cell. Now that the world champion has come personally, it's truly like adding wings to a tiger. The old general nodded slightly from the side, but didn't speak. His murky yet sharp old eyes were appraising Mr. Satan, a martial artist coming to a military command center. What exactly did he want to do? Mr. Satan didn't rush to respond to the king's enthusiasm. His gaze swept over the battle plans spread on the table, seeing the troop deployments, weapon allocations, and attack routes marked on them. Dense and meticulous. However, he didn't even need to look closely. He gently shook his head and got straight to the point. With all due respect, Your Majesty. Sending the army there simply cannot defeat Cell. Doing so would only be sending soldiers to their deaths. As these words fell, the air in the entire office seemed to congeal, falling instantly silent. The Dog King's mouth hung slightly open, unable to close for a long time. The old general's brow furrowed tightly. Cell is like the Demon King Piccolo of yesteryear, no. Even more terrifying. Mr. Satan spoke unhurriedly, but every word was clear. Ordinary guns and blades are utterly useless against Cell. Invulnerable to arms. Literally impervious to weapons. Demon King Piccolo. Upon hearing Mr. Satan mention the Demon King Piccolo, the Dog King's entire body stiffened. His drooping ears began to tremble. That memory was the nightmare he least wished to revisit in his lifetime. The central city was destroyed, the castle fell, and the entire army was annihilated. Countless people perished at the hands of the Demon King Piccolo. Had it not been for the mysterious youth who appeared out of nowhere, he would have long since lost his life. And now Cell was even more fearsome than the Demon King Piccolo of that era. He had witnessed Cell's destruction of cities firsthand on television. That power was far beyond comprehension. Then what must be done to defeat Cell? The Dog King's voice quivered. Grant me global broadcasting rights. Mr. Satan smiled faintly. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. What? The Dog King was taken aback. I need a worldwide live streaming platform, one that operates 24 hours a day nonstop. Mr. Satan enunciated each word with earnest gravity. Let the 6 billion people of the world be convinced that I can defeat Cell. The Dog King opened his mouth, but had yet to process the words. Preposterous. The old general spoke first. He stepped forward, the metals on his chest clinking audibly. You dismissed the military, and now you demand a global broadcast. Do you think this is your personal stage? He stared intently at Mr. Satan, his tone unyielding. I admit ordinary weapons might be useless against Cell. But we now have aircraft, artillery, and missiles. Even if the Demon King Piccolo of old returned, we could still take him down. And you, a mere martial arts champion. What makes you so certain these weapons won't work? As he spoke, the old general straightened his back. He too was a man of iron will who had lived through the era of the Demon King Piccolo. He would not be dismissed by a mere fighter. Mr. Satan did not retort. Instead, he looked at the old general and offered a faint smile. Then how about this, general? If you doubt me, use me as a test first. Unleash your aircraft and artillery upon me. If you can so much as ruffle a single hair on my head, I will never bring up the global broadcast again. At this, the office fell silent once more. Fat hat's hardly appropriate, Mr. Satan. After a long days, the Dog King was the first to break the silence. You are a human life after all. It's fine. Mr. Satan waved his hand. Let them come at me. A combat power of 4 million. His physical resilience had long surpassed any known material. Not even aircraft or artillery could compare. Even Krillin standing before him would be insignificant. The Dog King hesitated. The old general slammed the table. Fine. Since you insist on testing this yourself, don't blame me. He turned and strode out of the office, barking orders to assemble the troops along the way. 20 minutes later, behind the castle at the royal training grounds, 3 armed helicopters hovered in the air, their rotors churning up dust and sand from the ground. 6 heavy artillery pieces were lined up in a row, all muzzles aimed at the center of the field. 2 main battle tanks moved into firing positions, their barrels calibrated. Mr. Satan stood at the very center of the field, his arms calmly folded. All guards had retreated beyond the safety line. Some stole glances back at him, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Atop the observation tower, the Dog King nervously rubbed his paws together. He was beginning to regret agreeing to this proposal. If they actually killed him, the world champion dying under the royal army's firepower, how would they ever contain the fallout? But it was too late to call it off. The old general stood on the command platform and raised the walkie-talkie. All units, attention. Target, center of the field. Open fire. The artillery thundered first. 6 shells struck almost simultaneously at Mr. Satan's feet, the explosive shockwave hurling sand and soil dozens of meters into the air. The ground shook violently, nearly causing the Dog King on the observation tower to lose his footing. Then the 3 helicopters opened fire in unison. A hail of machine gun bullets rained down dense trajectories, weaving a fiery net that engulfed the entire area where Mr. Satan stood. The tanks followed suit. 2 armor-piercing shells struck with precision, sending 2 more fireballs soaring into the sky. The entire training ground was swallowed by flames and smoke. The guards beyond the safety line instinctively stepped back. The barrage lasted a full 3 minutes. The old general raised his hand to signal a ceasefire. All weapons fell silent simultaneously. The gun barrels still emitted wisps of white smoke. In the center of the training ground, nothing remained but scorched earth and craters. The old general lowered the walkie-talkie, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. The smoke cleared. The smirk froze on his face. Mr. Satan stood exactly where he had been. His posture unchanged, his arms still crossed over his chest. There wasn't even a wrinkle on his clothes. A faint layer of energy shimmered on the surface of his body before dissipating into the air. The ground beneath him had been blasted into a crater dozens of meters in diameter. Yet the small patch of earth where he stood remained utterly intact. On the observation tower, the Dog King was frozen stiff. His paws stopped rubbing, his ears stood straight up. In his lifetime, he had witnessed such a spectacle only twice before. The first time was with the Demon King Piccolo. But that was a monster, not a human. This time, standing and scathed at the epicenter of the bombardment, was a human. TCH. I haven't even used missiles yet. The latest technology hasn't been deployed. The old general's hand gripping the walkie-talkie trembled. His voice carried shock, fear, and defiance. Mr. Satan did not respond. He stepped out from among the craters and scorched earth, unhurried, walking all the way to the base of the command platform. He looked up at the Dog King. Well, Your Majesty, I can handle Cell, so asking for a global broadcast isn't too much, is it? Inwardly, he felt a pang of regret. That scene hadn't been recorded. If global audiences had witnessed him withstanding the full might of the Royal Army, without a scratch, his fan count would have exploded exponentially. But it didn't matter. Mr. Satan had already seen the expressions on the surrounding guards' faces. Their mouths hung wide open, their eyes nearly bulging out. He was confident that once these people returned home, they would naturally become his fans. By the way, Your Majesty, Mr. Satan spoke again. The royal family must have its own news agencies, newspapers, television, things like that, right? He paused, choosing his words diplomatically. Would you mind having today's events reported? Mr. Satan reasoned that after the entire royal army opened fire on a single man and failed to even ruffle his hair, spreading the news might not sit well with the military's pride. But the Dog King's reaction was unexpected. He slapped the railing, his eyes gleaming. Exactly. He turned to glance at the ashen-faced old general, then fixed his gaze back on Mr. Satan. This is something the whole world must know. Ever since Cell appeared, people's hearts have been filled with fear. The common folk need hope. The world must know that someone on Earth has emerged who can stand against Cell. Don't you agree, General? The old general's face darkened. But the king had already spoken. Ah, yes. All right. He nodded in dry assent. The Dog King immediately turned and issued 3 orders to his secretariat. The Royal Press Bureau was to release a global communique today. All television stations were to open round-the-clock broadcasting channels. A dedicated program was to begin airing immediately. The secretariat sprang into action. A breeze swept across the craters, carrying a wisp of lingering gunpowder smoke. Mr. Satan stood still, watching the bustling figures on the observation tower. The stone that had been weighing on his heart finally settled. The system panel had not yet flickered to life, but he could already foresee what would happen next. When that explosive news appeared on the screens of 6 billion people, what magnitude would his fan count reach? And to what extent would his combat power skyrocket? Mr. Satan was already looking forward to it. Of course, this was merely a small beginning. Next came the live broadcast exposure. That would be the paramount task for reaping 6 billion fans worldwide. Having secured the Dog King's approval and global broadcasting rights, Satan wasted no time. That very afternoon, he rushed to the largest studio in Central City. Although the television station had been blasted to pieces by Cell, the broadcasting facilities in Central City remained intact. The Royal News Agency worked with remarkable efficiency. The moment the Dog King issued his command, every television channel received a mandatory interruption notice within an hour. Satan had chosen a nationally broadcast boxing match for his performance. Inside the studio, 2 boxers were locked in a fierce battle. The audience below was electrified, their cheers rising and falling in waves. Suddenly, the referee at ringside blew his whistle. The match was halted. A line flashed across the big screen. Emergency broadcast notice. The 2 boxers exchanged bewildered glances, still unable to spit out their mouthguards. The audience below was equally confused. What's going on? Why stop when the fight was so good? We're only in the 4th round, it was just getting exciting. Is Cell causing trouble again? Is the station about to bail on us? A fat man in a baseball cap stood up and shouted at the crew on the sidelines. Hey, give us an explanation. Even if it's the end of the world, let us finish this match first. Yeah, we paid to get in here. What kind of nonsense is this? A middle-aged man with a bushy beard chimed in, his tone dripping with displeasure. The 2 boxers on stage looked equally bewildered. The red corner fighter took off his helmet and tilted his chin at the referee. I say, we were just getting into our rhythm. Why did you call a stop, eh? The blue corner fighter spread his hands, a look of helplessness on his face. The referee didn't answer. He just glanced at the director's team and made an "I don't know either" expression. Just as the audience's complaints were swelling, the studio lights suddenly dimmed. All the spotlights went out at once. The venue was plunged into a brief darkness. The chatter of the audience ceased abruptly, replaced by a low murmur of unease. Then a single spotlight beamed down from the ceiling, landing precisely on the host standing at the front of the stage. The host, impeccably dressed in a suit and holding a microphone, strode briskly to the center of the stage. He took a deep breath, his voice booming with excitement. Dear viewers across the nation, we now bring you a special program. A strength demonstration performance by our world fighting champion, the winner of the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament, and the All-People's Championship, Mr. Satan. The moment Satan's name was announced, the atmosphere in the venue shifted instantly. Satan? Is that the Satan? The world champion who said head to feet sell in yesterday's news. The fat man in the baseball cap, who had been fuming moments before, now plopped back into his seat, his eyes fixed intently on the stage entrance. So it's Mr. Satan's performance. Well then, that's fine. This is way more interesting than boxing. Yeah, those two boxers are several tiers below a world champion. The bearded middle-aged man stroked his chin, now intrigued. The two boxers on stage exchanged a glance and silently retreated to the edge. With a world champion present, they had nothing to say. The entire audience's attention was completely captivated. But everyone was wondering, what exactly was Satan going to perform? An exhibition match. Against whom? Was he going to take on both boxers at once? Just as the crowd was buzzing with speculation, the studio's main doors slowly swung open. The spotlight shifted to the doorway, illuminating a towering figure. Satan stood at the entrance. For massive industrial-grade chains were bound to his body, each as thick as an adult's arm. The chains stretched straight out beyond the door. Then a grating screech of metal against the floor echoed through the entire studio. A bus was being dragged in. No, not just one. A second, a third, a fourth. For buses loaded with ballast were linked to Satan by the chains like a heavy steel train. Satan walked forward with steady steps. His expression showed some strain, with beads of sweat even appearing on his forehead. But his pace never faltered. The four buses were dragged inch by inch behind him, their tires grinding against the floor with a dull roar. Of course, Satan knew exactly what he was doing. Pulling four buses with a battle power of 4 million was easier for him than carrying a bag of rice was for a normal person. Those sweat beads were deliberately produced. The strained expression on his forehead was also an act. He had to make this performance look stunning, yet not exceed the bounds of ordinary human perception. A man using superhuman strength to pull four buses. That was awe-inspiring. But if he did it with an effortless, calm expression and then jogged around with them, that wouldn't be awe, it would be terror. People would worship a hero, but they wouldn't worship a monster. What Satan wanted was fans, not fear. So every single one of his movements was precisely calibrated. The host's voice was nearly a shout. Ladies and gentlemen, are you seeing this? Mr. Satan is single-handedly pulling four buses. Four fully loaded buses. A total weight of over 60 tons. This kind of monstrous strength surpasses the limits of humanity. The entire audience in the venue was now on its feet. The fat man in the baseball cap had his mouth wide open, unaware that his popcorn had spilled all over the floor. The bearded middle-aged man stared wide-eyed, repeating the same phrase over and over. He's insane, this guy is insane. The two boxers stood at the edge of the stage watching Satan drag the four buses past them and instinctively swallowed hard. They were professional fighters, they understood better than anyone what this meant. Then the entire venue erupted. Satan! 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 The audience began to scream wildly, the roar nearly lifting the roof off the studio. Applause, cheers, shrieks. All the sounds merged into a single tidal wave of frenzy. Satan stopped, turned to face the audience, and raised his right fist. The volume of the crowd climbed another notch. A faint smile curled at the corner of Satan's mouth. This feeling was good, just as he had anticipated. And this performance was only just beginning. Next, he had prepared a series of acts, tearing phone books and half-breaking stone bricks with one hand, and even punching a bus to pieces. Each one was meticulously designed to be spectacular enough without seeming beyond human capability. After all, this was a global broadcast. At that moment, the same image was playing on the televisions of 6 billion people worldwide. Meanwhile, on a small island in the sea. In the living room of Kame House, the television was on. Krillin and Yamcha sat side by side on the sofa. On the screen, a slow-motion replay of Satan pulling the buses was playing. The audience's cheers came through the TV speakers. This guy again, Yamcha said, lounging with his legs crossed and glancing at the screen with disinterest. Krillin changed the channel. Watching this attention seeker is a complete waste of time. I was just thinking the same thing. Krillin picked up the remote and pressed the channel button, switching to an aerobics channel. The screen flickered. It was still Satan. This time it was a different camera angle showing Satan pulling the buses from the side. Krillin frowned and pressed the button again. Still Satan. Again. Satan. Krillin began pressing the button repeatedly, the channel numbers jumping from single digits to double digits and then to triple digits. Every single channel without exception was all Satan. The clicking sound of the remote echoed crisply in the quiet of Kame House. Krillin's finger stopped. He turned to look at Yamcha. Yamcha was turning to look at him at the same time. Their expressions were identical in their shock. Their eyes were wide as saucers, their mouths slightly agape. Krillin. Yamcha's voice was a bit dry. This guy named Satan. Just who the hell is he? How is it that every single TV station today is only showing his show? Krillin looked down at the remote in his hand, then back up at the screen, where Satan was pumping his fist at the audience. Only one thought remained in his mind. This guy, had he somehow taken control of all the television programs on the entire planet? Perhaps. He paid for it. Klin clutched the remote, his finger hovering over the channel button frozen in place for a long moment. Yamcha stared at the television screen, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. On the screen, Mr. Satan had already dragged 4 buses to the center of the boxing ring. The entire audience chanted his name. The waves of sound poured through the TV, making even Kame House feel unsettled. Just how much did this guy spend to get every TV station in the world to broadcast him alone? Yamcha pointed at the Mr. Satan on the screen, unable to hold back. This can't be something money can achieve, right? Klin set down the remote and analyzed carefully. Every channel is the same. Even the weather station was cut off. It must be a royal decree. Yamcha listened stunned. Could it be that he has taken control of the royal family? In the studio, Mr. Satan had just stopped the 4 buses still scraping against the floor behind him. The host practically sprinted up, nearly shoving the microphone into Mr. Satan's face. Mr. Satan, everyone is incredibly curious. Why are you here and in the form of a global broadcast? Facing the upcoming Cell Games, what do you want to say to the audience worldwide? The host's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Mr. Satan took the microphone and turned to face the camera. He didn't rush to speak. Instead, he first swept his gaze across the entire audience. Thousands of eyes were fixed on him. Silence. In that moment, the entire studio fell so quiet that only the hum of the air conditioner could be heard. Mr. Satan spoke. I know these past days everyone has been afraid. His voice wasn't loud, but every word echoed clearly into the ears of everyone present. Cell announced he would destroy the Earth, and many thought it was the end of the world. Some are fleeing, some are crying, some are praying. But I want to tell the whole world, don't be afraid. Mr. Satan's tone suddenly rose. Because I, the magnificent Mr. Satan, will definitely defeat Cell. I am here today to prove to the world that my strength can defeat Cell. I want 6 billion people around the world to witness my power with their own eyes. After saying this, he feigned a furious roar. Amid the wild celebration of the crowd, he glanced sideways at the host. Step aside, my demonstration isn't over yet. The host froze for a second, then quickly stepped back 3 paces, yielding the center of the stage. After hearing Mr. Satan's words, the audience below erupted into chaos. So that's what it's all about. Mr. Satan wants to prove his strength to the world. No wonder it's an emergency broadcast. He's making a statement in front of 6 billion people. This man is serious. He's not joking. He's really going to fight Cell. Talk is cheap, Mr. Satan is showing off his real skills with concrete action. Murmurs rose and fell, but no one took their eyes off the stage. Mr. Satan gestured to a staff member offstage. A backpack was handed over. Mr. Satan unzipped it and began pulling out bricks one by one. Red bricks. Not thin tiles, but solid, thick red bricks, each as thick as an adult's palm. 1, 2, 3. He counted until the 20th. 20 red bricks were neatly stacked on a stand at the center of the stage, forming a pile nearly half a meter high. The host leaned close to the camera, lowering his voice to narrate. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Satan seems to be preparing something. Before him lie 20 solid red bricks. Wait, he's not going to. The host didn't finish. Mr. Satan had already positioned himself in front of the pile of bricks. He took a deep breath, his eyes slightly closed. The entire venue held its breath. Mr. Satan's eyes snapped open, his right hand raised high, fingers pressed together like a blade. The hand axe came down. No flashy moves, no unnecessary sounds. Just a clean, decisive chop. Crack. 20 red bricks split cleanly in half from the center, shards flying, the broken sides collapsing left and right, hitting the ground with dull thuds. The cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. The host's voice cracked. Heavens. 20 red bricks. 20 solid red bricks. Split in 2 with one chop. And mind you, these aren't tiles or prop bricks. What terrifying strength. Mr. Satan's hand is sharper than an industrial cutting machine. This is the power of a world champion. The audience was dead silent for a second. Then cheers surged like a tidal wave. Applause, screams, whistles. The entire studio shook. Everyone chanted the same name. Satan. 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 Inside the studio, Mr. Satan's performance continued. 4 phone books were brought in by the staff, each 10 centimeters thick. Mr. Satan grabbed 2 in each hand, his fingers locking tight. Then he exerted force. The sound of tearing paper was sharp and piercing like something screaming. The 4 phone books were ripped to shreds in Mr. Satan's hands, paper scraps fluttering like snowflakes across the stage. The entire venue descended into madness once more. Satan, Satan, Satan. Amid the thunderous chants, the host rushed up again with the microphone. Mr. Satan, your performance is absolutely breathtaking. I assume you've finished your demonstration. Next, is there anything you'd like to say to Cell? Mr. Satan took the microphone. He nodded inwardly. This host had good instincts, knowing to hand over the mic for him to deliver his threats. Perfect coordination. Mr. Satan turned to the camera. His smile faded and his expression turned fierce in an instant. He raised the microphone, his voice low, but every word pierced the ears of viewers worldwide like nails. Cell, you will regret hosting the Cell Games. Mr. Satan's tone suddenly rose, as if declaring war on some unseen enemy in the distance. Your fate will be just like this bus. He spun around abruptly, facing the bus chained behind him. He clenched his right fist. Then he threw a punch. The sound of twisting, warping metal echoed throughout the studio. Mr. Satan's fist plunged directly into the bus body, the steel shell caving in like tinfoil. Immediately, the entire bus exploded outward from the impact point. Windows shattered, frames bent, chassis detached. A bus weighing over 10 tons was completely destroyed in a single punch, its wreckage sliding backwards several meters before stopping. The studio floor shook violently. The light rigging swayed, and a few spotlights wobbled before stabilizing. In the audience, some people were jolted nearly out of their seats. Then the entire venue erupted. Not with cheers, with roars. Hysterical, primal screams from the depths of their souls. Satan. The sound waves nearly tore the dome off the studio. Came house. On the TV screen, the bus wreckage was still smoking. In the living room, no one spoke. Clint was frozen on the sofa. Yamcha's crossed leg had somehow dropped. Both of them stared at the screen, their expressions identical. Shock. Pure, unadulterated shock. Destroying a bus with one punch. That was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Clint, did you sense his ki? Yamcha's voice was hoarse. Clint closed his eyes to sense for a few seconds, then opened them and shook his head. No. Maybe it's too far away, or maybe too weak. Too weak. Yamcha pointed sharply at the twisted bus wreckage on the TV screen. You call this too weak? Clint opened his mouth, but couldn't find words. Yamcha suddenly stood up, his brows furrowed together. No, I have to see what this guy's battle power actually is. He paced back and forth, his tone dripping with obvious frustration. I refuse to believe that some clown showboating on TV could wreck a bus with one punch. There's definitely something fishy going on. Clint was silent for a moment. How do you plan to check? Yamcha stopped pacing and turned to look at the others. By the way, when Raditz came, that scouter is still around, right? He thought for a moment, then added. I remember after it maxed out last time, Bulma fixed it. A scouter? Clint suddenly tilted his head and asked. You want to measure that, Mr. Satan's battle power? Nonsense. Yamcha dashed to the storage cabinet in the corner of the living room, rummaging through it noisily. I refuse to believe that clown can actually blow up a bus. From the very bottom, he pulled out a dusty green monocle, wiped it with his sleeve, and fitted it over his right eye. He pressed the button. A faint green light flickered on the lens as data began to flow. Beep, beep, beep. The scanner automatically locked onto a direction, the cursor darting across the lens before finally settling on a coordinate. A number flashed. 67. 67. Yamcha was silent for 2 seconds. Well, that's fine then. Krillin leaned back into the sofa, his tone notably lighter. A battle power of 67, blowing up a bus, is reasonable enough. After all, an ordinary person's power is only around 5. 67 is over a dozen times that. A dismantling a vehicle is no big deal. Wouldn't have guessed it, but this Mr. Satan is a bit of a master. Yamcha removed the scanner, a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth, and tossed it carelessly back into the cabinet. His tone wasn't one of admiration, but rather a subtle awkwardness. After all, he had been acting like he was facing a great threat just to measure the guy's power, and it only turned out to be 67. Yeah, although he's far from us, he hasn't reached the level of destroying the world either. But with a power of 67, he's indeed a standout among ordinary humans. Krillin rested his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. Mr. Satan is still worthy of the title world champion. Yamcha grunted in agreement and sat back down on the sofa. On the TV, Mr. Satan's show was still playing. No, it wasn't just still playing. It had started over from the beginning. Dragging the bus, splitting bricks, tearing phone books, punching through the bus. The entire routine was repeated from start to finish. Krillin picked up the remote and changed the channel. It was still Mr. Satan. He changed it again. Mr. Satan. Again. Mr. Satan. Is this a recorded loop? Not only is this guy broadcasting live globally, but he's also got recorded replays looping 247 on all platforms. Just how big is his influence? Is it really necessary? Yamcha's voice was a bit hoarse again. Let's go train outside. Krillin expressionlessly tossed the remote onto the coffee table. Let's go. They both stood up almost simultaneously and walked out of Kame's house without looking back. Behind them on the TV, Mr. Satan was raising his right fist toward the camera for the 3rd time. Young people just can't be patient. Master Roshi suddenly appeared alone in the living room, muttering. He then reached for the remote, trying to switch to the aerobics channel. The screen still stubbornly displayed Mr. Satan's face. This time Master Rashi scratched his head and obediently put the remote down. Backstage at the Central City studio, Mr. Satan took off his headset, accepting a towel from his assistant to wipe the non-existent sweat from his forehead. He was of course completely unaware of the battle power scanner, but even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared, because that 67 was intentional. From the very first day the system arrived, Mr. Satan discovered he could freely control the output of his ki, hiding his aura, suppressing his battle power instantaneous bursts. Techniques that the Z fighters believed required years of training to master were all packaged and gifted to him by the system. So he usually kept his battle power suppressed at 67. This number was just enough to complete all his performance stunts, yet not so high as to alert those who could sense ki. Dragging a bus didn't require much strength. Splitting bricks was a piece of cake. The only thing needing a bit more effort was the final punch to blow up the bus. But even that was just a little more effort. With a battle power of 4 million, dealing with a tin can of a vehicle didn't even use a fraction of it. The sky outside the studio had already darkened. Mr. Satan walked out the main door, looked up, and saw his own show looping on the big screen of a roadside shopping mall. Global broadcast 24 hours nonstop. On every street corner, discussions about him were everywhere. Mr. Satan is really too strong, punching through a bus in one hit. What's Cell compared to him? Long live Mr. Satan. Cell, just you wait, Mr. Satan will take care of you. At food stalls, bus stops, and mall halls, everyone was talking about the same name. Mr. Satan didn't linger. He boarded his private jet and went straight home. He had done all he could today. All that was left was to wait for the system settlement. The next morning, the first thing Mr. Satan did upon opening his eyes was check the system panel. The reward arrived on time. Ding. Daily settlement detecting you currently have 102 million fans. Battle power 102 million. Current total battle power 112 million. 8 days remaining until the Cell games. Mr. Satan stared at the number, his brow furrowing slightly. Only an increase of 100 million. Not much to speak of, but not insignificant either. Yet it was still far from his goal of being able to defeat Cell. However, after thinking it over carefully, he felt relieved. With 7 billion people on Earth spread across different time zones, when yesterday's show aired, at least a third of the planet was in the dead of night. Furthermore, although the global broadcast had wide coverage, many people were seeing him for the first time. Seeing him for the first time and becoming a fan were two things separated by a threshold of trust. Punching through a bus was indeed shocking, but to truly make people believe he could defeat Cell, a monster capable of easily obliterating an entire city, relying solely on blowing up a bus wasn't enough. There were bound to be voices of doubt. Comments like, the bus was rigged in advance, the bricks were props, he's just another fraud. Mr. Satan could guess all of this without even reading online comments. This was normal, but it also meant his fan acquisition speed was still too slow. Cell's battle power was around 6 billion. 8 days left until the Cell games. At a rate of gaining 100 million per day, after 8 days he'd barely have over 800 million. Not even a fraction of Cell's power. Relying solely on looping the show wasn't enough. Mr. Satan sat on the edge of his bed thinking quietly for a few minutes. He needed new methods to gain fans. And it had to be the kind that could attract a massive number of fans in a short time. The first idea quickly surfaced in his mind. A shelter. Right now everyone in the world was afraid of Cell, afraid of death, afraid of Earth's destruction. Fear was the strongest driving force. If he established a shelter announcing to the world that anyone afraid of Cell could come to him for refuge, those who felt helpless would surely flock to him. And when they saw Mr. Satan in person, witnessed his power, fear would transform into trust, and trust into worship. Worship meant fans. The second method was even more direct. A tournament. Cell had set up a tournament starting in 10 days. So Mr. Satan would set up a tournament today, starting right now. And it would be broadcast live globally, accepting all challengers. Anyone who could defeat him, he would admit he was bluffing and give up the world champion throne. Those who couldn't beat him, well, they had no right to question whether he could defeat Cell. Simple, brutal, effective. Mr. Satan didn't hesitate any longer. That afternoon he appeared once again before the global broadcast cameras. This time behind him stood a hastily built arena. A brand new arena. The moment the cameras lit up, Mr. Satan spoke to the world. I know many of you are annoyed by this 24-hour non-stop broadcast. And many of you are noticing me for the first time today. That's fine. Today I won't be performing. I'm going to do something more direct. He turned and pointed to the arena behind him. From now on, I'm setting up this arena here, accepting challenges from everyone in the world. Unlike Cell's tournament, mine starts today, broadcast live all day, and anyone can step up. There's only one rule. Mr. Satan raised one finger, his voice dropping half a tone. Whoever can defeat me, he'll admit I was bluffing and give up the world champion throne. He paused, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. But if you can't even beat me, then you have even less right to mock me for challenging Cell. Before the camera, Mr. Satan's gaze was calm and confident. Behind the camera, he knew full well what he was doing. The reason he dared to set up this arena was that he understood those Z fighters too well. Goku was on vacation at Mount Pozu. Vegeta was in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Piccolo was meditating on the lookout. Not a single one of them would be idle enough to come and participate in his tournament. Even if they had free time, they would disdain joining such a low-class tournament. Goku and the others had more important things to do. So this tournament was a sure win for Mr. Satan. Of course, Mr. Satan didn't know yet. Over at Kame House, the idol Yamcha had already taken notice of this tournament. A tournament. A mere battle power of 67, and he acts so arrogantly. At Kame House, Yamcha sat cross-legged on the sofa, remote control in hand, staring at the face on the television screen that he had seen countless times. Mr. Satan's tournament was being broadcast live. On the screen, a burly challenger was kicked off the ring by Mr. Satan, crashing to the ground and struggling to get up. Deafening cheers erupted from the audience. Mr. Satan, Mr. Satan, Mr. Satan. Yamcha tossed the remote onto the coffee table and leaned back into the sofa. But come to think of it, aside from us, he really has no match among ordinary people. His tone carried an indescribable sense of irritation. It wasn't envy, but disdain. A man with a battle power of only 67 was swaggering before the world, acting as if he could truly defeat Cell and be the savior. Meanwhile, those with true strength were all silently preparing. This disparity left Yamcha feeling stifled. Krillin. The sound of the faucet turning off came from the kitchen, and Krillin walked out with a glass of water. Moi. How about we go crash his arena? Yamcha tilted his chin toward the TV screen. Just go to his ring, take him down in 2 moves, and show the world what real power looks like. Krillin sat down at the other end of the sofa, took a sip of water, and remarked, boring. Why is it boring? Instead of going to fight a guy with a battle power of 67, it's better to spend more time training. Look at his smug face bragging on TV every day about defeating Cell. It pisses me off. But the Cell games are only 8 days away. Krillin set his glass on the coffee table, his voice flat. Those words were like a bucket of cold water. Yamcha fell silent instantly. 8 days. Only 8 days remained until the battle that would decide the world's fate. He closed his eyes, and the image of Cell standing in the ring flashed in his mind. The oppressive aura of that green monster was suffocating even through the TV screen. No matter how much I train, I can never beat that monster. Yamcha's voice trailed off. But I still can't figure out where Goku gets his confidence. When I met him at the lookout, he looked so sure of himself. What plan does he have to defeat Cell? Krillin was silent for a moment too. Speaking of which, Goku invited me to go fishing tomorrow. Fishing? At a time like this? Well, you know, Goku. Krillin shrugged with a wry smile. But this is a good chance for me to ask him why he's so calm about the Cell games. Yamcha didn't respond this time. His gaze drifted back to the TV screen. The scene cut to the audience in the studio. Several spectators were shouting at the camera. Liar. Clown. You only bully ordinary people. If you've got guts, go fight Cell. So what if he can punch through a bus? Cell can destroy an entire city with a single finger. Yamcha let out a scoff. It seemed he wasn't the only one who couldn't stand it. But then the scene cut back to Mr. Satan. Standing in the center of the ring, facing the camera, his expression suddenly turned serious. He raised the microphone. I know a lot of people are cursing me, calling me a clown, a liar. That's fine. After you've had your say, let me talk. Mr. Satan's voice came through the TV speakers into the living room of Kame House. I won't say more about the arena. The rules are set. Anyone can challenge, it's live all day, and no one can beat me. That's a fact. But today I'm announcing something else. He paused. I know everyone is afraid of Cell. Many have left the cities and fled to the countryside. But hiding is useless. Cell said he'd destroy the earth, not just one city. So I've made a decision. Mr. Satan's gaze locked onto the camera. I've established a shelter in Orange Star City. Everyone afraid of Cell can come to Orange Star City. Where I, Mr. Satan, am is the safest place. Even if Cell comes to the shelter, he'll have to get the hell out. So I welcome everyone from around the world to take refuge in Orange Star City. On the screen, the live audience was stunned at first. Then murmurs spread like wildfire. A shelter. Mr. Satan will protect us. Orange Star City, let's go to Orange Star City. Mr. Satan said it's safest where he is. The TV screen switched. The streets of Orange Star City. Traffic on the highway was already thickening. Within less than an hour, the flow of cars had turned from heavy to congested. 2 hours later, the main roads of Orange Star City were completely paralyzed. An aerial shot from high above showed every road leading to the city jammed with vehicles. Crowds poured in from all directions. Drivers, cyclists, pedestrians, families with children. Some carried large bags, others came with nothing at all. A TV reporter stood in front of Orange Star City's train station square with a massive crowd behind her. Ladies and gentlemen, I am now at the central station of Orange Star City. Within just 3 hours of Mr. Satan's announcement of the shelter, over 20 million people have flooded into Orange Star City. According to preliminary statistics, a large number of people are still on their way. All hotels in Orange Star City are fully booked, and the city government is urgently opening sports venues and schools as temporary shelters. The scene cut to a street interview. A middle-aged woman holding a child said to the camera, "Our family drove 8 hours from West City. Mr. Satan said it's safe here, so we came." An old man leaning on a cane, his eyes re-rimmed, said, "I've lived most of my life and never been this scared. Mr. Satan is willing to stand up and protect everyone. Well, remember this kindness forever." A group of young people held up a homemade banner that read, "Go Mr. Satan." On the screen, more and more people gathered on the streets of Orange Star City. Mr. Satan's name was everywhere. Gratitude and adoration for him filled the air. Even those who had fled to the countryside or hidden in the mountains were packing up and heading for Orange Star City. A city was becoming a haven for the world, and that haven was named Mr. Satan. It was clear that his influence was spreading steadily, especially with this shelter matter. By exploiting everyone's fear of cell, he had managed to draw tens of millions into Orange Star City. In the living room of Kame House, Krillin held his glass, silently watching it all. His expression was complex. A battle power of 67 couldn't even withstand a single finger from Cell. That so-called shelter was no sturdier than paper before Cell. But he couldn't say it, because the look in those people's eyes on TV was real. That expression of clutching at the last straw and despair was real. Yamcha's reaction was far less restrained. "Damn." He stood up from the sofa. "A shelter? Shelter my ass." Yamcha pointed at the TV screen, his voice rising several octaves. "If Cell comes, he could blow up, not just one shelter, but the entire Orange Star City. Gathering tens of millions of people together isn't protection. It's sending them to their deaths." Krillin opened his mouth as if to say something, but stopped. Yamcha began pacing back and forth in the living room, his steps growing faster and more agitated. What damn good is this shelter? A guy with a battle power of 67 opening a shelter. Tens of millions of people entrusting their lives to someone with a battle power of 67. Isn't that a joke? He stopped abruptly and turned to look at Krillin. "No, I just can't stand his act. Giving tens of millions of people false hope is crueler than telling them the truth." Yamcha had already put on his battle suit and was striding toward the door. "I'm off, Krillin. I'm going to Orange Star City. I'm going to get on his crappy ring and tell the whole world. This Mr. Satan is just an ordinary man with a battle power of 67 who's nothing but a fraud." Krillin set down his glass and furrowed his brow. "Yamcha, calm down. Don't cause too much trouble." On the screen, the host was still shouting Mr. Satan's name. Krillin stood there, a sudden sense of foreboding washing over him. "Relax, I know what I'm doing." Yamcha waved his hand. With that, he pushed open the door and walked out. The sea breeze rushed in, muffling the TV sound for a moment. "Heh, shelter." Yamcha grinned, but there was no trace of amusement in his eyes. "Let's see how you plan to shelter those people when you're fighting me in the ring." Yamcha grinned, but there was no trace of amusement in his eyes. "Let's see how you plan to shelter those people when you're fighting me in the ring." In Juxing City, a temporary studio. 12 cameras pointed at the center of the arena from various angles. Satan stood on the stage, having just kicked a challenger who was as muscular as an ox off the platform. The man rolled on the ground twice, clutching his stomach, unable to get up for a while. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. However, the reactions in front of the television were not entirely favorable. "I admit, Mr. Satan is impressive, but is this shelter really effective? Can he genuinely protect so many people?" A bespectacled middle-aged man sat on his couch, murmuring at the television. His wife sat beside him, holding a child, nodding in agreement. The television screen switched to street interviews. "Yes, he is quite formidable personally, but Sheru is no weakling either. Will he really be able to protect so many people? So I say this is likely just the television station, hyping things up, broadcasting this one person all day long." A young man in a plaid shirt spoke to the camera. "If Sheru really comes, and if he lacks the ability to protect everyone, won't those who rush to Juxing City be doomed?" A bald uncle chimed in beside him. "Satan's actions are truly baffling. These people were neither haters nor supporters, they were simply observing. It wasn't that they weren't afraid of Sheru. They wanted to confirm with their own eyes that Satan truly had that capability before setting out. There were at least 4 billion such individuals globally." The camera shifted. In Juxing City, on the streets, it was a completely different scene. At the entrance of Satan's villa, a thick crowd stretched from one end of the street to the other. Some held homemade signs, others draped flags with Satan's face, and some hoisted children onto their shoulders, making them wave toward the villa. "Satan, Satan, Satan. Ever since the day Sheru appeared, I haven't had a good night's sleep. Now that I'm in Juxing City beside Mr. Satan, I feel secure." A middle-aged woman spoke to the camera, her face flushed, her voice booming as if she were at a market. You can't understand the feeling of security unless you've been to Juxing City. Mister, Satan is right here, and he says he will protect us. I believe him. A young man beside her added. As you can see, the current population density in Juxing City has reached an all-time high, with all hotels fully booked and sports venues and schools have all been opened. The reporter holding a microphone was jostled by the crowd struggling to stabilize himself, shouted at the camera. The scene cut back to the arena. Satan had just received a bottle of mineral water from a staff member, twisting off the cap and taking a sip. There were still 7 or 8 challengers lined up below the stage, all muscular and eager to fight. The next fighter stepped onto the stage and greeted Satan with a fist salute. Satan placed the water bottle at the edge of the stage and rolled his neck a couple of times. Come on. Without hesitation, the fighter charged forward, his right fist aimed directly at Satan's face. Satan sidestepped and casually pushed with his right hand. The fighter was flung horizontally off the edge of the stage, crashing onto a cushion and lying motionless on his back. The entire crowd erupted into cheers once again. Just as the host was about to call the next challenger to the stage, a voice rang out from the back of the crowd. Don't believe in so-called shelters. He can't protect anyone. The voice was loud, but it was drowned out by the cheers of thousands in the audience. It was akin to shouting refund at a concert, completely unheard. Yamcha squeezed through the back of the crowd, his face flushed. He shouted again, and please don't believe that Satan is invincible. Because I am here, I am challenging him. The latter part was completely drowned out by a chorus of Satan. Satan. Yamcha took a deep breath and began to push forward. The crowd was too dense. As someone with a battle power of 100,000, he was blocked from moving an inch by the elderly and young people holding banners. It wasn't that he couldn't push through, he just couldn't use force. If he did, these ordinary people would fly away. It took him nearly 10 minutes to finally squeeze to the front of the stage. At the stairway beside the stage, 5 or 6 fighters were lined up, each more muscular than the last. Yamcha took a step towards the stairs, preparing to go up directly. Hey! A hand clapped on his shoulder. Yamcha turned around. A bald giant standing at nearly 2 meters tall, with a neck thicker than Yamcha's thigh, looked down at him. Cue up. The giant's tone wasn't fierce, but his imposing figure conveyed an undeniable authority. Yamcha was momentarily speechless. So it turns out that challenging Satan requires waiting in line. Brother, everyone is queuing up, you should go to the back. Another fighter with dreadlocks turned to look at him, sizing him up. Yamcha had nothing to say. He could easily send all these people flying with a single slap. But if he did that, he would be seen as a bully who cut in line on global live broadcast watched by billions. Sorry. Yamcha nodded and stepped aside to the end of the line. At the end of the line, there were still 6 people in front of him. Next challenger. The host's voice rang out. The first one went up. 30 seconds later, he was kicked off the stage by Satan. Next, the second one went up. In less than 20 seconds, he was thrown onto the stage by Satan, and the referee called it off. The third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth. Yamcha stood in line with his hands in his pockets, silently watching as the people in front were taken down one by Satan. His right eyelid twitched again, not from nervousness, but from impatience. Finally, the last fighter in front of him was knocked down by Satan with a punch. Next, Yamcha stepped onto the stage. Thousands of audience members turned their gazes toward him. The camera also shifted to focus on him. Satan stood in the center of the stage, just finishing tightening the wrist guards, looking up at the approaching challenger. Yamcha. Satan's hand paused for a moment. He recognized that face. In the original work, he was the first man to be taken down, a regular guest in the back row of the Z Warriors. With a battle power of around 100,000, he was the pinnacle among ordinary people, but just a filler in the Sheru saga. Somewhat surprised, yet also expected. It made sense when one thought about it. Sun Wukong was on vacation at Baozi Mountain. Vegeta was in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Piccolo was meditating in the Heavens Temple. All the Z Warriors were racing against time to battle Sheru. Only Yamcha had the leisure to come and challenge. Satan was aware of this, maintaining his composure. Yamcha stood firm, facing the audience, arms outstretched. Ladies and gentlemen across the country, my voice can still be heard clearly amidst the chaos of the scene. Do not believe that Satan can shelter you. Also do not believe that Satan's power is greater than Sheru's. He pointed at himself. Because my power is greater than Satan's. The audience fell silent for about 2 seconds. Then, the laughter was overwhelming. The previous challengers said the exact same thing. One after another, they were all knocked down by Mr. Satan. So how many challengers have there been? The 12th? The 13th? There are arrogant challengers every year, but today there seem to be particularly many. The laughter, boos, and jeers blended into one. Yamcha's expression momentarily stiffened. He gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of anger inside. It seemed that words were useless, only fighting would work. But he didn't just want to fight, he wanted to prove himself. He took a deep breath, no longer wasting words. You don't believe me, do you? He raised his right hand palm up. A faint blue energy gathered in his palm. The laughter from the audience abruptly stopped. Yamcha pushed the energy ball toward the sky, the light sphere trailing a streak as it shot up, exploding at a height of several dozen meters with a muffled roar. The entire venue fell silent. Immediately after Yamcha's feet left the ground, and he slowly floated up, stopping above the stage. Thousands of eyes widened simultaneously. He is flying. Isn't he on wires? There are no strings, he is really flying. What on earth is he? Yamcha landed back on the stage, his feet firmly on the ground, a hint of pride at the corner of his mouth. See, this is true strength. Not some tricks like smashing buses or breaking bricks. He turned to face Satan. Satan stood at the other end of the stage, arms crossed. Throughout, his expression had not changed. The audience's gaze moved back and forth between the two, and the venue slowly quieted down. Everyone was waiting for Satan's reaction. Satan looked at Yamcha, showing neither surprise nor tension. Satan turned to the live broadcast camera. His voice was calm, even carrying a hint of nonchalance. Everyone, there's no need to be anxious. This gentleman's performance is indeed flashy, but to put it bluntly, it's just an illusion, much like Sheriff's tricks. He glanced at Yamcha, scanning him up and down. He looks muscular, but his body coordination is lacking. His center of gravity is unstable, and he appears weak in the lower half. Satan extended his right hand, flexing his fingers, then smiled. A person like this I can knock down with a single punch. Satan extended his right hand, flexing his fingers, then smiled. A person like this I can knock down with a single punch. Uncoordinated muscles, ha. Mister. Satan is right, this guy looks frail. What flying and light beams? They're just illusions, same trick as Cell. Laughter erupted from the audience almost instantly. In the perception of the vast majority of people worldwide, it was impossible for a human to fly. Energy blasts, glowing orbs. All of it was special effects magic, mere sleight of hand. When Cell had obliterated a city on television, the official explanation from experts across nations was terrorists used weapons of mass destruction. Thus, to the spectators, Yamcha's previous performance was nothing more than a trickster pulling stunts in the ring. Satan's words, however, were the language they understood. Muscle coordination, center of gravity, lower body stance. These terms belong to martial arts, to things within their realm of comprehension. Satan understood ordinary humans too well. Ordinary people would always prefer to believe what they could comprehend. Standing in the center of the ring, Satan looked at Yamcha, his mind perfectly calm. A battle power of 112 million against Yamcha's 100,000. A gap of 1,120 times. Satan didn't even need to exert himself. Knocking him down with one punch rather than killing him with one punch. He had already phrased it euphemistically. On Yamcha's side, the surrounding jeers only fueled his determination. These people were completely fooled by a charlatan with a battle power of 67, unable to discern true strength. Once I flatten you on the ground, let's see if they can still laugh. Yamcha lowered his center of gravity, stepped back half a pace with his right foot, and assumed the turtle school starting stance. Heh! A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with disdain. Satan moved as well. He tightened his wristbands again, raised his right fist, and struck a standard fighting pose. But his eyes narrowed slightly. Yamcha was here to undermine him. Undermining him meant undermining his fans, undermining his battle power. Satan could tolerate many things, but losing followers and battle power was not one of them. Come on, Satan said calmly. Yamcha wasted no more words. Pushing off the ground with both feet, he shot forward like an arrow, charging straight at Satan. A speed of 100,000 battle power was already a mere blur to ordinary people. But in Satan's eyes, it was as slow as a replay in slow motion. When Yamcha closed to within less than a meter of Satan, his body suddenly lost its balance. It was as if his right foot had stepped on something, causing him to lurch forward. Yamcha caught himself with his hands, his face nearly hitting the ring floor. With a thud, he was already flat on his back. The entire arena fell silent for a second. Then it erupted into even louder laughter and cheers. Ha ha ha, he fell. Mister. Satan really knocked him down with one punch. Too fast, I didn't even see it. Yamcha lay on the ground, his mind buzzing. What happened? His first thought was that he had slipped. The ring floor was standard competition material, it couldn't be slippery. But when a person falls suddenly, the brain always seeks the most logical explanation first. He hadn't felt any attack. No punch wind, no fluctuation of ki, nothing at all. So it had to be an accident. Yamcha pushed himself up from the ground, trying to stand. But what he didn't know was that in the instant he had rushed before Satan, Satan had already made his move. A speed of 100 million battle power was entirely beyond the perception range of Yamcha, who had a battle power of 100,000. Satan didn't use his fist, he merely flicked his fingertip lightly against Yamcha's right ankle. The force was precisely calculated to make him lose balance without causing any injury. From the moment he struck to the moment he withdrew, the entire process took less than 0.01 microsecond. Not only did Yamcha not notice, but even if the footage were slowed down 1,000,000 times, the camera would fail to capture it. In everyone's eyes, Yamcha had simply tripped. No, that's not right. In everyone's eyes, Satan had knocked Yamcha down with one punch. Because Satan had said, one punch is enough to knock him down, and then the opponent really fell. The audience hadn't seen the process, but they saw the result. That was enough. Satan, Satan, Satan. The crowd roared again like a tidal wave. Yamcha, propping himself up on one knee, was just about to stand and shout, I haven't lost yet. But his voice was drowned out, completely overwhelmed. The cheers of tens of thousands pressed down on him like a wall. His mouth was open, but not a single word could get through. What was worse followed immediately. At the entrance to the ring stairs, the challengers waiting behind had grown impatient. In their eyes, Yamcha had already lost. Move it, my turn. A burly man over 2 meters tall stepped onto the ring and strode purposefully towards Satan. As he passed Yamcha, he didn't even glance down. Just as Yamcha got up, the second challenger also came up his shoulder, bumping into Yamcha, pushing him off balance. Buddy, you've lost. Get off. The third challenger squeezed past him, stepping on the spot where he had just been lying. What the hell? Yamcha stood at the edge of the ring, his lips moving. Then he watched bewildered as challengers kept coming up behind him. He wanted to say something, but everyone had already turned their attention to Satan and the new challenger. No one cared about him. The challengers swarmed onto the ring in a chaotic rush. Some didn't even wait for the previous one to be knocked down before charging forward. Yamcha was pushed into a corner of the ring, caught in a dilemma. His fist clenched slightly. He could erupt his ki to push everyone away, could unleash a single energy wave to silence the entire arena. But what would be the result of that? A guy who uses illusions, causing a huge scene at Satan's global live broadcast tournament, harming innocent spectators. He would become a public enemy worldwide. Clenching his teeth, Yamcha jumped down from the ring. At Kame House, Krillin slapped his palm against his forehead. On the television screen, the scene of Yamcha slinking down from the ring in disgrace was faithfully recorded from 12 different camera angles. This idiot. Krillin buried his face in his hands, unable to bear watching. He knew it would come to this. Yamcha went to challenge a dojo on a global live broadcast, facing a man with tens of millions of fans. Even if he won, what then? Expose the truth. But what if he lost? Now he hadn't even lost in a fight. He had tripped. This was more embarrassing than losing. Krillin decided that when he went fishing with Son Goku tomorrow, he absolutely couldn't mention this. Otherwise, he would get dragged into it and be laughed at by Goku and his son. The television scene shifted. Another 10 minutes passed. Yamcha was back at the end of the challenger line with 11 people ahead of him. His hands hung awkwardly, his face as sour as if he had swallowed an entire bottle of vinegar. The first one went up 20 seconds, knocked off. The second, 15 seconds. The third. Yamcha inched forward in the line bit by bit. When he reached the 6th position, Satan in the ring suddenly stopped. He picked up the microphone and faced the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, today's challenge tournament ends here. Yamcha's expression froze. Thank you to all the challengers for your participation. You've worked hard. Satan waved to the crowd below. Same time tomorrow, we'll continue. A wave of disappointed sighs rose from the audience, but was immediately drowned out by even louder cheers. Mr. Satan, you worked hard. Mr. Satan, see you tomorrow. Mr. Satan, you're the strongest. No, it's over. Yamcha stood in the line with 12 people still ahead of him. He was stunned for a moment. He just stood there, not a single word spoken, watching Satan's figure disappear through the backstage entrance. Then he could only silently turn and leave. This time coming to humiliate Satan, Yamcha had returned completely empty-handed, even being treated directly as a clown. And so that evening, amidst the global television stations looping highlights of Satan's challenge tournament, an official press release from the Royal News Agency was inserted. The title of the press release was Shocking. World Champion Mr. Satan undergoes live-fire military attack test at the Royal Training Grounds. 3 armed helicopters, 6 heavy artillery pieces, and 2 main battle tanks opened fire simultaneously for 3 minutes. In the end, Mr. Satan emerged without a scratch. 3 armed helicopters, 6 heavy artillery pieces, and 2 main battle tanks opened fire simultaneously for 3 minutes. In the end, Mr. Satan emerged without a scratch. The official royal image was a photo of the Dog King and the old general standing on the reviewing stand with the smoke-filled exercise field in the background. The second image was a photo of Satan standing in the center of a shell crater after the smoke had cleared his clothes without even a single wrinkle. The third image was a photo of the old general shaking hands with Satan, but the general's expression was noticeably stiff. At the end of the press release, the Earth King's original words were quoted, Mr. Satan's strength far surpasses the full firepower of the royal army. He is the hope of Earth and humanity's last line of defense. I call upon all citizens of Earth to trust Mr. Satan and support Mr. Satan. This news spread to all news websites, social platforms, and television channels across the globe within 20 minutes. Those who had originally doubted Satan's abilities and were still on the fence were utterly shocked when they saw this press release. Oh my God. So Mr. Satan really is that powerful. He not only accepted challenges from all over the world, but also withstood the Royal Army's artillery test. Wow. I never thought he could survive the Royal Army's bombardment. If this is true, then Mr. Satan might actually be able to defeat Cell. It must be true. That news is an official royal press release. There's no way it's fake. If it were fake, the royal family would lose all face. You see, Satan's strength is real, so the shelter must be real too. Absolutely right. We need to get to Orange Star City right away. If we're late, there won't be any spots left in the shelter. As soon as the royal press release was issued, it instantly garnered a massive following worldwide. A large number of ordinary people who had been on the fence completely dispelled their lingering doubts. The middle-aged man in glasses from earlier saw it. He stared at the newspaper photo of Satan standing in the center of the shell crater, silent for a long time. Honey, pack up immediately. Where to? Orange Star City. The young man in the plaid shirt saw it. He held his phone up to his roommate. Look at this, it's from the royal press office, not some tabloid, it's the king's official press release. The roommate took the phone, and the more he read, the wider his eyes grew. 3 helicopters and 2 tanks, 3 minutes in the thick of battle, completely unscathed. How the hell is that human? The bald uncle saw it too. He had been shouting in front of the TV that Satan is just hyping himself up, but now staring at the photo, his mouth was agape in astonishment. The military's live-fire exercise was not a show. The helicopter cannons and tank armor-piercing shells were not props. The official press release from the royal press office was not a gimmick from an entertainment tabloid. If even the full force of the military couldn't harm a single hair on his head, then maybe his claim that he could defeat Cell wasn't just boasting. On the screens of 6 billion people worldwide, that photo of Satan standing in the center of the shell crater was being screenshotted, shared, and discussed by countless individuals. The direction of the comments in the discussion section was subtly shifting with each refresh, and Satan's follower count was quietly breaking records. The train stations, airports, and bus terminals of major cities were instantly packed with crowds. Everyone's destination was remarkably consistent. All of them were heading to Orange Star City. The crowds surged into the city like a raging tide. However, amidst this fervent storm, there were also some self-righteous voices. There were always people around the world who considered themselves rational and objective. They claimed to see through the true nature of events, believing it all to be a grand deception. On online forums, lengthy analytical posts were quickly pinned to the top. A sociology professor with black-rimmed glasses spoke eloquently on a television talk show. His hands were crossed on the table, a faint sneer on his face. Now that Cell has everyone panicked and the whole world is in turmoil, the royal family will definitely try to create a superhero to maintain order. They have to shape an idol to keep everyone living in peace. The royal family needs to prevent panic from spreading and avoid creating unnecessary chaos. So I say Satan may not be all that powerful. He's just a tool the royal family has thrown out to calm the people. This is nothing more than a national-level campaign to create a god. Otherwise, how could anyone withstand royal artillery fire unscathed? It's purely a stage photo op. The moment his remarks aired, they sparked fierce rebuttals from netizens. Many of Satan's diehard fans immediately launched an attack online. You're such an idiot. The newspaper has high-definition images. That's a real photo of Mr. Satan walking out of the artillery crater. Look at that silhouette, it's incredibly cool. Faced with the onslaught from fans, these rational and objective types refused to back down. The professor even publicly responded on social media. Hey, that's just a stage photo, don't you think? Within the limits of human capability, how could anyone endure artillery fire and come out unscathed? With current technology, images can be easily faked. Unless there's an unedited full video, or I see Satan withstanding artillery fire with my own eyes. Otherwise, I firmly believe this is fake, a god the royal family created to appease us. Cell is a monster that can destroy a city. There is simply no human in reality who can defeat him. So everyone should just spend these last 8 days in peace and quietly wait for the world to end. The voices of doubt grew louder. Although Satan had grandly set up his arena and established the Orange Star City shelter and now had the strong backing of the royal press, there were still many stubborn skeptics in the world. Satan sat on the sofa in his luxurious Orange Star City villa, watching the massive screen on the wall. He took in all the global online discourse. He knew very well that turning everyone on Earth into fans within just a few days was an extremely difficult task. Prejudice in people is like a great mountain, or it's not so easily moved. However, he was not flustered at all. The system panel floated in the upper right corner of his vision. That number representing his fan count was skyrocketing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Orange Star City was currently operating at full capacity and beyond. The streets and alleys were filled with fervent believers who trusted and worshipped him. Satan picked up his coffee cup, took a sip, and quickly calculated in his mind. I just need to hit a daily fan count of 10 billion on 2 of these days. Then the system will give me 10 billion combat power each day. There are still 8 days until the Cell Games. If this momentum keeps up, I can at least secure 60 to 80 billion combat power. With that level of combat power going into the Cell Games, there's absolutely no way he'll lose to Cell. I might even fight him to a draw. Then he'll put in a bit more effort and maximize the hype on the day of the Cell Games. If the fan count skyrockets that day, maybe if I drag the fight into the second day, I can completely crush Cell. Satan set down his coffee cup, a confident smile curling at the corner of his mouth. With enough combat power, the remaining skeptics would all be silenced on the day of the Cell Games. Meanwhile, at Kame House, Yamcha pushed open the door with a grim expression. Krillin sat on the sofa, the television endlessly replaying highlights of Satan's tournament. Yamcha walked over and plopped down, crossing his arms in silence. Krillin remained quiet as well. It was purely an accident. After about 10 seconds of silence, Yamcha spoke first. Krillin was speechless and turned to look at him. The ring was too slippery. Yamcha said this without daring to meet Krillin's eyes. You still think it was an accident? Krillin hesitated, but eventually spoke. It was an accident. Then let me ask you. Krillin's tone suddenly turned serious. At the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, how were you eliminated? Yamcha was taken aback. The great god took the form of an ordinary person to compete and accidentally knocked you out of the ring during the match. Krillin said, that time did you also think it was an accident? Yamcha opened his mouth, but offered no rebuttal. Because that time it truly was an accident. Back then no one had expected that unassuming opponent to be the great god himself. They only learned the truth after being eliminated. Yamcha furrowed his brow, his mind racing through several thoughts. No, he shook his head. That Satan couldn't possibly be some hidden master. That seems right too. Krillin recalled Satan's arrogant demeanor. Right, Krillin? Have you ever seen a hidden master who appears on TV every day, live streams constantly, and always shouts that he's the strongest? Yamcha's tone carried defiance. A truly powerful person wouldn't care about fame and fortune like Satan does. Krillin thought it over and found it reasonable. Son Goku didn't care. None of their group liked to show off ostentatiously. Those at the pinnacle of power would never go on TV to perform stunts like pulling buses. But take a look at this. Krillin picked up the remote and switched to the news channel. The official press release from the Royal News Agency was rolling. The screen showed a photo of Satan standing in the center of a crater. 3 armed helicopters, 6 heavy artillery pieces, and 2 main battle tanks had fired simultaneously for 3 minutes, leaving him unscathed. Yamcha stared at the photo, gasping sharply. He can withstand cannon fire. With a battle power of 67. It's actually possible, isn't it? Krillin counted on his fingers as he spoke. An ordinary soldier's battle power is only around 5. Conventional weapons really don't pose a lethal threat to someone with a battle power over 50. So Satan does have some skill. A bit, but not much, Krillin concluded. He's far stronger than the average martial artist. After all, he didn't earn that world champion title for nothing. But compared to us, the gap is enormous. Yamcha nodded. A battle power of 67. Although they no longer had advanced scouter to calculate battle power now, Yamcha could still estimate roughly. He himself was at 1000. Krillin was slightly stronger. Let alone how exaggerated the battle powers of Son Goku and Vegeta were. I just wonder where this guy came from. Krillin muttered, then asked curiously, why haven't I seen him at the World Martial Arts Tournament before? Who cares where he came from? Yamcha leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs, a faint smile finally appearing on his face. Don't let Satan's current antics fool you. When the Cell Games come, he'll be exposed for what he really is. Krillin didn't respond. Yamcha's smile grew wider. I'm actually looking forward to it. Looking forward to what? Looking forward to seeing his legs go weak in front of Cell. Yamcha spoke with a tone of vengeful satisfaction. He made me look so foolish today. He'll definitely show up at the Cell Games, right? He's bragged so much he can't back out now. Then it'll be my turn to laugh at him. Krillin found Yamcha's twisted thoughts somewhat speechless. On the TV, the highlights of Satan's tournament continued to loop. On the screen, Satan was in high spirits, the cheers of the audience deafening. Yamcha watched the image, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Just wait. On the day of the Cell Games, everyone will see what a fraud you with your mere battle power of 67 really are. The next morning at Satan's private villa in Orange Star City, the first thing Satan did upon opening his eyes was check the system panel. Ding. Daily settlement detected. 300 million people have become your fans. Battle power 300 million. Total fans 404 million. Yesterday, it was 104 million. An increase of 300 million overnight. Battle power settlement 402 million. Current total battle power 514 million. Satan sat on the edge of the bed staring at the number, his brow furrowed tightly. Although battle power accumulated daily, the fan count had only increased by 300 million yesterday. The royal press release had been issued, the tournament had been fought, and the shelter had been built. He had done everything he could. Only 300 million more. Satan closed his eyes, calculating rapidly in his mind. Even maintaining a daily increase of 300 to 400 million in 7 days, the total fan count would be around 2.5 to 3 billion. Adding the accumulation from previous days, the maximum total battle power would barely exceed 3 billion. Perfect Cell's battle power was 6 billion, a full double difference. Let alone Super Perfect Cell's 8 billion. Satan opened his eyes and stood up from the bed. No, the rate of gaining fans was far too slow. He had to find another way. He needed to create a bigger sensation in a short time. Otherwise, by the day of the Cell Games, he would really be killed by Cell. Losing face would be the least of his worries. Losing his life was the real problem. Satan paced back and forth in the room, his mind churning. What else could he do? What event could capture the simultaneous attention of all 6 billion people on Earth? Just as he was thinking, his phone rang. The caller ID showed King of Earth. Satan answered the phone. On the other end, the Dog King's voice trembled with urgency. This is terrible, Mr. Satan. A huge crisis has arisen. What's wrong? The old general. He doesn't believe in your strength. He mobilized the Royal Main Forces this morning and took missiles to attack Cell. Satan's hand froze midair. Big missiles, Mr. Satan, big missiles. The Dog King was practically shouting. Those are weapons that can level an entire city. If Cell gets provoked, the consequences will be unthinkable. Can you stop him? If only you could team up with that mysterious young man who defeated Demon King Piccolo back then, but we have no way to contact him. The Dog King's anxious voice came through the phone. Satan was stunned for 2 seconds after hearing this. Then the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. He had just been worrying about how to gain fans. Now the solution had delivered itself to him. Stopping the Royal Army's assault on Cell, or withstanding the big missiles to persuade the Royal Army to retreat, in front of all 6 billion people on Earth. If he could get this filmed and broadcast globally, letting those doubting humans see it, his fan count would increase by far more than just a few hundred million. Your Majesty. Satan's voice steadied. There's no need for any mysterious young man. He'll go alone. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. You alone. Yes, I'll stop the old general by myself. Satan's tone was relaxed, even cheerful. But I have one condition. What condition? Name it. Same as before, full camera coverage, drone aerial footage, and simultaneous broadcast on all global channels. None of these can be missing. There was another long silence on the phone. After a long pause, Mr. Satan. The Dog King's voice carried barely concealed shock. Are you saying you'll single-handedly stop the old general's entire army in a global live broadcast, including intercepting those giant missiles? Yes. Satan's tone was very calm. He smiled as if talking about the most ordinary thing. And weren't you looking for that mysterious young man who defeated Demon King Piccolo? He'll be straightforward. His name is Son Goku, and he lives on Mount Pozu. If you handle this matter well and help me gain a lot of fans, then he'll be the bridge and introduce you to a sharp intake of breath. The mysterious young man's name was Son Goku. On the other end of the phone, the Dog King's breathing became rapid. It was the first time he had heard of the mysterious young man's deeds. Then a heavy slam on the table was heard from that side. All right, I'll make the arrangements immediately. After hanging up the phone, Satan placed the mobile device back on the table. His earlier words were uttered with confidence. Yet in reality, he didn't even know which way the door of Sun Wukong's home faced. He only had a vague memory of Baozi Mountain based on the original text. Whether he could meet Sun Wukong now or successfully invite him out was another matter altogether. However, Satan did not feel the slightest bit guilty. He believed in blowing his own horn first. The Dog King was currently fixated on the mysterious youth who had defeated the Demon King Piccolo years ago. To the Dog King, that person was like an unattainable dream he had cherished for many years. As long as Satan threw out the name Sun Wukong and painted a grand picture, the Dog King would undoubtedly arrange the live broadcast at the highest level. There must be a camera. A drone for aerial shots is essential. Global channel coverage is also necessary. They even need to arrange for signal backups. What Satan lacked was not courage. What he needed was an opportunity for the entire world to witness his strength. Wasn't that professor just jumping around happily yesterday? Wasn't he always saying that photos could be faked and news could be staged? Didn't he claim that unless there was unedited footage or he saw Satan withstand artillery fire with his own eyes, he would never believe it? Now the opportunity had arrived. The Royal Main Force. Giant missiles. The location of Sheru. These words together constitute a super news event that the entire world would be watching. If Satan could intercept the old general during a global live broadcast, if he could withstand that giant missile in front of everyone, then that professor, that rationalist, and all the skeptics would have to silence themselves. At that time, it wouldn't just be a few 100 million fans rising. Satan stood up, opened the wardrobe, and changed into his battle suit. He looked at himself in the mirror, a smile slowly forming on his lips. Sheru, oh Sheru, you haven't even made your appearance yet, and you're already helping me gain followers. A few minutes later, a private plane rapidly ascended into the sky above Orange Star City. The Royal News Agency's broadcast vehicle also set off immediately. This time the Dog King had no hesitation. He ordered all television stations to switch to an emergency special broadcast. At the same time, Bowsy Mountain. Here the atmosphere was completely different from the panic outside. The mountain wind blew across the grasslands, and the distant woods shone with vibrant green. The river flowed through the valley with occasional white waves breaking the surface. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged at the riverbank dressed in casual clothing, holding a fishing rod. Clin sat beside him, unusually not practicing or feeling suffocated by the atmosphere of the impending apocalypse. Sun Gohan rolled up his pant legs and stood in the shallow water. He stared at the water's surface for a few seconds, then suddenly lunged forward. Got it. Sun Gohan jumped out of the water, holding a fish larger than himself. The fish flailed its tail wildly, splashing water all over Clin's face. Gohan, is this really considered fishing? Clin wiped his face, unable to suppress a smile. The fishing rod is too slow. Sun Gohan felt a bit embarrassed. But this is good, we can have Shishi make grilled fish for dinner. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. Clin watched Sun Wukong's relaxed demeanor, and the words he had been holding back finally came out. Wukong, with the Sheru tournament approaching, how can you still be so calm? My. Sun Wukong turned to look at him. Clin gazed at him seriously. Do you have some secret? For example, have you already found a way to defeat Sheru? Haha, no, Clin. You'll find out when the time comes. Sun Wukong scratched his head, smiling naturally. Really now? I truly admire your mindset. Even at a time like this, you can still smile. Clin sighed. There's no use in being anxious. When it's time to cultivate, just focus on cultivation. If we can fish now, let's fish first. Sun Wukong looked at the river with a calm voice. Clin felt a sense of helplessness. This was Sun Wukong. Even if tomorrow was the apocalypse, he could still sit by the river earnestly fishing today. Before long, Shishi came over from the small path, carrying a basket. Wukong, Gohan, it's about time to go to the town to buy some things. We're out of spices at home. Okay. Sun Wukong immediately stood up. Mom, should we bring this fish along? Sun Gohan followed with the large fish in his arms. Shishi glanced at the fish and nodded. Take it back. But first we need to go to the town to buy some things, or we won't be able to cook tonight. After a bit of tidying up, they quickly drove down to the small town at the foot of the mountain. However, as soon as they arrived in the town, Clin noticed something was amiss. The streets were too quiet. Most of the shops that usually opened their doors had their roller shutters down. There were hardly any pedestrians on the road. Occasionally, someone hurried by with a suitcase, head down, rushing towards the bus station. Because of Sheru, all the townspeople have fled. Shishi looked at the deserted street and sighed softly. But what good does fleeing do? Even if they run to the ends of the earth, if Sheru wants to destroy the planet, no one can escape. Clin shook his head, looking at the closed shop doors. Uncle Clin, where has everyone gone? Sun Gohan asked, his expression worried. Clin recalled the scenes from the news over the past few days, and his expression suddenly became strange. It's quite ridiculous, to be honest. Wukong, have you guys been watching television lately? Television? Sun Wukong blinked. We rarely watch television at home. Sun Gohan looked bewildered. I need to study. Who has time to watch TV every day? No wonder you didn't know. Shishi interjected. Recently, there's a world champion named Satan. He set up some sort of shelter claiming it can protect everyone from Sheru. A shelter? Clin adjusted his glasses. Sun Wukong was a bit surprised. For someone like Sheru, a typical shelter should be useless, right? Of course it is useless, but unfortunately many people believe it. Now Orange Star City is overcrowded and people from all over the world are rushing there. Surrounding cities are nearly empty, yet Orange Star City is packed to the brim. Clin nodded. Are people really going there? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Yes, indeed, and there are a lot of them. That Satan even organized a global competition claiming he could prove he can defeat Sheru to the world. What's even more ridiculous is that Yamcha couldn't stand it and went to challenge him. Clin chuckled bitterly. Yamcha? Sun Wukong was immediately surprised. Did Uncle Yamcha lose to an ordinary martial artist? Sun Gohan looked at Clin with astonishment. Clin's expression grew even more awkward. He initially hadn't wanted to mention this, but his mouth got ahead of him. It wasn't exactly a normal loss. He tripped and fell on stage, and then the audience deemed he lost. I see now. Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly. Yamcha even used a detector and found that Satan's battle power is only 67. I thought someone equally strong like us had appeared in the world. Ha! Sun Wukong laughed heartily after hearing this. I do have some impression of that Satan. His shows have been all over the television these past few days. No matter which channel you switch to, it's all his face, making quite the noise. That's right, Shishi added. His fame is astounding right now. Pulling buses, breaking bricks, tearing phone books, and claiming that all of Sheru's techniques are just tricks. Clin nodded again. Sun Wukong's expression remained largely unchanged. He has never cared much about such things. In chaotic times there are indeed all kinds of people. Clin looked at Sun Wukong's demeanor and chose not to say more. In his view, no matter how much chaos Satan caused, it wouldn't affect real battles. When the Sheru tournament begins, all falsehoods will be revealed. After finishing their shopping, the group loaded their bags into the car. Sun Wukong took the driver's seat. Shishi sat in the passenger seat, while Klin and Son Gohan sat in the back. As soon as the car drove out of the town, the car radio suddenly turned on. Initially, there was just a static noise. Soon, an excited voice from a host emerged. Dear viewers and citizens, we received the latest news from the Royal Army early this morning. The Royal Main Force has completed its assembly and is heading towards Sheru's location. Klin had been leaning back in the seat. Upon hearing this, he immediately sat up straight. Sun Wukong momentarily paused his grip on the steering wheel. The scale of this deployment is unprecedented. Tanks, armored vehicles, armed helicopters, heavy artillery, all have entered combat readiness. Most importantly, the Royal Army has also prepared giant missiles capable of destroying a city. Once the giant missile is launched, no matter what kind of monster Sheru is, he will surely be eradicated. As the apocalypse approaches, the Royal Army is fighting valiantly for us. Let us cheer for these 100,000 soldiers, wishing them a triumphant return. Inside the car, silence fell instantly. What nonsense is this? They're just walking to their deaths. Klin's expression changed. Dad, will Sheru kill them? Son Gohan also became anxious. Why would the army provoke such a monster? Shishi tightened her seatbelt, her face pale. Sun Wukong pulled the car over to the side of the road. His expression had shifted from earlier ease to seriousness, even anger. This is clearly a death wish. Wukong, what should we do? Klin looked at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong did not answer immediately. He gazed at the distant sky, furrowing his brow. Sheru promised me. Before the Sheru tournament, he wouldn't kill anyone. I hope he keeps his promise. But if the army attacks him first, things will get troublesome. No, I need to think of a solution. Sun Wukong's expression grew increasingly serious as he clenched the steering wheel, his knuckles turning slightly white. Wukong, what do you plan to do? Krillin leaned over from the back seat. Even if I teleport there right now, it might not be in time. If Sheru has the intent to kill, a second is all he needs. 100,000 lives could vanish in the blink of an eye. Sun Wukong's tone turned somber. Dad. Son Gohan clenched his fists, a look of tension on his face. Chi-Chi sat in the passenger seat, her face pale, gripping the seatbelt tightly. Krillin, Gohan, you two take Chi-Chi back first. I need to think of a way to see if I can revive the dragon. If Sheru really does kill, at least there's a chance for rescue. Sun Wukong fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly pushing the car door open. Reviving the dragon. Krillin was taken aback. After Piccolo fused with the Supreme Kai, the dragon had also disappeared. If the dragon could be revived, that would be a good thing. Yes, that's the worst-case scenario. Sun Wukong had already stepped out of the car. His tone was urgent, completely different from when he had been fishing by the river earlier. He had not taken the weak Satan and the farce seriously. But with 100,000 lives at stake, he couldn't just sit idly by. Hey, look who is coming. Just then a commotion suddenly erupted from the car radio, and the host's voice rose several pitches. It's Satan, our world champion Mr. Satan. I believe everyone has learned quite a bit about Mr. Satan these past 2 days. Why would he appear here? Could it be that Mr. Satan can't wait for the Sheru tournament? Is he going to join forces with the Royal Army to attack Sheru? Sun Wukong paused his actions. The car fell silent for a moment as he returned to the driver's seat without closing the door. Wait. It seems that Mr. Satan is not here to help. It seems like he seems to be here to stop the Royal Army. He's standing in front of the army all by himself. Oh my, can he really stop them? The voice on the radio continued. What? Does this Satan really dare to interfere? Sun Wukong's eyes widened suddenly. A being with a combat power of 67 running up to Sheru to block the army. Is he out of his mind? Sheru is right there. Krillin leaned forward into the front seat, cranking the radio volume to the max, his voice laced with disbelief. Sun Wukong did not respond, staring at the radio panel on the dashboard with a complex expression. Unfortunately, there was no visual, so he couldn't see the situation on the ground. Was Satan truly trying to block them, or was he just putting on an act? What would Sheru's reaction be? These questions remained unanswered. Only the noisy background audio from the radio and the increasingly excited commentary of the host filled the air. Dad, that Uncle Satan won't get hurt, will he? Son Gohan's voice was tinged with worry. Sun Wukong shook his head, remaining silent. He was waiting for more news from the broadcast. If those people were all killed by Sheru, the only option left would be to revive the dragon using the Dragon Balls. Time rewinds to 5 minutes earlier. Earth-South Wilderness. There was no vegetation, no buildings, just a gray-yellow expanse as far as the eye could see. The only prominent feature was the arena standing in the center of the clearing. A square stone platform with neat corners as if it had grown directly from the earth. Sheru stood in the center of the arena, with his arms crossed over his chest and eyes slightly closed. He had been standing there for several days without doing anything. No eating, drinking, moving, or speaking. He stood quietly waiting for the Sheru tournament 7 days later. Since his brief exchange with Sun Wukong, he had indeed not killed anyone. Not because of a promise, but because killing insects simply didn't pique his interest. He was waiting for Sun Wukong, or any opponent who could make him fight seriously. Suddenly the ground trembled slightly. Sheru sensed something. He did not open his eyes, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. In the distance, a thick plume of smoke began to rise on the horizon. The rumbling sound of engines grew closer, dense, and muffled like thunder rolling in. Sheru slowly opened his eyes. He saw it. A dark torrent of steel surged from the horizon. Tanks, armored vehicles, self-propelled artillery. The tracks crushed the cracked ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Above, a formation of armed helicopters spread out in a fan shape, the whirring of their rotors deafening. Further back, several giant transport vehicles carried stout missile launchers. Those were the giant missiles spoken of by the Dog King. It was said they could level a city. Sheru watched all of this momentarily stunned. Not out of fear, but out of amusement. I didn't seek you out, yet you came right to my doorstep. That's fine. Consider it a warm-up. Sheru's arms remained crossed over his chest, but his feet began to float. He didn't even take up a combat stance. He simply floated in the air, looking down at the advancing army, like watching a line of ants marching into a fire. However, I don't want the arena I just built to be destroyed. Seeing the arena he had constructed so perfectly, Sheru turned to find another place to warm up. In the command vehicle, the old general stood tall on the observation platform atop the vehicle. His military uniform was immaculate, adorned with medals, and his gray hair fluttered slightly in the wind. The troops stopped about 150 meters from the arena. All the tank barrels were aimed directly at the direction of the arena. The helicopters hovered in the air, having formed their attack formation. The old general raised the megaphone. His voice was loud and powerful, cutting through the roar of the engines and resonating throughout the formation. I won't say much about the stirring words. I believe each of you is clear about why we have gathered here today. That's right, it's to eliminate Sheru. 10,000 soldiers responded in unison, their shouts rolling across the wilderness. The old general pointed at the gradually shrinking green figure in the sky above the arena. That foolish Mr. Satan said our shells couldn't eliminate Sheru. Humph, just look, isn't he running away now? Today we will prove it to everyone. Our latest technology, our giant missiles, can completely blow that monster to pieces. With a fierce wave of his arm, all units charge. Chase after him. Eliminate Sheru. The tank engines roared simultaneously. The tracks turned, grinding over the earth and kicking up clouds of dust. The helicopter formation began to lower in altitude, entering the attack flight path. Behind the missile transport vehicles, technicians were making final adjustments to the launch parameters. The entire army surged forward like a beast released from its cage, speeding towards Sheru's arena. Sheru watched the swarm of ants charging toward him, the curve of his lips growing wider. Come on, let me see if your shells can even tickle me. Just then, as Sheru's figure gradually faded, the leading tank advanced to within 60 meters of the arena. Suddenly a figure appeared. It fell from the sky. With a dull thud, the ground beneath it cracked in a circle. The person stood firmly between the army and the arena, facing the steel army. Behind him was Sheru's arena, less than 50 meters away, but Sheru's figure was nowhere to be seen. In front were the vanguard tanks of the Royal Army, the nearest less than 10 meters away. He stood alone. In the middle, above him, several drones locked onto him from various angles. All the footage captured by the cameras was transmitted via satellite signals to every channel around the globe. The Dog King's orders were executed thoroughly. Televisions worldwide switched to an emergency special broadcast at the same time. Billions of eyes saw the same scene. A man stood alone between the Royal Main Force and Sheru's arena. 50 meters behind him was Sheru's arena, and 10 meters in front were the vanguard tanks. It was none other than the enigmatic Satan, here to stop the Royal Army from throwing their lives away. The vanguard tank braked urgently, its tracks scraping deep grooves into the ground. The rear convoy also came to a halt. The old general's expression darkened instantly. Satan, what is he doing here? The old general raised the binoculars, staring hard at the figure blocking the way. Satan did not move. He stood there, his feet planted firmly on the cracked ground, facing the looming steel behemoth. My, where is Sheru? Satan glanced back at Sheru's arena. He had originally planned to persuade Sheru not to commit unnecessary killings with words, though it might not have been very effective. But now he found Sheru absent. That was good news. He wasn't planning to confront Sheru Hedon just yet. For now, he would bide his time and not act rashly. Forget it. The broadcast is the most important thing. No longer thinking about Sheru, Satan's face was clearly transmitted to every screen around the globe by the drones. The audience worldwide could see his expression at that moment. No fear, no hesitation, not even tension. His eyes were calm, a smile always on his lips, as if greeting all the viewers in front of the cameras. Then Satan lifted his head, gazing directly at the old general in the command vehicle, and shouted, "Stand down, old general. While Sheru has yet to appear, There is still time. Cease your assault, General. Cell has yet to appear. There is still time to avert disaster. Mr. Satan's voice echoed across the globe through the unmanned cameras. The moment those words left his lips, pandemonium erupted before every screen worldwide. Countless viewers who were not yet his followers were initially dumbfounded. A torrent of skepticism followed. What is he doing? Has he lost his mind? How dare he tell the Royal Army to stand down? Does he truly believe he alone can defeat Cell? Exactly. With the Royal Army in action, Cell, or whatever, ITLL, all be annihilated. Comment sections on major television platforms were flooded with outrage. The vast majority of non-fans mocked Satan for his audacity. In their eyes, the Royal Army deploying massive missiles in full force was the truly reliable solution. A martial arts champion stepping onto a battlefield to block the military. It was sheer interference. Has this Satan grown too arrogant? Does he think winning a few matches makes him mightier than the army? Get out of the way. Don't hinder the Royal Army from destroying Cell. Exactly. Our giant missiles can level a city. What is Cell compared to that? Curses rained down from televisions everywhere. Yet a few noticed a crucial detail as Satan spoke. He stood directly before Cell's arena. A mere 50 meters away. He was truly on the monster's turf, risking his life with every word. Returning to the present. On the road beneath Mount Pozu, Goku sat in the driver's seat, his fingers resting motionless on the radio dial. The announcer on the broadcast was already incoherent. Mr. Satan stands alone before the army. What is he doing? He intends to stop the military from attacking Cell. Goku listened stunned for several seconds. I never expected this, he murmured, his tone laced with unmistakable surprise. What did you say, Goku? Krillin leaned in from the back seat. I'm talking about this, Satan, Goku replied. Think about it. Almost all of humanity believes the army's firepower can defeat Cell. Everyone is so confident that as long as the missiles are big enough, any monster can be blown to bits. But Satan stands against them all. He alone rushes to block the army, telling them not to throw their lives away. That kind of courage is rare. He almost seems like a savior. Goku turned to look at Krillin. Krillin scratched his head, a complex expression on his face. When you put it that way, it does seem true. After all, he has a battle power of 67, over a dozen times that of an ordinary person. He must have some awareness. At least he knows the army's weapons are useless against Cell. Goku nodded. Yeah, this Satan seems like a good man. What a pity, Goku's expression darkened. Even with the courage to intervene, he cannot stop them. How could such a meager power stand against a vast army? And even if he somehow holds them back, if Cell gets upset and acts, everyone here will die. At these words, silence fell within the car. Gohan quietly asked from the back, Dad, shouldn't we go stop Cell? Goku paused for 2 seconds, then shook his head. Absolutely, he said. But even if I used instant transmission now, I couldn't stop those who are rushing to their deaths. If Cell decides to strike, it will be over in a second. He paused, then opened the car door. Enough talk. Krillin, take Gohan and Shishi home first. I need to find a way to revive Shenron. Either way, whether it's Satan or the Royal Army, they'll all be killed by Cell in the end. We'll still need the Dragon Balls to bring them back. It's best to prepare early. With that, Goku vanished in a flash. Krillin stared at the empty driver's seat, sighed silently, and climbed into the front. The southern wasteland. Satan stood unwavering between the army and the arena. A dozen unmanned cameras orbited him, broadcasting his every expression to the world. The old general stood on the observation platform atop a command vehicle, staring down at him from a distance of less than 10 meters. Your artillery cannot destroy Cell, General, Satan said calmly. How would you know without trying? The old general snorted coldly. Didn't I already let you try before? Satan replied. You refused to believe it then. Your shells couldn't even destroy me. What makes you think they can destroy Cell? A hint of helplessness crept into Satan's tone. That's because I didn't use the giant missile, the general retorted. Now I've brought it. Didn't you see? Cell has already been scared off by us. The general's eyes gleamed with disdain. Hearing this, Satan paused inwardly. He hadn't seen Cell's silhouette when he landed, but he quickly understood. How could Cell be frightened off by the army? The creature likely just didn't want his meticulously built arena destroyed by gunfire. He wasn't scared off by you, Satan said. Even the giant missile won't work. It still cannot destroy Cell. Satan shook his head, his tone resolute. Then what in your opinion can destroy Cell? The general asked. Don't tell me you think it's you, eh? The general snorted, his voice dripping with contempt. Satan did not directly answer the question. He took a step forward, his voice dropping with gravity. Believe it or not, I will not let 100,000 soldiers throw away their lives. Unless you run me over, I will not budge an inch. The general stared hard at Satan. The air seemed to freeze. In the global broadcast, Satan stood alone before a 100,000-strong army. Behind him lay Cell's arena, before him a steel tide. And the accusations of countless viewers. The impact of this image was overwhelming. Before countless television's viewers who were not Satan's fans fell silent. Those who had cursed him moments ago gradually quieted. Wait, what does he mean? 100,000 troops, giant missiles, tanks, planes, and cannons. None of it can destroy Cell. No way. Is he telling the truth? If even missiles can't destroy Cell, then who can it? Could it be Satan himself? Is he really the only one? This is a joke, right? Cell can't possibly withstand a giant missile, can he? Doubts persisted, but the certainty had faded. Everyone saw that Satan now stood on Cell's arena, and the unwavering resolve in his eyes. That was not the look of a braggart. Earth's southern region, Cell's arena. The old general glared at Satan for a long time. The pressure in the air was suffocating. 10,000 soldiers stood in perfect formation, all gun barrels aimed forward, awaiting orders. Why are you so stubborn? The general growled. I gave you a chance. No matter who stands in my way, I will launch this missile today. Mr. Satan, I can only offer my apologies. The general's voice boomed through the loudspeaker, cold and piercing. He abruptly raised his right hand. Fire the missile. Satan's pupils contracted sharply. Behind him, the launcher on the missile transport vehicle trembled violently. A giant missile shot into the sky with a blazing white tail flame carving a blinding arc over the army formation, hurtling toward Cell's arena. The piercing screech of the missile tore through the air. The hearts of viewers worldwide leaped into their throats. The general was clearly determined to eliminate both Satan and Cell. No, the general had launched a giant missile with a blast radius covering an entire city. He intended to destroy Satan, the 100,000 soldiers behind him, and Cell altogether. The sheer madness of the idea. The general called Satan stubborn, but he himself was even more so, willing to sacrifice 100,000 troops just to destroy Cell. Yet just as the missile was about to strike the arena, a green figure materialized out of thin air. It was Cell. He had returned. Hee. The foolish humans did not follow. I cannot let you ruin the arena I meticulously set up. He didn't even change his expression when faced with the massive missile rushing toward him with a blazing white tail. Shalom merely extended a finger. His index finger flicked lightly. The gigantic missile capable of flattening a city halted at his fingertip for less than 1/10 of a second. Then it was bounced back along its original path. It was faster than when it came. Its direction pointed straight at the Royal Army's formation. Shalu floated in the air, looking down at the steel army below with a sneer. At this level, don't even mention warming up. It isn't even scratching the surface. After saying this, he closed his eyes again, ignoring everything, quietly waiting for the demise of the 100,000 troops. The live broadcast captured this scene clearly. Billions of viewers simultaneously witnessed the same image. A single finger. A missile several times larger than him was sent back. No way. A single finger flicked it back. That was a massive missile capable of destroying a city. What now for the 100,000 royal troops? The missile flew back, heading toward the army. Countless people in front of the screen were terrified. Some even stood up in fear. Some covered their eyes, unable to watch what would happen next. Some clutched the remote tightly, their fingers turning white. Many others stood frozen, their minds blank. In the command vehicle, the old general's eyes were wide with disbelief. His mouth opened, but he couldn't make a sound. He had personally ordered the launch of that missile. Now it was flying toward him, trailing flames at an incredible speed. He could see the light reflecting off the missile's warhead. It was getting closer. It was getting bigger. This missile could turn 100,000 troops and their vehicles to ashes. There was no time to run. There was simply no time. The old general's pupils reflected the growing flames. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Regret. Regret for not listening to Satan. Satan was right. His artillery shells were hardly worthy of even tickling Shalu. Instead, he had sent his 100,000 soldiers to their doom. The soldiers behind him also saw the returning missile. Fear spread instantly. Some began to scream. Some tried to jump from the tank to escape. But it was all too late. The missile was right in front of them. The old general closed his eyes. He awaited death. However, at that critical moment, Satan moved. He suddenly turned, facing the incoming missile, his feet firmly planted on the ground. The ground beneath him shattered, debris flying. He propelled himself forward, charging toward the missile, which was now within arm's reach. The metal shell of the warhead reflected a cold light. Satan raised his right hand, fingers spread wide. In the same manner, he struck the warhead. Boom. The trajectory of the massive missile was completely altered in that instant. It shot upward into the sky with a piercing roar, its tail flame drawing a vertical white line. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The sky exploded. A gigantic mushroom cloud blossomed above the clouds. The orange-red glow illuminated half the sky, creating a second sun in the daytime. The shockwaves spread down from the sky, a fierce wind howling across the wasteland. Dust swirled everywhere. The tanks trembled slightly. The helicopters shook violently in the turbulence. But everyone was alive. 100,000 troops. Not a single one was dead. The old general opened his eyes. He found himself still standing in the command vehicle. The sky above was dyed a doomsday-like orange glow. He lowered his head to look ahead. Satan stood in place, his right hand still raised in a pushing gesture. The ground around him was covered in cracks. His hair was blown back by the shockwave, but he remained motionless. The old general's lips trembled not from fear, but because he wanted to speak, yet something seemed to block his throat. The 100,000 soldiers behind him were all in a daze. Those who had been screaming just moments ago now forgot to breathe. Everyone stared at Satan's back, their faces filled with the same expression. In disbelief. Did he just send the missile flying into the sky? A young soldier's voice broke the silence, trembling noticeably. No one answered, because everyone was thinking the same thing. That missile just now was flying toward them. If Satan hadn't acted, every person present would now be ashes. The old general's hand holding the binoculars was shaking. He watched as Satan slowly lowered his right hand and turned to face him. Satan said nothing. He merely glanced at the old general. That gaze was calm. No blame, no anger, not even a hint of triumph for "I told you so." Just a look. But that look weighed more than any words. The old general's knees buckled slightly. He steadied himself against the command vehicle's armrest, taking a deep breath. "Mr. Satan." The old general's voice came through the loudspeaker, sounding completely different from before. The once cold and forceful old general had vanished. In his place was a man who had just returned from the gates of hell. "I was reckless." The old general slowly lowered his head. At this moment, the global live broadcast showed the highest-ranking military leader softening in front of a fighting champion. All of humanity completely exploded. If Shalu flicking the missile away with a finger left everyone in despair, then Satan slapping it into the sky brought hope to all. Did I not see it right? Satan flicked the missile away with just one hand. That was a massive missile capable of flattening a city. Shalu can flick it away and Satan can too. And the method is exactly the same. Shalu used a finger and Satan used a hand. What does this indicate? It indicates that Satan's strength is at least on the same level as Shalu. What about those who said Satan was a fraud? Come out and take a few steps. The comments section went wild. The barrage was frantic. The social media servers crashed 3 times in a row. The sociology professor who had been jumping up and down on TV just days ago sat in his living room now. He held a cup of coffee in his hand. The coffee was completely cold, but he didn't even notice. He stared blankly at the television screen. From the moment the missile was flicked back by Shalu to the moment Satan slapped it away, every frame was a live broadcast. There were no edits, no post-production, no special effects. Dozens of unmanned cameras captured it simultaneously from different angles. What had he said before? Unless there is unedited footage or I see Satan withstand artillery fire with my own eyes, I will never believe it. Now, it wasn't complete footage. It was a live broadcast, more intense than complete footage. The professor set down his coffee cup and lowered his head. His phone was already blown up. Hundreds of private messages, all asking the same thing. "Professor, does your face hurt?" At the same time, those who had followed the professor in questioning Satan, the rational ones, fell silent collectively. Not a single one spoke up again, because there was no argument left. You can't say the live broadcast is fake. You can't say the cameras have issues. You can't say the missile was a prop. 100,000 troops witnessed it. The old general admitted he was wrong. The mushroom clouds still lingered in the sky. How could this possibly be questioned? Meanwhile, Satan's fans were already cheering wildly. "Long live Mr. Satan." "I knew it, Mr. Satan is the real deal. He can really fight. He can really withstand missiles. I told you, Mr. Satan wouldn't lie." "You haters, shut up. Quickly go to Orange Star City. Quickly go to the shelter. This is our only hope for survival. We no longer have to fear Shalu. Mr. Satan is simply our savior." The data across major television platforms peaked at that moment. Satan's follower count skyrocketed from 500 million, showing no sign of stopping. Because this time it wasn't a bus being pulled, nor bricks being smashed, nor phone books being torn, which could be faked. This time it was the real deal, a global live broadcast facing Shalu. Satan directly rubbed all the doubters into the ground. Meanwhile, above Shalu's arena, he had originally closed his eyes. He thought the missile he flicked back would eliminate those annoying ants. No need to move himself, it would save trouble. But when the explosion sound came from the sky rather than the ground, he opened his eyes. He saw the location of the mushroom cloud. In the sky. Not at the army's formation position. Shala's gaze fell on the human in front of him, still maintaining the pushing gesture. Shala's eyebrows moved slightly. Did he just send the missile flying? Shala's long eyes narrowed slightly. That human called Satan altered the trajectory of the massive missile with just one hand. The method was almost identical to his. The only difference was that he used a finger while Satan used a hand. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that Satan had succeeded. Shala's expression subtly changed. It was neither fear nor anger. It was interest, pure interest. Hee interesting. A smile curved at the corners of Shala's mouth, his arms still crossed over his chest. It seems that apart from Sun Wukong and the others, there are other masters on this earth. What a pleasant surprise. It seems that my shallow competition now has another contender worth looking forward to. Shallow stared at Satan for a few seconds, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. However, Dr. Gallo's martial artist database has collected information on all humans with special combat abilities on Earth. Even that waste called Yamucha has a profile. But this Satan? Shallow pondered for a moment, finally furrowing his brow tightly. There is no information on this person in the database. How can someone who can flick away a massive missile not even have a name in Dr. Gallo's database? Then where did this Satan come from out of nowhere? Shallow slowly spread his arms and descended from above the arena. His feet gently landed on the white tiles of the arena as he walked towards Satan. There's no need to wait for the shallow competition. I want to know the answer now. The moment Satan heard Cell's voice, the muscles in his back tensed instantly. Outwardly, he stood firm and steady, a faint smile even playing on his lips. But inwardly, he was about to explode. Is this old general insane? He wants to die together with Cell, dragging me along and even disregarding the lives of 100,000 soldiers. But that's secondary. The main issue is, how did I end up face-to-face with Cell so early? Satan's heart pounded wildly. What was his current battle power? Just over 500 million. And Cell? He was an existence that even Goku and Vegeta found troublesome. Was the gap huge? Immeasurably so. If Cell made a move now, Satan probably couldn't last more than a few exchanges. But Satan glanced sideways at the unmanned cameras hovering overhead. A global live stream. Billions of eyes were watching him. He had just swatted away a giant missile with a single palm strike, and his follower count was skyrocketing. Retreat now? Then all the effort had put into gaining followers would be wasted. Can't back down. Absolutely cannot back down. Even if Cell strikes right now, I can't show an ounce of fear on camera. Satan calculated rapidly in his mind. What if a real fight breaks out? Stall. Stall until Goku and the others come to help. Know those guys are who knows where, can't rely on them. Then use words. Trap him with his own rules. Isn't he planning some Cell games? Doesn't he accept challenges from everyone? Then I'll force him to set rules in front of the whole world. If he kills me before the Cell games, it means he's afraid of me, Satan. With Cell's personality, he would never allow the world to think he fears an Earthling. Having figured this out, Satan's heartbeat steadied. He lifted his head and met Cell's gaze directly. Cell floated above the ring, looking down at him with a playful smirk. What an is this? Cell's voice was calm, as if asking about an insignificant matter. Satan grinned broadly, his voice booming. Haha, the name's Satan. Remember it. Because in 7 days this name will be the one on your tombstone. The global audience collectively gasped upon hearing this. Cell's eyebrow twitched slightly. Interesting. You are far more amusing than those insects. Cell's gaze shifted from Satan to the 100,000-strong army behind him, then back. You swatted away that missile. You do have some skill, but that's all it is. Some skill, eh? Satan crossed his arms over his chest, his chin lifted slightly. Say that again. In 7 days. I didn't come here today to fight you. I came to stop these reckless soldiers from throwing their lives away. Satan's words carried weight. The 100,000 soldiers felt a mix of emotions upon hearing this. Being called throwing their lives away by a martial arts champion would have been met with defiance half an hour ago. But now, the image of Cell flicking away a giant missile with a single finger was still etched in their minds. Even the old general no longer had the confidence to refute it. So you came to save them? Cell looked at Satan, a flicker of interest in his eyes. A mere side task. The corner of Satan's mouth curled up. I came today mainly to deliver a message. Cell didn't respond, just watched him with keen interest. Satan took a step forward. He was closer to Cell's ring now. The unmanned cameras zoomed in frantically. Satan and Cell were less than 5 meters apart. The cameras captured every detail of their expressions. Satan raised his right hand, pointing his index finger at Cell. His voice suddenly turned cold, carrying an undeniable killing intent. Cell, at the Cell games in 7 days, I will definitely come. You'd better prepare yourself and wait. The global audience held their breath. The corner of Cell's mouth twitched slightly, but he said nothing. Satan wasn't finished. But during these 7 days, listen carefully. Don't you dare touch a single human. Don't you dare harm a single life. Satan's eyes locked on his Cell, his tone deliberate and forceful. If you so much as lay a finger on an ordinary person before the Cell games, I will slaughter your entire family, including those little cells of yours, one by one. Every single one of them. As these words left his mouth, the world fell silent. Cell's expression froze for an instant. The old general's mouth opened and closed. The 100,000 soldiers stood rooted to the spot in shock. The unmanned cameras broadcast Satan's words to every screen across the globe. Satan lowered his hand after speaking. His expression was calm, as if stating an established fact. Now it was Cell's turn to be stunned. Not because Satan's threat frightened him, but because of those last few words. Little cells. Cell's narrow eyes narrowed sharply. His mind was racing. Wait, how does this guy know about my little cells? Cell's pupils contracted slightly. The little cells were split bodies gestating inside him, one of his trump cards. He had never mentioned this to anyone. Even the Z fighters who watched him daily didn't know. But this Satan on a global live stream had directly called it out. As if he had known all along. A thought flashed through Cell's mind. Why does that sound so familiar? He searched his memory carefully. Then he remembered. When Goku had met him alone earlier, he had said something similar. Don't harm anyone before the tournament. The same meaning. The same attitude. But Goku's tone was more peaceful, more like an agreement. But this Satan, this was a blatant threat. Interesting. The corner of Cell's mouth curled up again, but there was something new in his eyes. It was scrutiny. Cell was thinking, who exactly is this Satan? How does he know about the little cells? There was no record of him in Dr. Jiro's database. He could swat away a giant missile, and I can't sense any key from him. Cell's brow furrowed deeper. No detectable key. No record in the database. Knows about the little cells. These three conditions combined, a possibility surfaced in Cell's mind. Could it be? Is he also an android created by Dr. Jiro? Cell arrived at this answer feeling everything made sense. Androids have no key, so they can't be sensed. He was made later by Dr. Jiro, so he's not in the database. Being a creation of Dr. Jiro himself, he knows about the little cells. Heh. Cell let out a soft laugh. It seems Dr. Jiro left behind more contingencies than I thought. But a hint of arrogance crept into Cell's smile. Whether Saiyan, Earthling, or android, I am the ultimate perfect being created by Dr. Jiro. That fact will not change no matter who appears. Cell closed his eyes again, his voice low, but loud enough for Satan and all the cameras to pick up. Come in 7 days. I look forward to it. I hope you don't disappoint me. Having said that, Cell ignored Satan and the 100,000-strong army. He returned to his previous posture. Arms crossed, eyes slightly closed, waiting silently on the ring. It worked. Cell didn't attack. And he tacitly agreed to the 7-day pact. Watching Cell close his eyes, Satan breathed a long sigh of relief internally. But on the surface his expression remained unchanged. He feigned arrogance, turning his back to face the army and the livestream cameras. That image of him with his back to Cell was captured by the unmanned cameras and broadcast across the globe. On the road at Mount Po, Krillin gripped the steering wheel as the car radio's blaring voice threatened to lift the roof off. My God, this Satan actually threatened Cell to his face. And he said he'd kill Cell's whole family. Who is Mr. Satan? How does he know everything? Krillin's foot slipped at this, nearly driving the car into a ditch. Gohan, did you hear that? I heard. Gohan's eyes were wide, his face a mask of shock. It seems Satan's battle power is definitely more than 67. Who is he really? Krillin swallowed hard. Hey Uncle Krillin, did you notice? Satan mentioned little cells. What does that mean? Gohan looked at Krillin, paused thoughtfully, then spoke again. Krillin was taken aback. Right, what are little cells? I have no idea. Gohan shook his head. I thought you knew, Uncle Krillin. Huh. How could I possibly know? Krillin let out a dry chuckle, cold sweat forming on his forehead. They exchanged glances, both seeing the same confusion in each other's eyes. The Temple of the Gods. Sun Wukong's figure materialized out of thin air in the plaza. The moment he landed, his gaze swept around swiftly. Piccolo sat cross-legged at the edge of the plaza, arms folded, eyes closed. Tien Shinhan and Trunks sat side by side on the steps, an old-fashioned radio set before them. The commentator's frenzied voice blared from the radio. Vegeta was absent. The door to the Hyperbolic Time Chamber was shut tight. That fellow was still training inside. Old son, have you noticed? The world below seems quite stirred up. Piccolo spoke without opening his eyes, his voice carrying over. Sun Wukong had just opened his mouth ready to talk about reviving the dragon, but Piccolo's words cut him off. He paused, taken aback. Oh, that's exactly what I came for. I want to find a new guardian. Before he could finish, the commentator's voice on the radio suddenly pitched higher. Mr. Satan is threatening Cell directly. He says he will kill Cell's entire family. Sun Wukong's attention was instantly seized. He looked at the radio, then at Trunks. Trunks, are you following the news from below as well? Sun Wukong turned his gaze to Trunks. Trunks looked up and nodded. Yes, Mr. Goku. Mainly because Dad is still training inside. Waiting around was pointless, so we asked Mr. Popo to find us a radio. We just wanted to listen in on what Cell was up to. But since early morning it's been nothing but news about this Satan. Trunks said. Sun Wukong crouched down, leaning closer to the radio. So you know about the 100,000-strong army too? I do. Trunks' expression was somewhat ambiguous. But now the story has completely flipped. The 100,000 army charged to Cell's ring and launched a giant missile at Cell. Cell flicked the missile back with one finger, sending it flying straight toward the army. Then it flipped again. The missile was batted into the sky by another person's palm. Hearing this, Sun Wukong's face showed a hint of astonishment. He had caught part of it from the broadcast on his way here, but not the whole story. Now hearing the full account from Trunks, a strange feeling welled up inside him. That person is Satan. Sun Wukong asked. That's right, it's Satan. Trunks nodded in confirmation. And it wasn't just deflecting the missile. Satan even threatened Cell in front of the whole world. He said if Cell dared to lay a single finger on an Earthling before the tournament, he would kill all 7 little cells, not one left alive. Little cell, eh? What's a little cell, eh? The expression on Sun Wukong's face froze completely. I don't know either. That's what the broadcast said, Satan's exact words. Trunks shook his head. Sun Wukong stood up and scratched the back of his head. His face was etched with confusion. Strange. We've dealt with cells so many times, and we've never heard of any little cell. But this Satan just blurts it out as if it's the truth. Sun Wukong paused, a helpless smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Seems like this Satan knows Cell better than we do. Tian Shinhan had been sitting nearby listening and finally couldn't hold back. Who exactly is this Satan guy? A martial arts champion who can deflect a giant missile and knows Cell's secrets? That's just too ridiculous. Tian Shinhan's 3 eyes were wide with shock. Hey, don't rush. When we meet at the Cell Games, won't we find out who he really is? Sun Wukong chuckled, his tone unhurried. Piccolo still hadn't opened his eyes, but he spoke up. His ki is very faint, so faint it's almost imperceptible. But his actions don't match his ki at all. It's unclear whether this man is strong or weak. Could he be an android? Piccolo was deeply puzzled. Even with the old guardian's knowledge, he couldn't figure it out. Not sure. Sun Wukong shook his head silently. But Krillin told me this Satan's power level is only 67. 67. Trunks, Tian Shinhan, and Piccolo all wore looks of astonishment. No way with a power level of 67 he dares to talk back to Cell. The plaza was stunned for a few seconds. The commentator on the radio kept chattering on. Southern Wasteland. The Cell Games arena. Satan turned around facing the 100,000-strong army. Let's go. He glanced at the pale-faced old general in the command vehicle and swept his hand behind him. Everyone retreat immediately. Leave now before Cell changes his mind. The old general shuddered. He obeyed Satan's words without a moment's hesitation, nodding his head like a chick pecking at grain. Full retreat. The old general grabbed the loudspeaker, his voice trembling. Cold sweat dripped down his temples, soaking the collar of his uniform. All units turn around now. Full speed retreat. That's an order. The tank engines roared again, but this time the track spun in the opposite direction. The vanguard tanks became the rearguard, and the vehicles behind scrambled to turn around. The helicopter formation climbed higher, speeding back the way they came. Technicians on the missile transport vehicles fumbled to stow the launchers, wishing they had extra hands. The 100,000-strong army had arrived with great fanfare, but now they fled in a mad scramble. It was more of a rout than a retreat. Standing on the turning command vehicle, the old general looked back at the receding Cell Games arena. It seems from now on we can only place all our hopes on Mr. Satan. A chill ran down his spine as he muttered this regretful remark, his voice barely audible to himself. Above the Cell Games arena, Cell floated in midair, arms crossed, head slightly tilted. His gaze swept lightly over the steel army, beating a hasty retreat. Oh, he says go, and these people actually leave. A flicker of surprise crossed Cell's narrow eyes. This Satan's words carried that much weight. The highest commanding officer of the Royal Army had been swayed by his single sentence. 100,000-strong army, an army that came to die, was slinking away in disgrace. A slight smile curled at the corner of Cell's mouth. Interesting. Truly interesting. His gaze lingered on Satan's retreating back for an extra 2 seconds. Cell wanted to kill him. Honestly, Satan's threat to kill your whole family had stirred genuine anger within Cell. But Cell held back. The reason was simple. If he didn't keep such a man for the Cell Games and let the entire world watch him crush this man with their own eyes, what would be the point? Cell also recalled what Sun Wukong had said when they met earlier. No killing anyone before the tournament. He had agreed. Though those who came seeking death didn't count, breaking his own promise would be too disrespectful to his opponents. Besides, his newly built arena had pristine white tiles laid out neatly, gleaming bright. Getting blood on them would be somewhat disappointing. Forget it. They'll let you live for 7 more days. Cell closed his eyes again, his voice low. Satan walked at the very front of the retreating column. His steps were steady. His expression remained calm. But deep down he was also afraid. Afraid that Cell might change his mind, flash over, and annihilate the 100,000 behind him. The Royal Army would surely be lost. But what about himself? With a battle power just over 500 million, he still had a chance to escape. If he flew toward the temple of the god Sun Wukong, and the others wouldn't stand by and do nothing. But then again, did he really need to flee? Satan silently calculated in his mind. With today's live broadcast, his follower count was bound to skyrocket. His battle power would double in at most another day. By then, though he still couldn't beat perfect Cell, he wouldn't be instantly killed. If a real fight broke out, he could at least hold Cell off for a while. And once he engaged Cell, Sun Wukong and the others would inevitably show up. Though risky safety-wise, it wasn't too bad. Thinking this, Satan felt a little more at ease. He looked up at the mushroom cloud still lingering in the sky. That orange-eyed cloud hung high in the air like a giant exclamation mark. Today's goal was fully achieved. Now let's see how many followers I can gain. The Temple of the Gods. The commentator's voice came through the radio almost on the verge of tears. The 100,000-strong royal army is in full retreat. It was Mr. Satan who gave the order. The old general obeyed Mr. Satan's command. A catastrophe that should have been a bloodbath has been stopped single-handedly by Mr. Satan. Satan's words carry that much weight. He actually averted a disaster. Tien Shinhan's 3 eyes went wide with disbelief. Just letting them go like that, that's totally unlike Cell. Piccolo opened his eyes, frowning deeply. Cell's body contains the cells and personalities of many people. His nature is quite complex. Perhaps he thinks it's best to save the most interesting part for the Cell games. After all, it's a global broadcast. If he killed Satan and the army, now no one would dare to show up on tournament day. To Cell, that would be the most boring outcome. Trunks thought for a moment before speaking. Piccolo was silent for a beat, offering no rebuttal. He had to admit Trunks' analysis made sense. Sun Wukong stood in the center of the plaza listening as the broadcast gradually died down. He scratched his head, looking somewhat frustrated. So do I still need to go revive the dragon? He muttered. I was worried Satan and the army would be killed by Cell, so I thought I'd use the Dragon Balls as a precaution. But this guy went and solved everything on his own. Was my trip here all for nothing? Sun Wukong stood in the center of the square, scratching his head and muttering for a good while. Although Satan had single-handedly resolved the crisis of the 100,000-strong army, the matter of reviving the dragon still had to be dealt with. The subsequent Cell games would be the real tough battle. No one could say for sure if anyone would die. It never hurts to be over-prepared. The dragon still needs to be revived, Sun Wukong muttered to himself, his tone regaining its usual lightness. Better safe than sorry. Mr. Wukong, Trunks said, standing up and walking over to him with a serious expression. To be honest, you seemed utterly unfazed from start to finish. With only 7 days left until the Cell games, don't you think you should enter the Hyperbolic Time Chamber again, like my father? Yo, Wukong. Tien Shinhan chimed in, his 3 eyes wide open. You've got time to revive the dragon. Couldn't you just have Krillin handle that trivial matter? Don't you need to focus on training? Sun Wukong chuckled, looking relaxed. Finding the Guardian, reviving the dragon, gathering the Dragon Balls. These tasks themselves are a form of training. I'm not slacking off at all. Don't worry, you'll figure something out when the time comes. Piccolo finally opened his eyes. He sat cross-legged at the edge of the square, his sharp gaze fixed on Sun Wukong. Old son, can you tell me what's the secret behind your calmness? Yes, Mr. Wukong, we're very curious too, Trunks nodded. Sun Wukong waved his hand, deliberately keeping them in suspense. You'll find out on the day of the Cell games. If I tell you now, it might not work then. Wait a moment. Tien Shinhan suddenly squinted, his tone exaggerated. Earlier, before we even mentioned Satan, you already knew about him. Wukong, don't tell me this Satan is your secret weapon. Tien Shinhan said half-jokingly. Piccolo and Trunks both looked at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong paused, then burst into laughter. Ha, you can think of it that way. As he spoke, he placed 2 fingers on his forehead and vanished in an instant with instant transmission. He was off to find King Kai to locate the Namekian's new home. On the lookout, Piccolo, Trunks, and Tien Shinhan were left staring at each other. What's with that smile of his? Tien Shinhan looked bewildered, then twitched his mouth. Could the ultimate secret weapon really be that Satan? Impossible, Piccolo said coldly. Central City. Satan personally led the 100,000-strong army, escorting the nearly annihilated troops all the way back to Central City. When the news reached the palace, the Dog King was already pacing frantically in his office. He had watched the entire broadcast. The moment the missile was deflected back by Cell, his heart nearly stopped. 100,000 troops, the elite of the world's finest. If they had all been wiped out before Cell's arena, his reign as the Dog King would have been over. You were gambling with the fate of the entire nation. The Dog King pointed at the kneeling old general, his voice sharp. The lives of 100,000 soldiers, a giant missile. You acted on your own and nearly lost them all. The old general knelt in silence, offering no defense. He had nothing to argue. The facts were plain, broadcast globally to billions. Cell had flicked his giant missile back with a single finger. If not for Satan's palm strike, he and the 100,000 soldiers would have been reduced to ashes. After berating the old general, the Dog King turned to Satan, who stood nearby. His attitude did a complete 180. Mr. Satan, you are truly our savior. The Dog King's voice was laced with obvious flattery. The whole world saw you send that giant missile flying with one hand. That missile could have destroyed an entire city. Cell flicked the missile away with one finger, and you did the same with one hand. In everyone's eyes, you and Cell are on the same level. Satan listened, appearing calm on the surface, but inwardly, he was already calculating his skyrocketing follower count. Global opinion is in an uproar right now. The Dog King continued, his tone turning slightly ambiguous. Most people already see you as humanity's last hope. But there's also another voice. The Dog King paused. What voice? Satan's brow furrowed slightly. Some people say Satan is too terrifying. The Dog King scratched his head, choosing his words carefully. They say if someone who can swat away a giant missile ever wanted to rule Earth, who could stop him? Even if he defeats Cell, what if Satan decides to destroy Earth like Cell did? Just the thought of someone with such powers existing is terrifying. The Dog King finished in a low voice, sneaking a glance at Satan's expression. Satan was silent for a few seconds. His mind raced. Some didn't trust him, some feared him. That was exactly what Satan worried about. Because the power he and Cell had displayed exceeded the realm of human capability. Those who feared him believed in his strength, but that very belief bred terror. Fear wouldn't make them fans. And without fans, they wouldn't contribute to his power. That wouldn't do. Earth had 6 billion people. He needed every single one of them to believe in him, support him, become his fan. Not a single one could be missing. After thinking it over, Satan made a decision. He had to clarify things before the entire world. This was crucial. Your Majesty, arrange a global press conference for me. All right, I'll do it now. 2 hours later. Central City Television Station. The global live feed was connected once again. This was the second global broadcast in a single day. The morning had been about the missiles and Cell. The afternoon was Satan's press conference. Ratings shattered every record since the invention of television. Satan stepped onto the podium, facing the cameras. The room was packed with reporters, flashes going off like a relentless storm. I've called you all here today to clarify some things. Satan cleared his throat and began speaking. Regarding everything that happened at the Cell Arena, I know you've seen many unbelievable images. But I want to tell you a fact. Satan's expression was sincere. Cell and I are both skilled in using illusion techniques. The audience erupted in murmurs. Satan continued his explanation. Those images you saw on screen aren't as exaggerated as you think. Illusion techniques aren't uncommon in the world of martial arts. It's just that Cell is highly skilled, and so am I, which makes it look particularly unbelievable on camera. But at the end of the day, we both used illusions. The press section buzzed with whispers. Satan stepped forward closer to the microphone. To be honest, when I faced Cell today, his illusion technique did put considerable pressure on me. I've always said I can defeat Cell, and I still say so. But the moment I faced him today, I realized one thing. Satan paused. I don't have 100% certainty. At those words, the entire room fell silent. Maybe 60%. Satan looked into the camera, his tone candid. A 60% chance of victory. That's my honest assessment right now. Camera flashes went wild. Satan took a deep breath, his voice suddenly rising. So I'm standing here today to ask all of you for one thing. Less doubt, more trust. Because your trust is my greatest source of strength. Satan's gaze swept across the cameras, as if looking at every person behind the screens. I will not rule Earth, nor will I destroy it. Unlike that monster Cell, I am human, bound together with all of you in a shared destiny. I'm just a martial arts champion, an ordinary person who wants to protect everyone. 7 days from now, if Earth lives, I live. If Earth perishes, I perish. So please believe in me. Grant me the power to defeat Cell. He nearly shouted those last words. The press conference ended and global opinion erupted once more. At that moment, the global tide of doubt began to recede and fear subsided. An illusion, So it was just an illusion. I knew it. How could a person swat away a missile? It was all visual deception. Whether it's an illusion or not, the fact that he dared to talk tough in front of Cell earns my respect. A 60% chance of winning, Mr. Satan is surprisingly honest this time. He's way more reliable than those who claim 100% victory. He said he's just an ordinary man who won't destroy the Earth. I believe him. Damn, the more I think about it, the more dependable Mr. Satan seems. Satan. Long live Mr. Satan. Satan had willingly stepped down from his pedestal. He didn't boast of invincibility, he admitted to only a 60% certainty. He claimed that both he and Cell were ordinary people who used illusions. This gave the fearful populace a way out. A way out they were willing to believe in. Why fear a martial arts champion who uses illusions? It's not like he can actually swat away missiles. What's there to be afraid of? Just trust him. That night in Orange Star City, Satan returned home and closed the door. He sat on the edge of the bed, opened his system panel, and looked at his follower count. The number was still climbing. Starting from just over 500 million this morning, it had soared past 800 million by the end of the press conference. And there was no sign of the growth slowing down. Social media was flooded with reposts of his press conference video. The phrase, "Please grant me your power," had become the hottest global hashtag. New followers poured in almost every few seconds. Lying in bed staring at the ceiling, Satan mused that the illusion explanation was a brilliant move. Those who feared him were no longer afraid, believing he was just an ordinary man with a trick. Those who trusted him believed even more because he had been so sincere on camera. It was a win-win. Satan turned over and closed his eyes. He would see how much his follower count had grown when he woke up tomorrow. The next day, there were 6 days left until the Cell Games. The first thing Satan did upon waking was open his system panel. A number flickered before his eyes. 5 billion. Overnight, his follower count had nearly tripled. Yesterday morning, it was just over 500 million. Now, in just one day, it had reached 5 billion. Satan took a deep breath as he stared at the number. The system settlement immediately popped up. Ding. Daily settlement detected. You currently have 516 billion followers. Combat Power 516 billion. Total Combat Power 32 billion. Facing Cell and clarifying his strength. These two actions combined were several times more effective at gaining followers than any previous method. Satan sat on the edge of the bed, his eyes fixed on the panels, numbers, his mind racing. 5 billion followers. 6 days remained until the Cell Games. If the follower count stopped growing and stayed around 5 billion, then in 6 days the cumulative combat power from daily gains alone could exceed 9 billion. Adding the current 2 billion, his total combat power would be roughly 11 billion. Based on memories from his past life, Cell's combat power was estimated to be between 6 billion and 8 billion. 11 billion against 8 billion. On paper it was enough, but Satan didn't breathe a sigh of relief. His estimate of Cell's power 6 to 8 billion was only a rough calculation based on his past life memories. Without a high-level scouter or official data, no one could say for sure how strong Cell truly was. What if he had underestimated? What if Cell's actual combat power exceeded 8 billion? Satan stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the morning sunlight. He couldn't gamble. Absolutely not. This was a matter of life and death. He had to push his combat power as high as possible, leaving a sufficient margin. But what truly troubled Satan wasn't just Cell. Cell was at best the first hurdle. Greater troubles lay ahead. For instance, Majin Buu, Beerus, Golden Frieza, and so on. These were all existential threats to Earth. Their combat power likely wasn't even measured in hundreds of millions anymore. It was measured in trillions. Monsters on a scale of trillions. Relying on just 5 billion followers gaining 5 billion combat power daily. By the time Majin Buu appeared in 7 years, he would have a total of just over 3 trillion. 3 trillion sounded like a lot. But facing an enemy of that caliber, Satan had no idea if it would be enough. Not to mention Beerus in 10 years. That god of destruction could obliterate a planet with a casual flick of his finger. A combat power of 3 trillion would probably be nothing more than an appetizer before him. So he had to gain followers. Constantly. 5 billion was far from enough. Earth had a population of 6 billion. 5 billion people were not yet his followers. 5 billion. Why didn't these people believe in him? Satan thought, carefully categorizing them one by one. The first group, those without a sense of crisis. This group numbered about 1 billion. They simply didn't believe Cell could destroy the Earth. The images on TV were no different from sci-fi movies to them. They went on eating and drinking as usual. They didn't care until it affected them personally. In their eyes, Satan was no different from an actor in a play. The second group, those in remote areas with delayed information. A large portion of Earth's population lived in places without signal coverage. Deep mountains, isolated islands, small tribes at the edge of deserts. They might have heard the name Cell, maybe seen a news report or two, but they were far from being concerned or panicked. To them, Satan was just another nobody. The third group, the naturally rebellious. They harbored resistance against any idol or authority. No matter what Satan did, they simply wouldn't buy it. The more the whole world worshipped him, the more they despised him. Such people existed in every era, adding up to several hundred million. The fourth group, the rational observers. They acknowledged Satan's power, but deep down doubted he could defeat Cell. They wouldn't truly believe until they witnessed victory with their own eyes. This group was the largest and the most stubborn. Like the sociology professor who had questioned him earlier. They didn't doubt Satan's strength. They doubted that strength was enough to beat Cell. A 60% win rate. Doesn't that mean there's still a 40% chance of losing? Ultimately, for these people, trust had to be built on solid, undeniable facts. These four groups together likely accounted for those 5 billion people. The only way for Satan to win them over was through seeing is believing. Seeing is believing by defeating Cell. In front of a global live broadcast before an audience of 6 billion, he would knock Cell to the ground. Only then would all the doubt, apathy, fear, and hesitation vanish in an instant. All 6 billion people on Earth would become his followers. His daily combat power gain would be 6 billion. In 7 years, his total combat power would be 15 trillion. Facing Majin Buu, 15 trillion would at least allow him to hold his ground. Facing Beerus in 10 years, while he couldn't guarantee victory, he would at least have a fighting chance. So for now, there was only one critical issue. He had to win the Cell Games in 6 days. But he wasn't sure if he could. With 11 billion combat power against an unknown variable, he couldn't say for certain if he would win. Satan clenched his fist. Relying solely on gaining followers and passively waiting for the daily settlement was too slow. What he needed more was a benchmark before the tournament. To find a true master and fight him. Not ordinary fighters, not those with flashy but useless skills. Someone with genuine power. There were two benefits to this. First, to test what his current combat power of 2 billion truly meant in practice. Theoretically, 2 billion already far exceeded the peak state of any Saiyan before their training in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. But theory was theory, and real combat was different. He needed a genuine battle to test himself. Second, if he broadcast a fight with a true master globally and won, the effect on gaining followers would be immediate. He would need to package that master properly, hyping him up as a warrior on par with Cell, and then win after a hard-fought battle. This would convince the world that Satan had what it took to win the Cell games. The observers, the rationalists, the skeptics, at least a huge portion of them, would be converted into his followers. The problem was, where would he find this opponent? Satan crossed his arms and began mentally reviewing the list of Earth's top fighters. Piccolo, Vegeta, Trunks, or Goku, Gohan. Piccolo, Vegeta, Goku, and Gohan. Satan sat at the table, his fingers lightly tapping the surface. His mind was consumed by a single question. Who would be his touchstone? Trunks seemed the obvious first choice. Moreover, his temperament was steady, unlike the pure Saiyan combativeness of Goku or Vegeta. Most crucially, the boy was likely at Bulma's place in West City. Easy to find. Just as Satan was plotting a spar with Trunks, the door was flung open from the outside. The Dog King burst in, drenched in sweat, his tie askew. Mr. Satan, a catastrophe. He panted, hands on his knees, struggling to catch his breath. Orange Star City is completely paralyzed. Too many refugees are flooding into the shelters. Hundreds of millions are pushing this way. All main roads are gridlocked. There's a stampede at the subway station, and the hospitals are overflowing. At this rate, before Cell even arrives, Orange Star City will be in ruins. Satan watched the Dog King's disheveled state without panic. The shelter plan had successfully boosted his followers, but a single city couldn't hold such a multitude. This issue needed immediate resolution, or his fanbase would implode before the Cell games even began. Announce an immediate expansion of the shelters in my name, Satan said, his tone steady. West City, Central City, and North City are to be included in the shelter zone to divert the pressure from Orange Star City. Right. Divert. Excellent. I'll arrange for the radio and TV announcements now. The Dog King paused for a moment, then nodded rapidly and rushed out. Satan looked at the doorway, a subtle smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. West City. Bulma's house. Capsule Corporation. With a new shelter to be established in West City, finding Trunks would be no problem. He grabbed his coat and pushed out the door. In West City, the moment the shelter news was released, the entire city was instantly swallowed by a tide of people. The highways had become parking lots. Train platforms were packed to suffocation. A jet plane bearing the Capsule Corporation logo wobbled precariously in the turbulent air, nearly grazing its wing against an out-of-control flying bus. In the cockpit, Bulma gripped the control yoke, veins bulging on her forehead. Get out of my way, this is my territory. The plane made a forced landing in the backyard of Capsule Corporation, the landing gear carving deep furrows into the lawn. Bulma pushed open the hatch and jumped down, brushing dust off her skirt while cursing. What shelter plan, making me fight for my life just to get home? She strode briskly into the lobby and immediately spotted the tall figure. Android 16 stood in the center of the living room, his posture ramrod straight like an iron tower. No trace of damage was visible on his body. Bulma's father, Dr. Brief, was circling Android 16, a scanner in hand, looking thoroughly satisfied. Android 16, oh, all your functions are fully restored. Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses and said cheerfully, you can leave at any time. Android 16 nodded slightly, his gaze calm. Thank you for helping me repair. I am preparing to leave. So soon? Can't you stay a few more days? Bulma walked over, hands on her hips. The Cell games are in 6 days. Before that, I want to see this planet. The forest, the oceans, and the animals. These are things I never had a proper chance to see before. Android 16 shook his head. Bulma was about to say something. Just then the doorbell rang. Bulma's mother hurried to open the door. Outside stood a tall man, his smile polite. Wow, isn't that Mr. Satan from TV? Bulma's mother's eyes lit up, a delighted exclamation escaping her. At the name, Bulma's face froze on the spot. This guy had clogged up all of West City, and he still had the nerve to show up at her door. Greetings, madam. I'm looking for Trunks. Is he home? Satan gave a slight bow, his tone polite. Oh dear, Trunks isn't here, Bulma's mother said, tilting her head in thought. But he'll probably be home for dinner tonight. Then I can wait. Satan smiled. Bulma walked over, about to speak. Mr. Satan, we are so grateful. Bulma's mother spoke first, her face full of sincerity. If you hadn't made West City a shelter, my husband and I might have had to move. You know, moving would mean taking all those dinosaurs and little animals from the backyard. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Yes, yes, mister. Satan has been a great help. Dr. Brief also peeked out from the side, adjusting his glasses. The words stuck in Bulma's throat, refusing to come out for a long moment. She stared at her parents in disbelief. So you two are his fans too? It was nothing, Satan said with a faint smile. Don't worry. Wherever I am, that place is a shelter. I will protect everything. Satan hadn't expected Bulma's parents to be his fans either. That's wonderful, mister. Satan. Bulma's mother was even more moved, clasping her hands together, stars practically shining in her eyes. Bulma was speechless, thinking this Satan guy was such a poser. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from inside the house, and Android 16 emerged. He stood nearly 2 meters tall, looking like a silent iron tower. Satan's gaze shifted and paused. He had come for Trunks. But the moment he saw Android 16, a thought flashed through his mind. Android 16. His combat power might be below Cell's, but among the androids he was top tier. This was another excellent benchmark for real combat. Noticing Satan staring at Android 16, Bulma's expression shifted from annoyance to shock. He seems to know Android 16. He's not thinking of targeting him, is he? Since Trunks isn't here, how about we have a sparring match first? Satan averted his gaze, looking at Android 16, his tone calm. Android 16 looked down at Satan, his blue eyes emotionless. Sorry, I am not the type of android who enjoys combat. Bulma almost laughed out loud. Rejected. Awkward, isn't it? Let's see how he talks his way out of this one. Satan showed no embarrassment. His gaze slowly swept across Bulma's yard. A few small dinosaurs were leisurely strolling on the lawn. I understand you don't enjoy fighting, Satan said, turning his gaze back to Android 16. But you love nature and life, don't you? A subtle flicker passed through Android 16's blue eyes. The change was minute but unmistakable. Satan continued, his words clear and deliberate. I am sheltering hundreds of millions of people and many animals and natural lives as well. Don't you want to see for yourself if I am truly capable of protecting them? The yard fell silent. Android 16 looked at Satan without speaking. The smile froze on Bulma's face. She knew Android 16 too well. This android was usually as quiet as a stone, with zero interest in fighting. But when it came to birds, animals, nature, his attitude might just be different. It was as if Satan had seen right through Android 16. How do you know this? Android 16 asked, a hint of seriousness creeping into his voice. Satan smiled and shook his head without explaining. A few seconds of silence passed. Very well, Android 16 nodded. If it is merely a friendly spar conducted without harming any innocent life, I can accept. This time Bulma was utterly stunned. She hadn't expected Satan to not only challenge Android 16, but to change his mind with just a few words. Madam Doctor, I'll be taking Android 16 for a little activity on the outskirts, Satan said, turning to nod at Dr. Brief and Bulma's mother. He'll come back for a friendly spar with Trunks when he returns. Of course, you're always welcome. Bulma's mother waved cheerfully. Dr. Brief also nodded, his attitude warm. Satan and Android 16 left the Capsule Corporation compound one after the other. Bulma stood frozen. She felt a bit of contempt for Satan, thinking he was such a poser. Who didn't know he was a half-baked world champion? And he had the nerve to talk about sparring with Trunks. Could he even beat Trunks? Bulma looked at her beaming parents, then at the direction Satan and Android 16 had gone. Then she turned and walked inside, pulling out her communicator to contact Trunks immediately. Trunks, where are you? Bulma's voice was fast, suppressing her anger. Satan just came by and took Android 16 out, saying he wanted a friendly spar. He also said he wants to fight you when you get back. The communicator was silent for several seconds. Mom, are you talking about the Satan who negotiated with Cell face-to-face yesterday? Trunks' voice came through the communicator, carrying a note of seriousness. Bulma was taken aback. She had expected Trunks to find it absurd, or at least laugh. But he didn't. Trunks' voice was deep, with a gravity she wasn't familiar with. I'm coming home right now. The line went dead. Bulma stood in the living room, communicator in hand, her expression shifting from displeasure to confusion. She was suddenly uncertain. Was her judgment of Satan even accurate? Was this man truly a half-baked world champion? On a hill far from the urban outskirts of Shidu, Satan and No. 16 landed one after the other. The air currents beneath their feet kicked up gravel, startling a few birds from the woods at the hill's base. After steadying himself, No. 16 first turned to scan the surroundings. Only after confirming that there were no human settlements or large animal groups within several kilometers did he turn his gaze back to Satan. This place is suitable for a sparring match, it won't harm any innocent lives. No. 16's tone was calm, as if stating a verified fact. Satan nodded, casually draping his jacket over a nearby rock. His mind was calculating clearly. No. 16 was an android. Without releasing his ki, he couldn't be sensed. This spar wouldn't draw anyone's attention. It was perfect for a private test of abilities. No. 16 lifted his head, his blue eyes locking onto Satan. His detection system ran at full speed, scanning Satan from head to toe. Vital signs were normal. Heart rate, body temperature, blood pressure, all within the range of an ordinary human. But the energy fluctuation feedback was zero. No. 16 fell silent for a few seconds. He was certain his system wasn't malfunctioning. Dr. Brief had just performed a thorough inspection. There was only one explanation. You're hiding your energy. No. 16 spoke, a hint of scrutiny creeping into his voice. A world champion always has a few tricks up his sleeve. Satan smiled, offering no direct answer. No. 16 didn't press further. He assumed a combat stance, feet shoulder width apart, center of gravity slightly lowered. He'll control my strength, but if you can't handle it, please call a stop immediately. Don't worry, bring it on. Satan stood casually, hands at his sides. No. 16's eyes narrowed slightly. The next instant, the rock beneath his feet shattered with a boom. His nearly 2-meter-tall, massive frame closed in on Satan in an instant, too fast to leave even an afterimage. An iron fist drove straight towards Satan's chest. The punch stirred up a massive wave of dust, and the crowns of a dozen nearby trees bent backward from the air pressure. Satan didn't dodge. He didn't block either. He stood his ground and took the punch heat in. A muffled explosion rang out. A shockwave radiated outward from beneath their feet, cracking the hilltop ground like a spiderweb, with gravel shooting along the fissures. No. 16's fist landed squarely on Satan's chest. Satan's body didn't budge half a step. His breathing rhythm didn't even change. No. 16 looked down at his fist pressed against Satan. For the first time, a clear fluctuation appeared in his blue eyes. His core processor rapidly retrieved battle records. The same fist, the same power output. He had once knocked back the first stage cell. That monster, which had absorbed countless humans and possessed terrifying regenerative abilities, had also been staggered backward by this punch. But now the same fist striking this human felt like hitting an immovable wall. No. 16 stepped back half a pace. Who are you really? His voice was low, carrying an unprecedented gravity. Satan patted his chest, as if brushing off non-existent dust. His expression was relaxed, but inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief. No damage. Completely unscathed. Taking no. 16's full-force punch heat-in had caused no discomfort. This meant his combat power of 2 billion wasn't just a number on paper, it was at least far beyond no. 16's level. No. 16 stopped testing. The mechanical structures in his arms emitted a faint, vibrating hum, his power output clearly rising a notch. He threw consecutive punches, elbow strikes, knee strikes. Heavy attacks came wave after wave like an industrial pile driver relentlessly hammering into Satan. Each blow carried enough force to shatter steel. Satan still stood and took it all. He wasn't being stubborn, he was using his body to gauge no. 16's power ceiling. With each impact, he silently marked it in his mind. The hilltop kept collapsing from their collision, rubble rolling down the slopes, and the rising dust clouded half the sky. The more no. 16 fought, the quieter he became. Because no matter how much he increased his output, Satan remained unharmed. Not even his expression changed much. Satan completed his initial assessment internally. No. 16 was likely around 300 to 400 million in combat power. Certainly absurdly strong, more than enough to crush the vast majority of people on Earth. But for his current self, the pressure was insufficient. Time to counterattack. No. 16 threw another punch, the wind carrying gravel straight at him. This time Satan didn't take it heat-in, but sidestepped slightly. He pressed one palm against no. 16's wrist and gripped his shoulder armor with the other. No. 16 felt his arm locked by an irresistible force and was about to activate his jet system to break free. Suddenly Satan pivoted on his foot, using the momentum to hurl no. 16's massive body into the air. No. 16 adjusted his posture midair, trying to stabilize. But Satan had already appeared above him. A downward palm strike slammed into no. 16's chest. With a thunderous crash, no. 16 was driven straight back into the ground, embedding himself in the mountain rock. His body was lodged in the earth, cracks spreading dozens of meters around him, with debris flying. As the dust cleared, no. 16 sat up, propping himself on the ground. His shell had a few scratches, but no critical damage. Satan landed before him without pursuing further. Want to continue? No. 16 checked his damage data, then looked up at Satan's completely unharmed state. He slowly shook his head. There's no need. Continuing would only destroy this forest. He paused, admitting directly. You are far stronger than me. Hearing this, Satan felt not much excitement, but a hint of regret. Fighting no. 16 hadn't been satisfying. The whole fight hadn't pushed him to his true limits. He had no idea where his own ceiling was. To better estimate his combat power, he would have to wait for Trunks to return. Satan calculated silently. No. 16 had a combat power of about 400 million, and he had beaten him as easily as bullying a child. Trunks would be different. According to his past life memories, that guy should have entered the hyperbolic time chamber twice by now. His muscles were at their peak, and the 2 training sessions should have brought his combat power to between 1.8 and 1.9 billion. And his own combat power today was just over 2 billion. At this rate, the gap between him and Trunks was small, and a fight between them should be extremely intense. He'll just have to wait for Trunks to come back tonight. Satan calculated inwardly as he bent down and extended a hand to No. 16. No. 16 took his hand, stood up from the rubble pit, and brushed the dust off himself. Don't worry, it'll protect the nature you love. Satan's tone softened. No. 16 looked at him, still somewhat stunned. So you don't have to think about sacrificing yourself to take out Cell anymore. Satan added. At this No. 16 froze. His entire being seemed struck by something in his core program, rigid on the spot. His blue eyes stared silently at Satan, the light within flickering intensely. Live well so you can see those forests, oceans, and animals with your own eyes. Satan said it casually, as if discussing the most ordinary thing. But those words hit No. 16 harder than all the punches combined. He had never mentioned the self-destruct device inside him to anyone. Nor had he ever told anyone that if Cell threatened the lives on Earth, he was prepared to take him out in a mutual kill. That was his deepest decision. Yet this man had seen through it at a glance. I will seriously consider living well. No. 16 lowered his head, his voice much softer than before. That's right. Satan patted No. 16's shoulder, flashing the reliable smile he used in front of TV cameras. Only by living can you protect more things. No. 16 stared blankly at Satan, completely dismantling and rebuilding his judgment of this human. He wasn't just a world champion, nor was he a hero who only performed for the cameras. He truly possessed the power to protect life. He seemed to be Earth's savior. Evening. At the Capsule Corporation mansion, Bulma paced back and forth in the living room, having already made countless rounds. The door opened. Satan and No. 16 walked in side by side. Bulma immediately noticed the dust and scratches on No. 16A and Satan's completely unharmed state. Bulma was stunned. She didn't need to ask, she could guess what had happened. Just as she was about to speak, hurried footsteps came from behind. Mom, where's Satan? Trunks rushed into the living room, his gaze sweeping across and landing on the 2 at the door. Seeing No. 16's disheveled state, his expression immediately turned serious. Trunks, hello. Satan smiled and proactively extended his hand to Trunks. Ah, hello. Caught off guard, Trunks shook Satan's hand. The moment their palms touched, he instinctively tried to sense Satan's ki. There was nothing. It felt like shaking hands with an ordinary person. But the scratches on No. 16 clearly told him this was no ordinary man. Let's have a fight, Trunks. Satan released his hand and said directly. Trunks looked woodenly at No. 16. Be careful, he's strong. No. 16 only offered this warning. His tone was flat, yet carried undeniable weight. Trunks didn't take the warning lightly. For No. 16 to say strong meant Satan was no simple opponent. The 2 walked to the open yard behind the Capsule Corporation mansion. Bulma followed to the doorway, her hands clenched tight. Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief also came out, standing by to watch. After taking his position, Trunks took a deep breath. Since No. 16 had said to be careful, there was no need to hold back. Then Trunks inhaled deeply again. With a thunderous roar, golden energy erupted from beneath his feet, soaring into the sky. Trunks transformed directly into a Super Saiyan. His hair stood up and turned gold, his pupils shifted to emerald green, and the pressure radiating from his entire being flattened the lawn in the Capsule Corporation backyard. A fierce gale howled, pressing ripples across the lawn. Mrs. Brief's skirt flapped noisily, and Dr. Brief hurriedly steadied his glasses. At almost the same moment, Malpozu, Sun Wukong, had just finished reviving the dragon and was about to head home for dinner. Suddenly he noticed something striking. Is that Trunks' ki? Goku's brow furrowed. Trunks' ki was surging sharply, and it was at the full power output of a Super Saiyan. But what truly caught Goku's attention wasn't Trunks. It was another ki. An immensely powerful, unfamiliar presence he had never sensed before clashing head-on with Trunks. It's not Cell. Goku stood up, his expression turning serious. He knew Cell's ki too well. That cold, oppressive pressure was unmistakable. But this unfamiliar ki was deep, steady, like a fathomless lake. Who could it be? Could it be Vegeta? That's impossible too. Did he come out of the Hyperbolic Time Chamber? Goku pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, about to use instant transmission to check the situation. But after a moment's hesitation, he lowered his hand. Trunks' ki, though fluctuating violently, showed no signs of weakening. It didn't seem like a one-sided beating, more like a sparring match. Interesting. Could it be that Vegeta and Trunks are doing some training together? Goku chuckled, but a glint of curiosity shone in his eyes. At the lookout, Piccolo, seated cross-legged and hovering above the plaza, snapped his eyes open. Trunks is fighting someone. His voice was low, as if talking to himself. Mr. Piccolo, whose ki is that? It's so strong. But I've never felt it before. The new god Din standing nearby also sensed a puzzled expression crossing his face. Piccolo didn't answer because he didn't know either. A name flashed through his mind. Mr. Satan. Impossible. But soon Piccolo silently shook his head. If this key really is his, that would mean Mr. Satan had been hiding his true strength all along, and hiding it deeply. Piccolo would rather believe that Mr. Satan was an android with no key. Meanwhile, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber slowly creaked open. Vegeta stepped out exuding a far more refined aura than before. The moment he crossed the threshold, his steps halted. What? Vegeta snapped his head up, his gaze piercing into the distance. He recognized Trunks' key, of course. But the problem was that Trunks was locked in battle with a completely unknown opponent. It's not Cell. Vegeta's brow twisted into a knot. Not Kakarot, and certainly not Cell. Then who was worthy enough to force Trunks to transform into a Super Saiyan and fight with full power? Vegeta stood at the entrance of the chamber, arms crossed, his expression dark. He didn't like this feeling, because it always felt like someone was surpassing him again. Vegeta was seething with resentment. He thought to himself that he was the strongest. At the Cell Games arena, Cell stood in the center of the ring, eyes closed. The moment Trunks burst with ki, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Oh. Cell opened his eyes and tilted his head. Trunks is fighting someone. Is he sparring to prepare for the Cell Games? He first assumed that Goku and the others were training together, but the next second he dismissed that thought. That ki clashing with Trunks was one he had never seen in any database. Not Goku. Not Vegeta. Satan stood there looking at Trunks, who had an expression of I get it, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Goku's secret weapon. Himself. This misunderstanding was rather significant. Trunks, you're overthinking this, Satan said, waving his hand with a wry smile. Goku's secret weapon really isn't me. Trunks simply smiled, his eyes holding a certainty that said you don't have to hide it from me. That expression irritated Satan just looking at it. Explanation. It was useless. The more he explained, the more the other would think he was just being modest. Satan decided to save his breath. He turned sword into the air, and his figure quickly vanished into the night. In the southern wasteland at Cell's arena, Cell sat cross-legged in the center, his eyes slowly opening. He had been sensing the entire battle from start to finish. Is this all there is? A faint, ambiguous smile curled at the corner of Cell's mouth. It's more than enough to show off in front of the world's humans. But to think of defeating me. He let out a soft laugh, his tone dripping with disdain. How I doubt he could even beat my Cell Juniors. Cell closed his eyes, sinking back into silence. His interest in Satan had already waned by more than half. Just a blustering android. He would simply crush him publicly on the day of the tournament. West City Capsule Corporation. Bulma paced back and forth in the living room, having lost count of how many laps she had walked. The living room door swung open. Trunks walked in, covered in dust with a torn sleeve. So, who won? Bulma rushed over in a single bound, grabbing her son's arm. Don't tell me you lost. Trunks opened his mouth, then scratched the back of his head, a little embarrassed. Yes, Mom. I lost. Bulma's face instantly froze. I didn't expect Mr. Satan to be so strong. Trunks' voice still carried a hint of shock, as if he hadn't fully processed it. He stopped midway, but I could tell he wasn't using his full power. Mr. Goku's secret weapon is indeed him. Mr. Satan is very likely the one who can defeat Cell. Bulma stood frozen on the spot after hearing this. Oh my god. She held her forehead, her face pale. No way. Do we really need Satan's protection as a family now? As soon as she said this, Dr. Brief and his wife immediately came closer. See, Bulma. Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses, beaming. I told you, Mr. Satan has the strength to protect our family. That's right, Mrs. Brief said, holding a teacup, looking utterly charmed. Mr. Satan is just so charming. Bulma's mouth twitched violently. She took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the urge to roll her eyes. Our family needs his protection. What are Trunks and Vegeta, those two Saiyans, doing here eating for free? But even her own son was saying this. For a moment, Bulma was at a loss for words. Not long after, a wave of energy cut through the night sky. Vegeta flew back from the direction of the lookout, landing steadily in the yard. Dad, Trunks greeted him. You came out of the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta ignored him, his gaze locking directly onto his son. Trunks, who were you fighting just now? His tone was icy. That sudden unfamiliar energy was the most annoying thing he had encountered since coming out. Trunks answered honestly. It was a martial arts champion named Satan, Dad. I suspect he's an android. He also said he's going to participate in the Cell Games. He's been making a big name for himself recently. Vegeta snorted coldly after hearing this. An android? Just a worthless fool. He lifted his chin, his eyes full of disdain. The only one who can defeat Cell is me, Vegeta. Trunks opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed the words he wanted to say. All right. Arguing with Vegeta about this was pointless. He remembered the words Satan had said before leaving, to enter the hyperbolic time chamber a few more times and increase his strength. Trunks clenched his fist, his mind made up. Dad, I'm going to the lookout. I want to enter the hyperbolic time chamber again, just like you. Vegeta glanced at him, only grunting in response, which was taken as tacit approval. Just as Trunks turned to take off, the air above the yard suddenly twisted. Hey, everyone, a familiar voice rang out. Goku appeared out of nowhere, his fingers still resting on his forehead. As soon as he landed, his gaze swept over to Vegeta. Vegeta, you're out of the hyperbolic time chamber. Goku grinned. Your energy is definitely much stronger than before. Looks like defeating Cell is within reach. He meant it sincerely. After all, the powerful energy he had sensed earlier had already vanished, and Vegeta had just come out of the hyperbolic time chamber. In Goku's mind, that energy was Vegeta's released upon exiting the chamber while sparring with Trunks. He couldn't think of anyone else who could have that level of power. Vegeta frowned at this. Humph. Kakarot, stop with your sarcasm. He crossed his arms, speaking coldly. Do you think I don't know whether I can beat Cell or not? Goku was taken aback, letting out an awkward chuckle. Haha, no. He scratched the back of his head. He was already used to Vegeta's temper. By the way, Goku, what are you doing at our house? Bulma, who had been watching the awkward exchange with a weary heart, interrupted. Goku then remembered his purpose. Oh right, I came to borrow the Dragon Radar. Shenron has been revived. I need to find the Dragon Balls, just in case. Shenron is revived. Bulma was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Alright, I'll get it for you. She turned and went back inside. Taking this opportunity, Trunks stepped forward and approached Goku. Mr. Goku, I finally know what your secret weapon is. He lowered his voice, his tone mysterious. Huh, you figured that out. Goku was startled, his eyes widening. In Goku's mind, his secret weapon was undoubtedly his son Gohan. That was the biggest trump card he was holding for the Cell games. But he had never mentioned it to Piccolo or Trunks. Piccolo and Trunks had just imagined that he had a secret weapon, so he had no choice but to go along with it. But now Trunks had actually guessed it. Goku was a little surprised. Seeing Goku's caught red-handed expression, Trunks was even more convinced he was right. He gave a reassuring smile and patted his chest. Mr. Goku, don't worry. They'll keep it a secret for you. We'll let him make a grand debut at the Cell games. As Trunks said this, the image of Satan's calm face appeared in his mind. Meanwhile, Goku was thinking of his own son Gohan. The two were talking at cross purposes, but neither noticed. Goku burst into laughter after hearing this. Then I really have to thank you, Trunks. He reached out and gave Trunks a firm pat on the shoulder. Just then Bulma came out of the house with the Dragon Radar. Here you go, Goku. Thanks, Bulma. Goku took the radar, placed 2 fingers on his forehead. He'll be off then. Before he even finished speaking, he had vanished from the spot. The yard fell silent instantly. Vegeta had been snorting the whole time, not saying an extra word. He turned and headed back to the gravity room to continue training. But Bulma hadn't yet recovered from the conversation. Trunks, that secret weapon Goku mentioned. Could it be Satan? Bulma looked at her son with a dubious expression. Yes, Mom. It's Mr. Satan. Trunks turned back, his expression utterly certain. This sentence hit Bulma like a heavy hammer on the forehead. She stood there dumbfounded. Her mouth opened and closed, but she couldn't utter a single word for a long time. Her worldview was shattered. Completely shattered. That world champion who made bold claims on TV, recklessly opened shelters, and caused traffic chaos. That man she had always thought was a clown. He was actually Goku's secret weapon against Cell. Mom, I'm going now. Trunks didn't notice his mother's expression. His mind was already on the lookout. I need to go to the hyperbolic time chamber to continue training. I can't be a burden at the Cell games in 6 days. With that, Trunks soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the night sky. Night fell. Satan returned to his temporary residence in Orange Star City from the West Capital. He sat on the sofa, closing his eyes to savor the sparring match that had just taken place. A battle power of 2 billion was more than enough to suppress Trunks, who had only entered the hyperbolic time chamber once. This result gave him a sense of confidence. At least at this stage, his raw strength had already surpassed Trunks, who was in the 3rd grade of Super Saiyan. But it was still not enough. Cell's perfect form had a conservative estimated battle power of over 6 billion. If counting Super Perfect Cell, that number would only be higher. Satan opened his eyes and began to calculate in his mind. He had deliberately kept today's sparring with Trunks quiet. No live stream, no cameras, no third party present. This was a pure assessment of strength, not a performance. On Trunks' side, he would likely pass the information to Son Goku and the others, but that didn't matter. How the Z-Fighters saw him did not affect his fan count. What truly influenced his fan count was tomorrow's plan. Satan quickly outlined a framework in his mind. Step 1: first find an expert who could go toe-to-toe with Cell, then publicly defeat him. This expert didn't need to actually be able to match Cell, he only needed to appear strong enough in the eyes of ordinary people. Then through his own hype, he would package this person as an expert who could go toe-to-toe with Cell. Defeating such a person would attract the remaining global fans. Once again, he would make them believe he was capable of defeating Cell. Step 2 publicly announced that he would organize fans to go to the Cell Games venue to watch the match. This move was the trump card. What was the Cell Games in the eyes of the world? A monster, a symbol of humanity's doom. Everyone was terrified, trying to escape, praying to stay as far away from that arena as possible. But what if he did the opposite? What if Satan not only went himself, but also brought a large number of fans to the scene? This audacity of turning the tables was in itself the best opportunity to gain followers. Regardless of whether anyone would actually dare to go, in the end the momentum had to be built first. Once public opinion fermented, the onlookers would believe it was true and the fan count would naturally rise. Satan roughly planned what to do next. He nodded in satisfaction, closed his eyes, and prepared to rest. The next morning. Ding. Daily settlement detected. You currently have 250.06 million fans. Battle power 250.06 million. Total battle power 4.538 billion. Finally, his current battle power was likely at the level of Super Saiyan full power. He finally had the capital to fight Cell. Satan still made a conservative estimate. Of course, his battle power still needed to grow, and he also needed to continue attracting fans. Just as he finished the system settlement and was studying today's fan-gaining strategy, his phone rang. It was the Dog King calling. Mr. Satan, there's something I'd like to ask you. The king's voice was as polite as ever. That Mr. Son Goku you mentioned earlier, when would be a convenient time to arrange a meeting? Satan's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, I haven't even officially met Son Goku yet, and you wanna. But he couldn't say that directly. Your Majesty, the Cell Games are the priority right now. I need to focus on preparing and can't spare the time. Satan replied tactfully. Son Goku lives on Mount Pozu in the 439 mountainous area of the East District. If you really want to go, you can visit him yourself. The 439 mountainous area of the East District. The king repeated on the other end of the line, his tone serious. All right, I've noted that. Thank you, Mr. Satan. The call ended. Satan casually tossed the phone onto the table and didn't think much more about it, because the real highlight of his day was finding an expert who could go toe-to-toe with Cell. Mount Pozu, early morning. With 5 days left until the Cell Games, the Dog King and the old general arrived at Mount Pozu. Your Majesty, this place is too remote. The savior who defeated King Piccolo back then lives in a place like this. The old general looked at the rolling mountains outside the car window and couldn't help but sigh. A savior doesn't care where he lives, just like Mr. Satan. The king straightened his tie, his tone filled with respect. Back then, when King Piccolo tried to rule the world, it was that mysterious boy, Mr. Son Goku, who stepped forward and saved everyone. Now that the Cell crisis has Mr. Satan in charge, I can finally take the time to settle this matter. I must thank him in person for this debt of gratitude. The old general nodded and said no more. The convoy stopped at the foot of the mountain as the road ahead was too narrow for vehicles to pass. The king, along with the old general and a few attendants, walked up the mountain. Asking around among a few residents, they finally confirmed the location of Son Goku's house. Amidst high mountains and flowing water, a simple, domed hut appeared in sight. The king tidied his appearance and walked forward with his attendants. Just as they reached the door, they saw a young boy walk out of the house. He had short golden hair, a delicate face, and wore a white training gi. He was also carrying a cloth bag, apparently on his way to buy soy sauce. He looked about 11 or 12 years old. The king was stunned. That's not right. When Son Goku defeated King Piccolo, he was still a boy. Over 10 years had passed, so why did he still look like a boy? Could there really be some kind of rejuvenation technique in this world? But then again, it wasn't strange for someone who could defeat a great demon king to have a special constitution. The king stepped forward and bowed solemnly. Mr. Son Goku, I've long admired your reputation. I am the king of the royal administration. I have come today specifically to thank you for your great feat of defeating King Piccolo and saving the world. The boy stopped, looking at the group with a bewildered expression. Huh, me? Son Gohan pointed at his own nose, his face full of confusion. I defeated Mr. Piccolo. Piccolo. Mr. The king's smile froze on his face. These 3 words were like a bucket of cold water poured over the king's head. The King Piccolo, who once massacred cities and nations, plunging all humanity into fear, was called Mr. by this boy. Wait. You're not Mr. Son Goku. The king struggled to maintain his composure. Oh, so you're looking for my dad. Son Gohan finally understood. He scratched his head, a little embarrassed. My dad went out to look for the Dragon Balls. I'm afraid he won't be back for a while. Dragon Balls. The king and the old general exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Mr. Satan hadn't mentioned this. Then, you are Mr. Son Goku's son. The king looked Son Gohan up and down, finding it more and more unbelievable. You look so much like your father. I thought you were him just now. How is it that you still look like a boy after over 10 years? One would think there's some elixir of immortality in this world, huh? The old general chuckled dryly beside him. Yes, exactly the same. Oh, Son Gohan responded without explaining much. There was no elixir of immortality, but the Dragon Balls could indeed grant wishes. However, there was no need to mention such things to strangers. Is there something you need from my dad? Son Gohan asked politely. Mr. Satan recommended we come here, the king explained. We made a special trip to thank Son Goku for defeating King Piccolo and saving the world. Son Gohan blinked. This Satan again. He had found it strange when he heard that name on the radio last time. How did this person know his family lived on Mount Pozu? But right now something else bothered him more. King Piccolo. Are you talking about Mr. Piccolo? Son Gohan tilted his head. The king's expression cracked again. There it was again. Another Mr. Piccolo. What is the relationship between Son Goku and King Piccolo now? The king asked cautiously. Mr. Piccolo is my master, Son Gohan answered matter-of-factly. He often comes to our house for dinner. At this the king was completely shaken. The demon king who slaughtered countless civilians back then was now the master of the hero's son and frequently came over for meals. Wait a minute, my head is spinning. The overload of information nearly made the dog king faint. Your Majesty, the original King Piccolo might be dead. This Piccolo must be from a later time. The old general gently tugged at the king's sleeve and whispered a reminder. The dog king took a deep breath, forcing his expression back to normal. Forget it. He wouldn't dwell on it. These matters beyond common sense were not something an ordinary king could understand. Since Mr. Son Goku isn't home, we won't intrude. The king regained his composed smile. After the Cell Games are over, I'll find another opportunity to visit and express my gratitude. I will tell my dad. Son Gohan nodded. The king turned and left with his attendants. After walking a few steps, he looked back at the simple hut. The hero who saved the world lived deep in the mountains, and his son called the former Great Demon King uncle. The truth of this world was far more absurd than ordinary people could imagine. The convoy slowly drove away from Mount Pozu. Son Gohan stood there watching the departing convoy, lost in thought. Satan. This name had been appearing far too frequently lately. First the shelter, then intercepting missiles, then threatening Cell, and now even the king was sent by him. Who was this person really? Son Gohan shook his head and didn't dwell on it further. He picked up his cloth bag and continued down the mountain towards the market to buy soy sauce. Son Gohan, carrying a cloth bag, leisurely floated down the winding mountain path. The visit from the king and his party earlier had caught him off guard, but since his father wasn't home, there was little he could do to help. For now his priority was to buy the soy sauce his mother was waiting to cook. After about 10 minutes of slow flight, the small town near Mount Pozu came into view. The usually bustling streets were noticeably quieter. Most shops were shuttered, with only a sparse scattering of pedestrians and a few remaining residents setting up stalls by the roadside. Son Gohan had heard on the radio that Mr. Satan had announced several shelter locations, prompting most of the townsfolk to flee with their families. Yet some had stayed. After all, not everyone trusted Mr. Satan's claims. Gohan found a general store still open, bought the soy sauce, and stowed it in his bag, ready to head back. Suddenly a commotion arose from the town center. Gohan paused, glancing over. A tall semi-elliptical building stood there, looking incongruously new. A large sign hung above its entrance, Bart's Safe Shelter. Beneath it in smaller letters, shelter fee, $1 per person. A large agitated crowd had gathered at the shelter's main gate. Gohan hesitated for a moment, then walked over, still carrying his cloth bag. Inside this lavishly built shelter it was empty. Besides Bart himself and a few of his men, not even a fly had entered. What's going on? Bart sat on a leather chair in the shelter's hall, his small frame looking out of place. I spent a fortune building this thing to bleed those cowards dry, and not a single person has shown up. This town was attacked by Cell. There are at least a few hundred survivors. Where the hell are they, oi? Bart shouted at his men, his face twisted with rage. One of his subordinates cowered, replying in a low voice. Boss, they've all gone to Mr. Satan's shelter. Satan? Bart frowned, hopping off his chair. What the hell is that? He's that martial arts champion who's been all over TV lately. He opened a free shelter in Orange Star City, and a lot of people are heading there. The subordinate explained. Free? Bart's face contorted instantly. Damn it, free. We're both running shelters, he's free, and I'm charging. Who's gonna come to me? He's ruining my business. Furious, Bart paced back and forth in the hall, his small figure resembling an agitated top. He stopped abruptly, turning to look at the person leaning against the wall in the corner of the hall. The man was tall and gaunt, with a cold, stern face. His left arm and the left side of his face were made of metallic mechanical components. A braid hung down his back, and his eyes were as icy as a corpse's. This man was the assassin Teapaipai, once the world's #1 assassin. After being severely wounded by Son Goku's explosion, he had spent a fortune to transform himself into a cyborg and had rarely been seen in the underworld since. But he still took jobs, as long as the price was right. Bart had originally hired him as a bodyguard. After all, his scam had been exposed by the townspeople, and the survivors were constantly causing trouble. He needed a ruthless enforcer to keep order. But now Bart had a new idea. Mr. Teapaipai. Bart approached, rubbing his hands together, his tone ingratiating. Could you go and take out that Satan for me? He's stealing my business with his free shelter. Can you believe the nerve? He's lured everyone away. How am I supposed to make money from this shelter? Teapaipai didn't even lift his eyelids. For the right price, he'll take down the king of Earth himself. His voice was flat and cold, as if stating the most ordinary fact. But I want all the money in your safe. Bart's smile froze. The money in the safe was his entire life's savings. But looking at Teapaipai's half-mechanical face, he swallowed the words that were about to come out. Fine, it's yours. Bart, wincing in pain, opened the safe in the corner and pushed the cash and gold bars inside, toward Teapaipai. I can always make more money, but you promised me. You have to kill that Satan. Bart repeated anxiously. Don't worry. Teapaipai stowed the money away, his tone still indifferent. I am the world's #1 assassin, Teapaipai. I always deliver on a job. Good. Bart nodded repeatedly, finally feeling a bit reassured. Just then a noisy clamor erupted from outside the shelter. Bart, give us our money back. Return the people's money. Come out, you fraud. A henchman rushed in frantically. Boss, there's a big crowd outside. They're the ones who paid deposits, and now they're blocking the entrance, demanding refunds. Bart's face turned pale. He instinctively shrank behind Teapaipai, his voice trembling. Mr. Teapaipai, forget about Satan for now. Deal with these people outside first. Teapaipai snorted coldly. A trivial matter. The shelter's main door swung open. Bart hid behind Teapaipai, peeking out to assess the situation. Dozens of people stood outside, their faces etched with anger. At the front of the crowd, an old man with graying hair holding a 7 or 8-year-old girl's hand stepped forward unsteadily. Bart, you took our money promising to keep us safe. The old man's voice was hoarse, but firm, clearly a man with some martial arts training. And what's the result? This shelter is empty without a single decent protective measure. You're nothing but a swindler. Shut your mouth, you old fool. Bart waved his hand impatiently. Teapaipai took a step forward. His gaze swept over the old man as if he were an ant. Then his mechanical arm lifted slightly, joints emitting faint clicks. The old man sensed the danger, instinctively assuming a martial arts stance and shielding his granddaughter behind him. But the gap was too vast. Teapaipai's form flickered and his mechanical fist shot toward the old man's chest with a sharp whistle. Before the old man could even react, the residual force of the punch sent him flying, crashing heavily to the ground with blood trickling from his mouth. Grandpa! The little girl screamed, rushing to his side. The surrounding survivors erupted in panic, retreating in fear, yet no one dared to step forward. Teapaipai expressionlessly approached the fallen old man, his mechanical arm rising again. This time he intended to take his life. But just as the fist was about to descend, a hand shot out of nowhere, clamping down on Teapaipai's wrist like a vice. Teapaipai's fist froze in midair, unable to move an inch. Killing an ordinary person is going too far. Son Gohan stood before the old man, and the little girl, the cloth bag of soy sauce still dangling from his other wrist. His expression was cold, and his eyes burned with anger. Teapaipai's pupils contracted. He strained to pull his wrist back, but found the slender arm gripping him as if welded in place, utterly immovable. This strength. Teapaipai's gaze shot up to the young man before him. Short golden hair, delicate features. And those eyes, they were exactly the same as that man's. What is Son Goku to you? Teapaipai's entire body trembled as he blurted out in shock. His voice rose uncontrollably, laced with a barely contained tremor. He's my father, Son Gohan replied coldly. After saying this, he couldn't help but mutter inwardly. What was going on today? This was already the second time a stranger had asked about his father. This guy is Son Goku's son. An image exploded in Teapaipai's mind. Years ago at the foot of Karin Tower, that furious young man had kicked him into his own thrown grenade. It was the most humiliating and terrifying memory of Teapaipai's entire life. And now his son stood before him, locking his fully powered mechanical arm with just one hand. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Teapaipai's forehead. His heart pounded wildly in his chest, his mechanical components trembling slightly. Can't fight. Absolutely can't fight. Teapaipai took a deep breath, forced a stiff smile, and slowly withdrew his arm. Son Gohan released his grip, but his gaze remained fixed on him. All right, mister. Bart, something just came to mind. Teapaipai turned to the bewildered Bart, speaking rapidly. We assassins have our code. Once paid, we must complete the job first. You only paid me to kill Satan, you didn't pay for your protection. So, I need to go take care of that Satan first, then he'll come back. Wait, mister. Teapaipai. Before Bart could react, Teapaipai had already dashed toward a large tree by the roadside at his top speed. Crack. The thick trunk was cleaved in two by his palm strike, crashing to the ground. Teapaipai bent down, grabbed the trunk, and with all his strength hurled it like a javelin toward the distant sky. The trunk tore through the air, whistling as it soared into the heavens. The next second, Teapaipai leaped, landing steadily on the speeding trunk. His figure grew smaller and smaller, farther and farther away without a backward glance. The direction he was flying in seemed to be straight toward Orange Star City. Ran away. Everyone was dumbfounded as Teapaipai departed. Bait was the most stunned. He stared at the diminishing black in the sky, his mind a complete blank. Wait. Please wait for me, Mr. Teapaipai. I haven't gotten on yet. Bait waved frantically at the sky, his voice turning hoarse. But only the wind answered him. Bait froze in place, a sudden chill running down his spine. He slowly turned his head. Behind him, dozens of eyes were fixed on him. The survivors who had been swindled out of their money all rolled up their sleeves, their faces etched with fury. Without Teapaipai, Bait was like a plucked chicken. WH. What are you doing? Bait stepped back, his voice trembling. Let's talk it out, talk it out. No one was in the mood to talk. The crowd surged forward. Son Gohan ignored Bait's screams. His attention was entirely fixed on the direction Teapaipai had vanished. That half-cyborg was fast, but he was no match for Son Gohan. What truly troubled Son Gohan was what Teapaipai had said before leaving, to kill Satan. Whoever Satan was, he couldn't stand by and let an assassin take a life. But before pursuing, there was one more thing to handle. Son Gohan turned to face the semi-elliptical shelter building, raised his right hand, and gathered a pale blue sphere of light in his palm. The sphere was small, no bigger than a fist. But the moment it left his hand, the entire shelter collapsed into ruins with a thunderous roar. Before the dust from the shattered rubble had even settled, Son Gohan turned to the crowd. This kind of shelter is a scam. Don't fall for it anymore. Buying a sense of security with money is utterly unreliable. The crowd fell silent for a moment. Then a middle-aged man poked his head out from the throng. Young man, isn't that a bit off? The middle-aged man scratched his head, looking utterly convinced. Bait's shelter is fake, sure, but Mr. Satan's shelter is the real deal. That's right. Someone nearby immediately chimed in. The news reported it. Hundreds of millions of people have gone to Orange Star City. They can't all have been deceived, can they? Exactly. I've been wanting to go, but it's too far, so I never made the trip. An elderly woman declared, thumping her chest. Look, Bait charges money, but Mr. Satan offers it for free. That's the difference. A man who truly cares for the people wouldn't charge a cent. Come on, let's head to Orange Star City too. The crowd instantly stirred, breaking into small groups and heading out of town. Son Gohan was taken aback. Are you all insane? If Cell really wants to kill, no shelter in the world will save you. You're being fooled by that Satan again. No, we're not. A clear voice came from below the crowd. Son Gohan looked down and saw the little girl who had been frightened by Teapaipai earlier. Holding her grandfather's hand, she looked up at Son Gohan with sparkling eyes. Mr. Satan doesn't lie. The little girl puffed out her cheeks. Big brother, haven't you watched the recent TV shows? Mr. Satan is the one who dared to stand up to Cell and talk tough. He's not afraid of Cell at all, and that makes us feel safe. Son Gohan opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Then the white-haired old man spoke up. Young man, I'm grateful you saved us. The old man patted Son Gohan on the shoulder, his tone sincere. But Mr. Satan is truly a trustworthy man. He intercepted the Royal Army's missiles and saved the lives of 100,000 soldiers. That's no lie. The whole world saw it. Son Gohan was utterly speechless. He had just saved them, yet no one believed a word he said. Instead, that Satan who only appeared on TV had become the savior in everyone's eyes. This feeling, it was just, utterly exasperating. Forget it. Son Gohan took a deep breath and stopped arguing. Teapaipai had already been flying for a while, heading toward Orange Star City. Whether Satan was a good man or a fraud, he couldn't just stand by and let a life be lost. Son Gohan pushed off the ground, soaring into the air, and sped off at full speed toward Orange Star City. Orange Star City, East District. Boom. A deafening roar shattered the morning calm. The ground shook violently, and pedestrians within a 10-meter radius were all knocked off their feet by the shockwave. A thick tree trunk plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the asphalt road and instantly blasting a 3-meter-wide crater. Debris flew and dust billowed. What was that? Bystanders scrambled to their feet, staring in horror at the crater. Through the haze, a tall, thin figure stood motionless. Such power. Could Cell be attacking? A man's voice rang out, trembling with fear. Those words were like a fuse, instantly igniting panic throughout the street. Cell, everyone run. The crowd erupted. Screams, cries, and footsteps merged into a chaotic din. Countless people surged in the opposite direction, pushing and trampling each other, the scene spiraling completely out of control. Where's Mr. Satan? Someone get Mr. Satan. Panic spread like a plague from the East District. People spread the word, the rumors growing more absurd by the minute. Cell has broken into Orange Star City. The shelter has been breached. Within minutes, half of Orange Star City was in chaos. And in the center of the crater, the dust gradually cleared. Teapaipai stood at the bottom, brushing dust off his shoulders, scanning his surroundings with a blank expression. He gave a cold snort, utterly disinterested in these ant-like ordinary people. He had only one target, Satan. Kill Satan, collect the money, and leave. Pai leaped out of the crater and landed on the road. His mechanical arm gleamed with cold metallic luster in the sunlight. A few passers-by who hadn't fled far caught sight of him and breathed a sigh of relief instead. It's not Cell, it's a person. But who is this guy? He looks like trouble. Run, run. Pai couldn't be bothered with these noisy voices. He raised his mechanical arm and the built-in detector began scanning for nearby signal sources. Satan, the martial arts champion. He should be easy to find. At the other end of the city, Satan was sitting in his temporary residence, legs crossed, pondering today's plan to boost his follower count. The Cell games are 5 days away. I need to maximize the hype in these 5 days. Should I first find an expert who can claim to be evenly matched with Cell, or announce that fans can watch the Cell games? He was deep in thought when a sudden commotion erupted outside the window. Satan furrowed his brow and walked over to look outside. People on the street were running frantically in all directions, screams filling the air. What's going on? Satan pushed open the window and casually grabbed a young man running past. Mr. Satan, Cell. Cell is here. The young man's face was twisted with terror. A huge crater exploded in the East District. Someone fell from the sky. Everyone says Cell is attacking the shelter. Satan raised an eyebrow. Cell. Impossible. He closed his eyes and sensed. Cell's energy was still at the arena, completely unmoved. But there was indeed a surge of energy in the East District. Very weak. Almost negligible. A battle power of about 130. Satan's mouth twitched slightly. That's it. And this was enough to scare half the city. But then again, to ordinary people, a guy who could crash down from the sky was indeed terrifying. Besides, at a time like this, any little disturbance would be magnified 10,000 times. If public panic wasn't quelled quickly, the casualties from the stampede could be worse than the uninvited guest himself. Satan stood up, casually grabbing the cape hanging on the chair and fastening it. Perfect. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. A chance to gain followers handed to me on a silver platter. Satan pushed open the door and strode out, heading toward the East District. At the same time, a young figure was streaking across the sky above the city, also closing in on the East District. 3 forces were about to converge in Orange Star City's East District. And Pai had no idea that the target of his last job ever was in himself tens of millions of times stronger than him. In the Eastern District of Orange Star City, the dust gradually dissipated. The crowd that had been frantically fleeing slowly came to a halt. What emerged from the massive crater was not Cell. It was a man. To be precise, a tall, gaunt man with half of his face embedded with metal. The left side of his visage was entirely cold mechanical structure, a braid hanging down the back of his head, his gaze as icy and venomous as a serpent's. But at least it was a human form, not that green monster. A few bold bystanders hiding behind an overturned car craned their necks to peek. It's not Cell. It's a person. Scared me half to death. He thought the apocalypse had come early. The tension stretched to its breaking point, eased slightly. Yet in the next second, that brief respite was utterly shattered. Pai shook the rubble from his mechanical arm, his gaze sweeping across his surroundings. He locked onto the nearest bystander, a middle-aged man in a suit whose legs were trembling. The mechanical arm raised, and from a distance it seized the man by the collar, lifting him entirely off the ground. Where does Satan live? Pai's voice was flat and frigid, like a machine reciting data. I don't know. The middle-aged man dangled in midair, his face pale as death. Someone paid 30 million for his life, Pai stated expressionlessly. Who told him to open a free shelter and cut off others' profits? I only kill. Point the way or die. The middle-aged man shook violently, his lips quivering, unable to form words. Pai, lacking patience, casually hurled the man aside. The middle-aged man tumbled several times across the ground before scrambling to his feet and fleeing. Pai retracted his arm and strode directly toward the city center. His pace was unhurried, but each step carried murderous intent. The bystander who had narrowly escaped ran less than 100 meters before being surrounded by a throng of people. What happened? Who was that man? He said someone paid to have Mr. Satan killed. The middle-aged man gasped out, breathless. He said opening a free shelter cut into someone's profits, and the capitalists hired an assassin to kill Mr. Satan. The words exploded like a bomb among the crowd. The news spread at an unbelievable speed. From 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. With each retelling, the story was embellished. By the time it reached the 5th iteration, the version had become, because Mr. Satan protects the people for free, he offended the evil capitalists running paid shelters. The capitalists bankrupted themselves to hire the world's #1 assassin to murder the savior. In the streets and alleys, countless people hearing the news instantly had red-rimmed eyes. Mr. Satan does good deeds and still gets targeted. Those blackheart capitalists deserve to die. Mr. Satan must be safe. The fervor for Satan reached an unprecedented peak at that moment. Meanwhile, Satan himself was striding swiftly toward the Eastern District. A flicker of ecstasy gleamed in Satan's eyes. He had been fretting over where to find an expert who could go toe-to-toe with Cell, to use as a stepping stone, and now the capitalist had delivered the material right to his doorstep. The world's #1 assassin, a half-mechanical cyborg hired to kill the savior. This persona, this script, it was a gift from the heavens. All he had to do was package this Tao Pai Pai as a terrifying existence on par with Cell, and then defeat him in front of a global audience. The remaining fans still on the fence would all flock to him. Satan took a deep breath and resumed his stride. This time he walked even faster. In the city center on the commercial street, Tao Pai Pai had grown impatient. He raised his mechanical arm and punched through the load-bearing wall of an office building by the roadside. Boom! The entire building emitted a teeth-grinding screech of twisting metal as it slowly began to tilt to one side. Rubble fell like rain, pockmarking the road with countless craters. I am the world's #1 assassin, Tao Pai Pai. His voice rang out across several streets, echoing amidst the roar of the collapsing building. Tell Satan to crawl out here and die. The surrounding populace was utterly panicked. Those who had been cheering for Satan moments ago, now witnessing the sight of a building demolished with a single punch, had the color drained from their faces. Arguments erupted instantly within the crowd. A single punch through a building. Is it an illusion? Just how strong is this assassin? Could he be on the same level as Cell? Is Mr. Satan in danger? The title of world's #1 assassin isn't just for show. Oh, I heard legends of Tao Pai Pai as a kid. They say he's never failed. Can Mr. Satan win? The first wave of fear and worry began to spread among the ordinary people. Satan's phone rang again. Boss, your reputation is shifting. That Tao Pai Pai demolished a building, and now a lot of people are worried you can't beat him. The secretary's voice was urgent. Oh, is that so? Then cancel today's press conference and start a global live stream. Satan hung up, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I was just worrying about not having anyone to hype up as being on par with Cell, and you Tao Pai Pai deliver yourself to my doorstep. In the city center square, Tao Pai Pai stood in the middle, his mechanical arm still dusted with concrete powder. The crowd had retreated over 100 meters, no one dared approach. Enough. Just as he was about to smash something else to force Satan's appearance, a deep, powerful voice descended from above. Everyone looked up simultaneously. Satan, draped in his signature white cape, landed steadily from a height. His figure stood between the fleeing crowd and Tao Pai Pai with dozens of high-definition drones behind him, all lenses focused on him. The global live stream began simultaneously. Mr. Satan. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. Mr. Satan is here. I knew he wouldn't abandon us. In an instant, television ratings broke historical records within 3 seconds. Comments flooded in like a torrent. Tao Pai Pai stared at the caped man before him and sneered coldly. The prey had delivered itself. He raised his mechanical arm, joints clicking, ready to sneer. But Satan didn't even look at him. Satan spun around abruptly, facing the cameras. His expression was grave to the extreme, brows furrowed, gaze heavy. Ladies and gentlemen. His voice was low and oppressive, each word deliberate. Do not be complacent. Standing before me is the world's #1 assassin, Tao Pai Pai. The terrifying aura emanating from him is a menace as formidable as the monster Cell. Satan paused, his expression as severe as if he were reading a death sentence. However, please rest assured I will defeat him. As these words were spoken, the scene fell into dead silence. Television commentary stalled for a full second. Then it exploded. As formidable as Cell. Heavens, this assassin is that strong. No wonder he could punch through a building. Mr. Satan used such a serious expression. He's never been like this before. Can Mr. Satan win this fight? Global fans looked at the cold, half-mechanical killer on screen, then at Satan's unprecedented solemnity. No one doubted. No one questioned the Savior's judgment. Everyone firmly believed that Satan was about to face a nemesis who could rival Cell. This battle was the focus of global attention. Tao Pai Pai stood there, his expression somewhat bewildered. He had heard Satan's words. As formidable as Cell. Me? What is this guy talking about? No matter. Whatever the hype, killing him will do. Tao Pai Pai shook off his confusion, raised his mechanical arm again, and fixed his icy gaze on the back of Satan's head. At the very same moment, the world held its breath for this ultimate showdown behind a massive billboard at the edge of the square. A small figure landed silently. Son Gohan, carrying a cloth bag of soy sauce in one hand, peeked out from behind the billboard's edge. He saw everything in the center of the square. Dozens of drones circling. A sea of onlookers. Satan in his white cape passionately addressing the cameras. And Tao Pai Pai standing opposite Satan. The same Tao Pai Pai who had just had his wrist easily caught by Gohan, then fled in terror on a tree trunk. The same Tao Pai Pai who had been dealt with by his father years ago. Tao Pai Pai with a power level around 130. Gohan looked again at Satan's deadly serious face. The earlier words echoed in his ears. A terrifying existence as formidable as the monster self. Gohan's brain short-circuited for 3 seconds. Then he slowly raised his hand and covered his face. Tao Pai Pai as formidable as Cell. Mr. Satan, are you kidding me? Gohan's voice was filled with an incredulous sense of disbelief. Son Gohan crouched behind the billboard, his mind brimming with questions. Tao Pai Pai was as troublesome as Cell. If Piccolo heard that, he'd probably laugh himself into a fury on the spot. Back in the town, Tao Pai Pai had been subdued with a single hand gripping his wrist, fleeing atop a tree trunk in terror. That fighter with a measly power level of 130, troublesome as Cell. Son Gohan simply couldn't fathom what Satan was up to. Was he genuinely mistaken or deliberately boasting? Never mind, head watch and see first. Inside the shelter, the massive screen broadcasted the square live. Tens of thousands of refugees crowded together, their gazes locked onto the screen. The world's top assassin, as formidable as Cell. A middle-aged woman covered her mouth, her eyes instantly reddening. It's over, it's over. This assassin's here to destroy the shelter, isn't he? Mr. Satan, you must protect us. A young man clenched his fists, his voice trembling. Panic rippled through the crowd like ripples on water. But soon another voice rose above the din. What's there to panic about? A bald, burly man crossed his arms and scoffed. This is Mr. Satan's shelter. I'd like to see who dares cause trouble here. That's right. Someone chimed in immediately. Mr. Satan vowed to take down Cell. What's an assassin compared to that? Just finish him off. Yeah, go Mr. Satan. The atmosphere in the shelter shifted from fear to fervor, countless people shouting at the screen. In the center of the square, Tao Pai Pai's gaze fixed on Satan's face, his expression suddenly shifting. That face had seen it before. The memory chip in his mechanical brain whirred at high-speed, images flashing in rapid succession. Years ago, in a rundown tavern in a small town, a young man with an afro and a bald old man sat at the bar drinking. When they saw him enter, the old man pointed at his braid and laughed hysterically. Ha ha, look at that guy with a braid like an old lady. The young man joined in the laughter. Then the old man died. A chopstick pierced through his throat. The young man was also severely injured by him, left half dead in a pool of blood. The memory ended there. Tao Pai Pai's gaze refocused on Satan's face, a cold smirk slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. I remember now. His voice was low but loud enough for Satan to hear. That brat who mocked my braid in the tavern years ago. It was you, wasn't it? Your bald master died at my hands without even a sound. Who'd have thought that half-dead wretch from back then would amount to something, now even running a shelter? Tao Pai Pai finished, waiting to see Satan's reaction. He remembered the fear in the young man's eyes when 3 of his ribs were broken. That fear should have been etched into his bones. But Satan's reaction completely caught him off guard. Yeah, so are you here for shelter too? But shelter's fine, just don't cause any trouble. Satan smiled lightly, even with a hint of mockery. Tao Pai Pai's smirk froze instantly. His expression was as if he'd swallowed a fly. Satan looked at Tao Pai Pai's face, his heart undisturbed. In the original Satan's memory, this experience did exist. It was precisely because of this that the original Satan had sworn never to fight opponents whose identities he couldn't discern or who were overwhelmingly powerful. But the Satan of today was a different man entirely. He was no longer the wretch whose ribs Tao Pai Pai had broken. A battle power of 4.5 billion. Tao Pai Pai was less than an ant before him. Of course, Satan wasn't getting cocky. The Cell games were still ahead, and behind that lay monsters like Majin Buu and Beerus. The road to gaining followers was long. You're asking for death. Tao Pai Pai could no longer contain himself. The joints of his mechanical arms snapped open instantly, metallic fingertips gleaming coldly as he lunged at Satan like an arrow from a bow. This was his killing move, blindingly fast with a vicious angle aimed at Satan's throat. Ah! The surrounding spectators cried out in unison, many instinctively covering their eyes. Satan stood motionless. His mind raced, but not on how to win, on how to act. How to make it look most convincing. How to create the illusion of a hard-fought victory. The answer was simple, blow for blow. No flying, no vanishing, no explosions. Just ordinary people's kind of fighting, an understandable victory. Satan sidestepped, barely dodging Tao Pai Pai's attack, and drove a fist into his mechanical arm. His force was precisely calibrated to seem intense, but was merely a light tap. Tao Pai Pai staggered back, 2 steps, a flicker of joy in his heart. This guy's strength seemed just so-so. He immediately counterattacked with a flurry of punches. Satan parried, each one subtly retreating, with every block even breaking a sweat on his forehead. Tao Pai Pai grew more excited with each exchange. He felt he might win, yet somehow always fell short. Every time he thought he'd land a hit, Satan deflected it at the last moment. Every time he expected a counterattack, Satan's punch came soft like a tickle. The sensation was strange, like punching cotton, tangible but unable to exert force. Behind the billboard, Son Gohan poked his head out, his brow furrowing deeper. He was too far away to sense Satan's ki, relying only on sight. What he saw was Satan and Tao Pai Pai trading blows evenly, with Satan even seeming strained. Could it be? Mr. Satan isn't as powerful as everyone says. Son Gohan muttered to himself. Is this just an ordinary fight between humans? He hesitated, wondering whether to intervene. Around the square, the crowd's emotions were fully ignited. What a spectacle! They've been fighting so long without a clear winner. No wonder he's the world's top assassin. He really is on par with Cell. Mr. Satan's no slouch either, but look at his expression. He's struggling. Go Mr. Satan. Everyone shout together. Cheer for Mr. Satan. 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 Thunderous chants echoed across the square. Did you notice? Mr. Satan's forehead is sweating. This fight is even more intense than I imagined. Tao Pai Pai listened to the chatter, his frustration boiling over. What did they mean? Mr. Satan was struggling. He was the one having the hardest time. No matter how he attacked, Satan effortlessly neutralized it. No matter how he defended, Satan's blows seemed deliberately soft. Cold sweat seeped from Tao Pai Pai's back, soaking his clothes. He finally realized it. Satan was toying with him. From start to finish, he was being toyed with. This was no evenly matched battle. It was a seasoned elder teasing a child. Fear washed over him like ice water. Tao Pai Pai suddenly retreated, putting 10 meters between them. His breathing was ragged and uneven, his mechanical arm trembling slightly. He couldn't go on like this. He had to use that move. Gritting his teeth, Tao Pai Pai extended his right index finger, a blinding yellow light gathering at the tip. Dodon Ray. The ultimate killing technique of the Crane School. Die. The beam shot from his finger, striking Satan square in the chest. Boom! Dust erupted. The entire crowd gasped. Mr. Satan. Countless terrified eyes turned toward the two. As the dust cleared, Satan stood there, not even a scorch mark on his clothes. He looked down at his chest, then up at Tao Pai Pai, his expression flat. It didn't hurt, not even a tickle. What is that? The spectators exchanged bewildered glances. Where did Tao Pai Pai pull out a flashlight? A laser pointer trying to blind Mr. Satan. How despicable. Satan turned to the camera, his demeanor calm. Everyone, don't worry. This is just a laser trick from the illusionary arts, the same kind Cell uses. Of course it's useless against me. With that, Satan turned back to face Tao Pai Pai. Tao Pai Pai's face was as white as paper. The Dodon Ray had hit him, and the man hadn't even blinked. What kind of monster was this? Satan gave him no more time to think. He took a step forward, his speed precisely controlled within a range that was visible but extremely fast. He drove a fist into Tao Pai Pai's abdomen. This punch carried a bit more force. Just a little. Tao Pai Pai doubled over like a shrimp, flying 7 or 8 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Sparks flew from his mechanical arm's joints, and the metal panel on the left side of his face shattered and fell off. He lay on the ground, convulsing, likely unable to rise again. Satan! 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 The crowd erupted once more. Deafening cheers filled the air, countless people weeping with joy. Behind the billboard, Son Gohan watched with wide eyes. Satan had won. Though it seemed hard-fought, had indeed won. And that final punch's explosive power. It didn't seem weak at all. Son Gohan scratched his head, more puzzled than ever by this man. In the center of the square, Satan stood before the fallen Tao Pai Pai, facing the camera. He took a deep breath, his expression shifting from exhaustion to resolve. Everyone. Satan's voice traveled worldwide through the drone's audio equipment. I have just barely defeated the world's top assassin, Tao Pai Pai, who rivals Cell. This battle has convinced me of one thing. He paused, his gaze locked on the lens. I have the power to defeat Cell. Please continue to trust me. Cheers erupted again, even more frenzied than before. Satan raised his right hand, quieting the crowd. The entire square fell silent. Everyone waited for his next words. At the same time, I have another announcement. A slight smile curled at the corner of Satan's mouth. At the Cell Games 5 days from now, I will invite my fans to come and witness the battle live, so you can see with your own eyes how I defeat Cell. Satan's words fell. The entire square went silent, so quiet you could hear the wind. Billions of viewers were stunned at once. Go to the Cell Games. Live. To the very ring where Cell stood. Before that monster who could destroy Earth at any moment. Go to the Cell Games. Live. To the very ring where Cell stood. Before that monster who could destroy Earth at any moment. Go to the Cell Games. Live. To the very ring where Cell stood. Before that monster who could destroy Earth at any moment. Go to the Cell Games. Live. To the very ring where Cell stood. Before that monster who could destroy Earth at any moment. A deathly silence. It lasted a full 3 seconds. In the square, tens of thousands of people seemed to have been pressed a pause button. Even the sound of breathing vanished. Billions of viewers worldwide, glued to their screens, were likewise plunged into absolute silence. No one could believe their ears. Someone had actually taken the initiative to invite defenseless civilians to stand before that green monster that could destroy Earth at any moment. My God, what did Mr. Satan just say? He said he wants to invite fans to the Cell games to watch live. In the crowd, a bespectacled young man was the first to react, his voice trembling. Think about it, why would Mr. Satan dare to do this? Because he's 100% sure he can win. Beside him, a middle-aged woman slapped her thigh, her eyes gleaming. That's right. If he wasn't sure, why would he let us go to our deaths? He just beat Teapaipai, who's as strong as Cell. It was tough, but he won. So he can beat Cell too. A perfect logical loop formed within the crowd. The crowd suddenly understood, fear shattered by fervor. Countless faces flushed, red arms waving, shouting themselves hoarse. So that's it. Long live Mr. Satan. I want to go. Me too, I'm bringing my whole family. Witnessing the savior Satan defeat Cell with my own eyes. It'll be a life worth living. The roaring wave of sound nearly lifted the square. Behind a billboard, Son Gohan clutched the cloth bag of soy sauce, his eyes wide as saucers. Only one thought filled his mind. Crazy. This man was completely insane. Back in town, Teapaipai had been so terrified after Gohan grabbed his wrist with one hand that he fled on a tree trunk. His power level was at most 130, and Satan had fought Teapaipai for so long, sweating profusely, barely managing to win. So Satan's power level could only be around 130 or 140. At that level, let alone fighting Cell, Cell wouldn't even need to lift a finger. And now this man was going to bring millions of civilians before Cell. Bring the whole family to cheer for Satan. I want to be in the front row. The closer to Mr. Satan, the safer. The excited chatter of the surrounding citizens kept drilling into Gohan's ears. Son Gohan's mouth twitched. These people truly had no fear of death. No, they simply didn't believe they would die. Because they trusted Satan. Son Gohan took a deep breath and shifted the cloth bag of soy sauce to his other hand. He couldn't bear to watch anymore. This whole thing had become too absurd for him to comprehend. A man with a power level of just over 100 had tricked the entire world and was about to lead millions to their doom. Son Gohan tapped his foot on the ground and vanished instantly behind the billboard. He flew at incredible speed out of the Orange Star City skies, heading towards Mount Paozu. Central City King's office. Good heavens. The Dog King shot up from his leather chair. His paws rested on the edge of the desk, eyes fixed on the small television screen. Mr. Satan wants to invite fans to the Cell games to watch live. In an instant, the king recalled the battle report from not long ago. 100,000 elite royal troops and armored steel tied the most advanced weaponry. Before Cell, they hadn't even lasted 3 seconds. If not for Satan timely deflecting the missile, those 100,000 would have been reduced to ashes. If millions of defenseless civilians now surged to the site. If something went wrong, the hope of the entire world would be buried with them. A cold sweat broke out on the king's back, but it lasted less than 5 seconds. Because on the TV screen, Teapaipai's battered half-dead state was far too convincing. The metal panel on half his face was shattered and peeling, and he lay motionless on the ground. This was the world's top assassin, supposedly equal in strength to Cell. Satan had won. Though the victory was hard-fought, he had won. The king slammed the table, the worry in his eyes instantly replaced by fervor. This is the confidence of a savior. He murmured to himself, his tail wagging involuntarily. If he could defeat an opponent as strong as Cell, then defeating Cell himself was only a matter of time. The very fact that Satan dared to invite fans to the scene showed he was completely confident. The king spun around and shouted towards the door. Secretary. The secretary outside practically sprinted in. Your Majesty, your orders. Mobilize all national infrastructure resources immediately. The king's voice was loud and decisive. No, mobilize global infrastructure resources. At a safe distance from the Cell arena, urgently build a super observation deck. It must hold over 1 million people. The secretary froze, opening his mouth. Your Majesty, the construction timeline. 5 days. I'm giving you only 5 days. The king pressed his hands on the desk, his tone brooking no argument. Mr. Satan is risking his life to protect all of humanity. How can we, handling the logistics, have any right to hold things back? Spend money, use manpower, throw resources. I don't care how you do it, but it must be finished in 5 days. Huh. The secretary turned and sprinted out. The king sat back in his chair, watching Satan, surrounded by the crowd on the television, and nodded heavily. Mr. Satan, the whole world believes you can defeat Cell. This time we all stand behind you. Mount Paozu's son Goku's house. Gohan, what took you so long? Where did you go for soy sauce? Shishi wiped the water from her hands as she looked at her son entering the door. Son Gohan placed the cloth bag of soy sauce on the table and rubbed his forehead. Son Goku sat at the dining table, a mountain of empty bowls before him, half a bun still in his mouth. Krillin sat across from him. He had come for a free meal again today. Holding a bowl of rice and chopsticks laden with food, he looked over curiously. Mama encountered something incredibly unbelievable outside. Son Gohan pulled out a chair and sat down, his expression complex. What is it? Krillin put down his chopsticks, intrigued. Son Gohan then recounted the morning's experience from the beginning. I saw something truly astonishing. Son Gohan's expression turned serious. He began to narrate his entire morning. From encountering Teapaipai in town to Teapaipai, flying to Orange Star City to assassinate Satan, then to the globally broadcast battle he witnessed after chasing after them. When he got to the fight between Satan and Teapaipai, Son Gohan paused deliberately. He frowned at Krillin. Uncle Krillin, Satan isn't nearly as strong as everyone thinks. He could barely beat Teapaipai, working up a huge sweat. Son Gohan's tone was earnest. Oh, is that so? Krillin raised an eyebrow and took a sip of water. So Satan's power level is probably around 150. Deflecting a missile is pretty impressive for an ordinary person, but at that level, how does he dare to openly challenge Cell? Krillin shook his head, a puzzled look on his face. Son Goku swallowed his food and for once put down his chopsticks. He scratched the back of his head, a rare hint of seriousness in his expression. But come to think of it, since that Satan guy dared to step up, maybe he's hiding some special move we don't know about. Hopefully he can really be of some help at the Cell games. Son Goku said it casually, as if discussing a trivial matter. Son Gohan looked at his father's blindly optimistic expression, then at Krillin's dismissive face, and flushed bright red. He took a deep breath. No, you don't know the craziest part. Son Gohan's voice rose a few notches. It's not just that Satan dares to provoke Cell. He also told the whole world on live television to invite all his fans to come to the arena on the day of the Cell games. Son Gohan paused, his expression as if he couldn't believe the words he was about to say. What? At those words, the water glass slipped from Krillin's hand, bounced on the table, and spilled water everywhere. The half-eaten bun Son Goku had just put in his mouth fell straight back into his bowl. Both of them stared wide-eyed, their faces a mask of utter shock, completely dumbfounded. Gohan, say that again. Krillin stood up from his chair, hands pressing against the table, his voice cracking. Mr. Satan wants to bring his fans to watch the Cell games live. Son Gohan nodded, his expression filled with helplessness. He said it on live global broadcast, inviting fans from all over the world to come along. He's lost his mind. Krillin slammed his hand on the table, sending a few grains of rice flying. That bastard, how dare he? If he wants to die himself, fine, but bringing so many ordinary people before Cell, that's just suicide. A lot of people will die. Krillin's face flushed crimson, veins bulging. This is too absurd. Son Goku also set down his chopsticks, frowning uncharacteristically. Son Goku's tone lost its usual ease, replaced by solemnity. Those people going to watch have no idea how dangerous Cell is. He must be joking, right? Yeah, definitely joking. Krillin nodded repeatedly, as if convincing himself. How could he actually invite fans to watch? That's Cell's arena. Who would joke with millions of lives? It must be for the live effect, just a casual remark. Son Gohan watched Krillin's self-soothing act, opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately held back, because the reactions he had witnessed in the square were anything but a joke. Those citizens' eyes were filled with fervor. But it's okay. Son Goku picked up his bowl, took another bite, his tone softening. Whether he's joking or not, I've already prepared in advance. Even if something big happens, we can use the Dragon Balls to revive everyone. Goku, you're too kind-hearted. Krillin shook his head with a sigh. There's no need to revive someone like that. Just a fraud, a waste of resources. It's not about reviving, just Mr. Satan. Son Goku shook his head, his gaze suddenly turning serious. It's everyone. All those killed by Cell, the townspeople absorbed by him a few days ago, and the innocent civilians who might get caught up in the Cell games. They don't deserve to die. Krillin froze. He looked at Son Goku, sighing softly. Beside them, Shishi wiped her hands on her apron and called out. Can you stop talking about such scary things? Eat. The next morning, for days until the Cell games, Mr. Satan sat in his home in Orange Star City, watching the headlines scrolling on the screen before him. Mr. Satan invites global fans to witness the Cell games live, the greatest feat in history. Leading humanity to witness victory. Where does the Savior's confidence come from? Fans worldwide have begun forming groups, spontaneously trekking to the southern wasteland. TV commentary exploded. Speak up, haters. Where are those who said Mr. Satan wouldn't dare face Cell, or couldn't beat him? Now he's taking us fans to watch the battle. Someone fighting for humanity's fate like this, how can you not believe in him? Exactly. If he wasn't sure of winning, why would he risk his fans? I've quit my job, packed up the whole family, and we're ready to watch this world-famous battle. Mr. Satan scanned the comments, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The response was even better than expected. Almost the entire world was in a frenzy. But the smile lasted only a second. He closed the news page and checked the system panel. Fan count, 3 billion. Half the world's population. Yesterday's base combat power was 5 billion. With the boost from 3 billion fans, today's total after settlement 5 billion. Mr. Satan closed his eyes, calculating rapidly in his mind. 5 billion. Close to the level of super perfect Cell. For days left. At the current rate of fan growth, combat power on game day could at least break 15 billion. Perfect Cell's combat power is around 9 billion. 15 billion versus 8 billion. The gap is large enough. Beating Cell himself isn't a big problem. But the real threat now isn't Cell's fists. Mr. Satan reconsidered a crucial point. Cell's self-destruction. He opened his eyes, his expression grave. He was all too familiar with this scene. In the original story, when Cell was cornered, he would choose to expand and self-destruct with an explosion range enough to destroy the entire Earth. In the original, it was Son Goku who used instant transmission to take Cell away, sacrificing his own life to save the planet. But this time was different. This time there would likely be millions of people around Cell's arena. If Cell chose to self-destruct before dying, even if he reacted fast enough, he couldn't evacuate millions in an instant. That was the trickiest part. Winning against Cell isn't hard now. What's hard is stopping him from self-destructing and harming anyone. Mr. Satan silently organized his thoughts. First, keep gaining fans to raise the combat power cap. Second, find Trunks for sparring to get a feel for real combat. Third, come up with a plan to deal with Cell's self-destruction. All three tasks had to be completed within 4 days. Because after Cell there was Majin Buu. After Buu there was Beerus. And further down the line Golden Frieza. All these were threats to Earth, so the path to gaining fans had no end. Mr. Satan took a deep breath, grabbed his jacket, and headed out. Destination West City. First, find Trunks. Capsule Corporation. Dr. Brief was sitting on a lounge chair in the garden sipping tea while Mrs. Brief walked out of the house with a tray of freshly baked cookies. Darling, have you seen the news? Mrs. Brief set the cookies on the small table, her eyes sparkling. Mr. Satan says he's taking fans to watch the Cell games live. I saw. Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses, his tone excited. That's the century-defining battle on global broadcast. Being there in person would be the honor of a lifetime. I'm already thinking about what equipment to bring. Maybe I can collect some energy data from Cell up close. I'm going to. Mrs. Brief clapped her hands, delighted as a young girl. Last time Mr. Satan visited, I thought he was such a nice man, handsome and polite. Being able to witness him defeat Cell in person, how exciting. The two elders were chatting cheerfully when a heavy sigh came from behind them. Dad, Mom, do you really believe that? Bulma stood there leaning against the doorframe, her expression a mix of exasperation. Believe what? Mrs. Brief tilted her head, looking innocent. Tao Pai Pai. Bulma took a deep breath, trying to keep her voice steady. Do you really think that Tao Pai Pai is as strong as Cell, eh? The news said so. World's #1 assassin on par with Cell. Dr. Brief nodded. And Mr. Satan did beat him. It was a tough win, but the result is there. Bulma closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the corner of her eye twitched. Dad, I asked Yamcha and the others about Tao Pai Pai. Tien even said his uncle isn't that strong. Estimated combat power around 130. And Cell is at least several billion. Comparing those two is like comparing an ant to a volcano in terms of danger. Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses, thoughtful. But Bulma, don't you think it's impressive that Mr. Satan could beat Tao Pai Pai? That's not. Bulma felt her blood pressure rising. The point isn't Tao Pai Pai. The point is he's taking fans to watch, bringing millions of ordinary people before Cell. Mom, Dad, you're actually planning to go to the scene. Do you have any idea how dangerous Cell is? You've seen how terrifying Vegeta's training is, right? Cell is even stronger than Vegeta. Oh, with Mr. Satan there, what's there to fear? Mrs. Brief waved her hand with a smile. He dares to fight Cell, so he can definitely protect us. Bulma leaned against the doorframe in despair, thumping her forehead against it twice. She was truly speechless. The whole world had gone mad. Even her parents had joined the madness. Just then the doorbell rang. Mrs. Brief trotted over to open the door, and her eyes lit up at the sight of the visitor. Wow, it's Mr. Satan. Hello, madam. Mr. Satan smiled and nodded. Sorry to intrude again. Is Trunks home? He hasn't come back since he left yesterday. Mrs. Brief warmly invited him in. But you've come at the right time. My husband and I were just talking about going to see you fight Cell. Welcome, Mr. Satan smiled generously. They'll set up a VIP section and reserve the best seats for you and the doctor. Oh, that would be wonderful. Mrs. Brief beamed with joy. Bulma stood at the end of the hallway staring intently at the scene. He had blown Tao Pai Pai up to be as strong as Cell, and the whole world believed it. He wanted to take fans to watch, and the world erupted in excitement. Her parents not only believed it, but actively wanted to go. Now Mr. Satan himself showed up to deliver VIP tickets in person. Bulma felt like she was the only abnormal one. This is infuriating. She stomped her foot in anger, turned back to the lab, and slammed the door shut with a bang. Capsule Corporation corridor. Bulma closed the laboratory door, leaned her back against it, and took a deep breath. From the living room, the voices of her parents and Mr. Satan chatting animatedly drifted over. Even through the door, the sound carried clearly. Mr. Satan, where exactly will the observation platform be built? The king said a massive grandstand will be constructed 3 kilometers from the arena. More than enough safe distance. 3 kilometers. Won't it be hard to see? Don't worry, the king will arrange huge screens so every spectator can see everything perfectly. Wonderful. Did you hear that, old man? Bulma closed her eyes, pressing her forehead against the door panel. Crazy. They were all crazy. 3 kilometers. A single energy blast from Cell could level dozens of kilometers. What kind of safe distance was 3 kilometers? This was too dangerous. She had to contact Trunks immediately and have him come back to talk some sense into them. Bulma walked to the desk, picked up the communicator, and her finger hovered over the button, then froze. Trunks. The image of Trunks' earnest expression from a few days ago surfaced in her mind. Mom, Mr. Satan's strength is far beyond what you imagine. Even at full power, I can't beat him. The secret weapon Mr. Goku mentioned must be Mr. Satan. Bulma's finger moved away from the communicator. Ask Trunks to come back and persuade them. He believed in Satan even more than her parents did. Heh. So even Sankan's secret weapon is him. Am I the only sane person left in the whole world? Bulma let out a dry laugh and tossed the communicator back onto the desk. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Bulma pushed the door open and saw Vegeta approaching from the direction of the gravity room. He wore a dark blue battle suit, his face bearing its usual indifference. A thin sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead, evidence of a just concluded intense training session. Vegeta. Bulma rushed over in 3 quick strides and blocked his path. Vegeta furrowed his brow and halted. All you do is train day in and day out in that gravity room. Do you even know what's happening outside? Bulma planted her hands on her hips, her tone fierce enough to devour someone. My parents are going to watch Cell's match from the stands. That Satan has fooled the entire world, and now even your son has been brainwashed by him. As the man of this house, shouldn't you do something about it? Vegeta's brows knitted tightly. He had just stepped out of the gravity room, his mind still occupied with training routines and technique simulations. Caught off guard by the sudden barrage of scolding, he couldn't react at first. Bulma gave him no chance to speak, pointing toward the living room as she continued her tirade. That Satan is right there in the living room, now chatting away happily with my parents. And he's talking about VIP seats. Ridiculous. Say something, will you? Vegeta's face reddened slightly. Not from anger, but from the embarrassment of being scolded so openly. He turned his head away and muttered through gritted teeth. What a nagging woman. With that, he sidestepped Bulma and strode off toward the other end of the corridor. You. Bulma stomped her foot in fury, spun around, and slammed the bedroom door shut with a bang. Vegeta paused mid-step. He didn't go after Bulma, but her words lingered in his mind. Satan. He had heard the name mentioned by Trunks. If it were just a casual mention, Vegeta wouldn't have given it a second thought. No matter how Earth's insects flailed, they were still just insects playing their petty games. But the crucial point was that Trunks had said he was defeated by Satan. That made it impossible for Vegeta to completely ignore. That brat was still far from his level, but he was still a Super Saiyan. How could he lose to an Earthling? Vegeta walked to the end of the corridor, leaned against the wall, and crossed his arms over his chest. The living room was just around the corner. He wouldn't go over there. The pride of a Saiyan prince wouldn't allow him to approach someone to strike up a conversation. But he could listen out of curiosity. From the living room, Satan's voice came through clearly. Doctor, feel free to bring your measuring equipment. They'll have the staff set up a dedicated research area for you. Excellent. I've been wanting to measure the energy fluctuations of a super fighter up close. Dr. Brief's voice trembled with excitement. Mr. Satan, you're so thoughtful. Mrs. Brief's voice was full of admiration. Make sure to stay safe, and after you've dealt with Cell, come over to our place. They'll bake you the best cookies. Of course, of course. Satan's laugh sounded natural. Him taking a bunch of ants to watch the Cell games. What an absurd idea. In the corridor, Vegeta let out a disdainful snort. He can't even be sure he'll walk off that stage alive, yet he's thinking about protecting millions of spectators. Foolish. Vegeta mentally labeled Satan a fool and was about to turn back toward the gravity room. Suddenly, the door at the other end of the corridor swung open. A figure stepped inside. Long blue hair fell to the shoulders, a face with sharp features and a faint trace of lingering energy fluctuation. It was Trunks. His aura was completely different from 2 days ago, calmer and much heavier. Vegeta narrowed his eyes slightly. He had entered the Hyperbolic Time Chamber again. The brat had indeed grown stronger. As soon as Trunks entered, he heard the voices from the living room. His eyes lit up instantly. Mr. Satan. Trunks strode quickly toward the living room, an undisguised excitement on his face. You're here? I just got back from the lookout. Hey, Trunks. Satan stood up from the sofa and gave him an appraising look. Your hair's grown longer. Seems you really did go into train. Yeah. Trunks nodded vigorously, a hint of eagerness in his eyes. This time I gained a lot of insights inside. It was completely different from last time. Mister Satan, did you come specifically to see me? Of course. Same as before, let's spar. Satan smiled. Great. Trunks nodded seriously, a glint of fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. At the end of the corridor, Vegeta watched his son, his expression darkening bit by bit. When Trunks faced him, his attitude, though respectful, always carried an indescribable sense of distance. But when facing this earthling named Satan, the brat was like a pet dog practically wagging his tail. A bitter feeling stirred in Vegeta's chest, and the corners of his mouth turned downward. Heh, just a clown. Vegeta coldly concluded in his mind. No matter what trick this Satan used to beat Trunks, it doesn't matter. After the Cell games, I'll deal with this braggart myself. In any case, the one who can defeat Cell is me, Vegeta, and me alone. In the corridor, Vegeta spoke viciously. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't want to deal with this Satan right now. But with the Cell games approaching, he didn't want to waste even a moment of training time on such a clown. And so, Vegeta withdrew his gaze, turned, and left, returning to the gravity room. The door slammed shut heavily behind him. At Bulma's house in the living room. Trunks, let's go. Satan patted him on the shoulder. Same place as last time. All right. Trunks bid farewell to Mr. and Mrs. Brief, and the two left the house one after the other. Mrs. Brief stood at the door waving as she watched them fly away. Good luck, Mr. Satan. Trunks. Western capital outskirts. On the wilderness where they had sparred last time, the ground still bore craters and cracks from their previous battle. The two landed on a flat, rocky platform. Satan kept his hands in his pockets, observing Trunks across from him. Having entered the Hyperbolic Time Chamber a second time and spent a year inside, Satan could clearly sense that Trunks' energy was now on an entirely different level compared to last time. During their last bout, Trunks' full power was around 1 billion. Now the oppressive force of his aura had at least doubled to about 2 billion. Not bad. Satan nodded, his tone carrying genuine approval. You've grown much stronger than 2 days ago, and your energy is steadier. Thank you. Trunks took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. Mr. Satan, this time I won't hold anything back. After losing to you last time, I've been reflecting on my shortcomings. This time I want to fight you through the whole match. I hope I can make it enjoyable for you. If possible, I want to win against you just once. Trunks paused, his long blue hair billowing in the wind. All right, then let's begin. A faint smile curled at the corner of Satan's mouth as he sensed Trunks' sincere determination. Let me see what you've cultivated in that hyperbolic time chamber. Trunks fell silent. His feet parted slightly, and his aura began to rise. The Super Saiyan transformation erupted instantly, yet it did not stop there. His aura surged further, his musculature growing ever more defined. Clearly within the hyperbolic time chamber, he had discovered a far more efficient path than mere brute force accumulation, not inflating his capacity like a bloated vessel, but condensing his energy into a single unbreakable cord. Cracks like spiderwebs fissured across the rocky platform beneath Trunks' feet. Hiya! He roared low and deep, his aura detonating to its zenith. The entire wasteland trembled faintly. Satan stood rooted in place, feeling the crushing wave of ki wash over him, and a flicker of quiet satisfaction passed through his eyes. Not bad. At least twice as strong as before. At this level, he could hold his own against Perfect Cell in the original timeline for several exchanges. Satan slowly raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. This sparring session was never about defeating Trunks. It was about reacquainting himself with the visceral rhythm of combat at 75 billion battle power. It was the final preparation for the Cell games 4 days hence. Come on, Trunks. Let's see if you can draw out even 30% of my true strength. His voice remained calm, unwavering. Trunks exploded forward, rocks shattering beneath his feet, as his body blurred into a golden lightning bolt hurtling straight towards Satan. Faster, far faster than before. The instant Trunks threw his punch, the shockwave cleaved the air between them. A visible pressure front rippled outward. Satan sidestepped effortlessly, evading the blow. The displaced air sliced across the landscape. 30 meters behind Satan, a sheer cliff face imploded under the sheer force of the passing wind. Ho-ha! Trunks did not pause. Even as his right fist retracted, his left elbow swept sideways in a brutal horizontal strike. Satan raised his forearm to block. Boom! At the moment of impact, the ground beneath them collapsed half a meter inward, fracturing radially in all directions like shattered glass. A subtle twitch crossed Satan's brow. The force was indeed heavier. Last time Trunks' strikes had felt like idle scratches. Now they carried tangible weight. Trunks seized the fleeting contact, driving his left knee upward in a fierce thrust. Satan brought his right hand down to intercept the blow, then instantly reversed his grip and shoved. With just that gentle push, Trunks was hurled backward, spinning 3 full revolutions midair before stabilizing himself. He lifted his head. No fear flickered in his gaze, only a fiercer, brighter flame of resolve. This isn't over yet. Mr. Satan, watch this. He clapped his palms together. Golden ki flared from his hands, coalescing into a blinding sphere of light. Big bang attack. A colossal golden beam lanced forth, searing the earth along its path, so intense its heat fused soil into blackened glass. Satan did not move. He extended his right hand, fingers splayed wide, and met the beam heat. The moment it struck his palm, raw energy detonated outward, crushing the stone beneath his feet into fine white dust. Yet Satan stood unmoved. Slowly, deliberately, his fingers curled inward, until that mountain-shattering beam was compressed, contained, and held motionless within his grasp as a radiant orb. Smaller, smaller still, until it dwindled to a single ember upon his fingertip, then vanished into thin air. What a... Trunks' pupils contracted sharply. He had unleashed his strongest technique, and it had been crushed barehanded. But there was no time for shock, for Satan was already before him, without warning, without trace of movement, as though he had always stood there. Your reflexes are impressive, Satan remarked, before his right fist struck. Trunks barely raised his arms in time, crossing them before his chest to absorb the blow. Crockum. He plummeted like a meteor, cratering the earth with a thunderous impact. Before the dust settled, he burst upward from the crater's depths, blood streaking his lip, golden hair disheveled, but his spirit unbroken, his stance unbowed. He launched into a furious barrage of close-quarters assault, each strike infused with the full might of a Super Saiyan, and Satan deflected them all. His movements appeared effortless, even languid, yet every parry, every evasion landed with surgical precision, perfectly synchronized to Trunks' rhythm. This was not domination by sheer power. It was absolute mastery over the tempo of battle. As he flowed through each exchange, Satan quietly observed his own body's responses. 75 billion battle power. Power control impeccable. Speed flawless. No lag, no hesitation. Key manipulation refined to perfection. Compared to his previous 45 billion, his body's adaptation to such overwhelming energy had markedly improved. His current physique was steadily acclimating to ever greater torrents of energy. The fight lasted nearly half an hour. Trunks' assaults grew increasingly desperate, yet his accuracy waned. He deployed everything learned in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, the newly mastered ki blast techniques, optimized martial combinations, deeper refinement of the Super Saiyan form. All of it, yet none of it mattered. The gulf between them was simply too vast. Enough. Satan's voice rang beside his ear. Before Trunks could react, a heavy blow landed squarely in his abdomen. Pain flared, sharp, suffocating. He gasped, then spat crimson. That single strike severed the ki circulation, sustaining his Super Saiyan transformation. The golden radiance died instantly, his hair faded back to its natural blue. All strength fled his limbs. He collapsed forward, face first onto the gravel-strewn earth, sending up a plume of dust. Thud. He could not stir, could not rise. Not a single muscle obeyed his will. Prostrate, he heaved ragged breaths, lungs burning. Last time he'd lost to Satan, he'd at least retained some dignity. This time, this was utter, unrelenting defeat, dominated from start to finish, giving his all, yet failing even to glimpse his opponent's full power. Yet strangely, no bitterness clouded his heart, only exhilaration. For the first time since Gohan, someone had fought him for an entire unrestrained match. Not a perfunctory exchange, not symbolic sparring, but 30 minutes of relentless, total commitment, testing every lesson forged within the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Each wound mapped a flaw exposed in real time, a lesson no solitary training could replicate, not even 100-fold. Mr. Satan, you're truly extraordinary. With strength like yours, you've surely surpassed Cell. Trunks forced the words from his throat, still lying prone. Not yet. The battle concluded. Satan settled cross-legged beside him. I must grow stronger to protect this planet. His gaze drifted toward the horizon. After the Cell Games would come Majin Buu Beerus and other cataclysmic threats bent on Earth's destruction. His path to strength had no end. Just as you strive to protect your future. He paused, then smiled gently down at Trunks. Trunks froze. His faint smile faded, something complex stirred in his eyes. This man knew he came from the future. He knew why Trunks fought, and spoke of it with no distance, no pretense. Suddenly Trunks realized Satan was unlike any warrior he had ever known. Goku embodied hope. His father was an impassive wall of ice. But Satan, he was the kind of person you could sit beside in quiet ease, just talk. That feeling reminded Trunks of sitting with Gohan years ago, laughing, relaxed, utterly at peace. Brother Gohan. For a fleeting moment, Satan's presence summoned the memory of future Gohan. A quiet ache stirred within him. They sat in silence. Trunks sensed a quiet kinship, an unspoken resonance. Both were pushing their limits, enduring pain, forging strength. Not for glory, but for those they vowed to shield. Mr. Satan, how did you know I'm from the future? After a long pause, Trunks finally asked. So, who exactly are you? Mr. Satan, how did you know I'm from the future? After a long pause, Trunks finally asked. So, who exactly are you? Trunks' tone remained calm, but the weight of his question was immense. Mr. Satan was silent for a few seconds. He turned his head, looking at this young man from another timeline. Trunks' eyes were clear. There was no probing, no suspicion, only pure curiosity. I'm just an ordinary person who happens to know some things I shouldn't. Anyway, on the day of the Cell Games, no matter what happens, I won't let Earth be destroyed. Mr. Satan smiled faintly. Destroying Earth would be equivalent to destroying his own ever-growing battle power, something he would never allow. Is that an answer, Mr. Satan? Trunks asked cautiously. Is it not? Mr. Satan raised an eyebrow. No. Trunks shook his head. Though his whole body ached, and he winced in pain, his tone was persistent. You know him from the future, you know Cell's secret, you know about the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, and you even know about the existence of the Cell Juniors. Even Mr. Goku and the others don't fully grasp the matter of the Cell Juniors. You can't possibly be just an ordinary person. Mr. Satan looked down at him, realizing that although this kid had been beaten black and blue, his mind was remarkably sharp. It wouldn't be easy to brush him off. All right, then just think of me as an android created by Dr. Gero. Mr. Satan pondered for a moment before speaking. An android? Hiss. Trunks suddenly propped himself up, the movement pulling at his wounds and causing him to gasp in pain, but he didn't care. His face was full of disbelief. That's impossible. The androids I know are nothing like this. Images of No. 17's coldness and No. 18's arrogance flashed through Trunks' mind, and Cell's twisted malice that emanated from the very core of his being. Those beings all seemed born for destruction and slaughter. This person before him shared no resemblance with any of them. And why not? Mr. Satan's tone was casual. Have you forgotten No. 16? No. 16. Trunks was momentarily stunned. Mr. Satan continued. No. 16 is also an android, but he doesn't kill, doesn't do evil, and his mind is full of thoughts about protecting flowers, grass, and small animals. Who says an android has to be cold-blooded and ruthless? Trunks opened his mouth, but couldn't find a reason to refute it. Indeed, No. 16 was a kind android. If No. 16 could be kind, then why couldn't Mr. Satan? That kind of makes sense. Trunks scratched his head, his voice uncertain. He felt something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Seeing that Trunks had stopped pressing Mr. Satan breathed a silent sigh of relief. The identity of an android was useful. It could explain both why he couldn't sense ki and his superhuman battle power. After all, in this world Dr. Gero had created many androids. One more Mr. Satan wouldn't be too absurd. The two were quiet for a while. The wind in the suburbs gradually died down, and the sunset clouds in the sky blazed into a swath of orange-earth. Mr. Satan looked at Trunks' injuries and suddenly thought of something. By the way, Trunks, can you get senza beans? Senza beans? Trunks looked up. I should be able to. Krillin told me they are with Corinne on Corinne Tower. He'll just go ask. Good. Get a few extra. Mr. Satan nodded, his gaze falling on Trunks' battered body. He already had a complete plan in mind. The Saiyans possessed a unique racial trait. After being brought to the brink of death and then fully healed, their battle power would skyrocket. This passive ability was widely recognized in the Dragon Ball world as one of the Saiyans' strongest characteristics. Back on Namek, Vegeta had used this passive to continuously surge, multiplying his battle power several times in a short period. Currently, Trunks' battle power was around 2 billion. If he were beaten to the brink of death every day and then revived with a Senzu bean, the Saiyan passive would be triggered repeatedly. Once, twice, 3 times. His battle power would climb higher and higher with each trigger. Of course, this passive wasn't infinite. The further he went, the closer his potential would reach its limit, and the smaller the increase would become. But Mr. Satan didn't know where Trunks' limit was. Any increase was a gain. For Trunks, every bit of strength meant a greater chance of survival when he returned to the future. After all, Dabura and Zamasu were waiting for him in the future world. And for Mr. Satan himself, he also wanted to find a worthy opponent for sparring. The most important thing in the coming days was to hone his combat experience through actual combat. After all, Cell's mind was filled with the battle data of countless martial artists. Frieza's Death Saucer, Goku's Kamehameha, and Spirit Bomb, Piccolo's Special Beam Cannon. Cell could use all those techniques. Relying solely on overwhelming battle power was not enough. He had to sharpen his own moves through real combat. Trunks was currently the most suitable sparring partner. He was strong enough not to break at the first touch. His mentality was good enough not to turn hostile after a loss. Plus, this kid would improve quickly by exploiting the passive. He might even be able to apply some pressure. So in the next few days, do you still want to continue sparring with me, Mr. Satan then asked. I'm afraid I might not be able to control my strength and will end up beating you to this state every time. That's fine, Trunks blurted out almost instinctively. His tone was firm, his eyes bright with intense desire. Sparring with you, Mr. Satan, is the best training I could ask for. This one session today was more useful than a year of fumbling around in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Even if I end up like this every day, I'm willing. Trunks finished speaking, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He didn't realize that this smile was completely different from the polite smiles he usually offered Vegeta or Goku. It was a genuine, unguarded smile from the heart. Because Mr. Satan reminded him of someone. Son Gohan from the future world. That one-armed elder brother Gohan was just like this. Every day he trained Trunks in the ruins, getting knocked down and getting back up, getting up and getting knocked down again. Brother Gohan never despised him for being weak, nor did he give him a cold face for making mistakes. He would just pat him on the head and say it's okay, we'll continue tomorrow. Those days were tough, but looking back they were among the few warm moments in the future world. The feeling Mr. Satan gave Trunks was very similar to Brother Gohan. It was the kind of person you could let your guard down completely around and just sit quietly and chat with. It's settled then. Mr. Satan stood up, brushing the dust off his pants. Tomorrow go to Korin Tower first to get the sins of beans, then come find me. Same place, same rules. Yes. Trunks nodded vigorously. Thank you, Mr. Satan. For what? Mr. Satan chuckled. You're my sparring partner. I should be the one thanking you. He reached out and pulled the collapsed Trunks to his feet. Trunks stumbled slightly before managing to stand steady. The two flew side by side in the twilight towards different directions. Mr. Satan deliberately slowed his pace so that the battered Trunks could keep up. Trunks flew half a body length behind him, watching the broad back ahead. In a daze, Mr. Satan's silhouette overlapped with the figure of the one-armed youth in his memory. Trunks' nose stung, and he quickly turned his head away. After parting ways with Trunks, Mr. Satan was mulling over another matter. His global fan base was now stable at 3 billion. The remaining 3 billion were mostly rationally observant people. These people wouldn't be easily convinced by a few performances. They were waiting for a result. Only when Cell was truly defeated would these people cheer for him. So before the Cell games, the number of fans would likely stay at this level. That meant, on the day of the games, his battle power ceiling would be the limit of his current growth curve. Would it be enough to defeat Cell? Based on the current growth rate, his battle power on the day of the Cell games should be around 15 billion. According to his past life memories, perfect Cell's battle power was roughly around 67 billion. Even if the exact numbers were uncertain, the numerical advantage was overwhelming enough to deal with Cell. But Cell still had one card to play. That was self-destruction. Mr. Satan didn't dare gamble. In the original story, when pushed to the brink by Gohan, Cell chose to self-destruct. The power of that explosion was enough to destroy the entire Earth. If Cell chose to self-destruct at the Cell games, when cornered, the million spectators 3 kilometers away would all be doomed. Goku had used instant transmission to take Cell to King Kai's planet. But Mr. Satan couldn't use instant transmission. This problem had to be solved. Either find a way to stop Cell's self-destruction, or find someone who could use instant transmission as a safety net. Mr. Satan narrowed his eyes. It seemed he would need to meet with Son Goku before that. On his way back to Orange Star City, Satan's mind never stopped racing. The only solution to Cell's self-destruction problem was Goku's instant transmission. But to bring it up with Goku, he needed a reasonable opportunity. He couldn't just fly to Mount Pozu and knock on the door saying, "Hey Goku, you know Cell's going to self-destruct, right?" That would be no different from revealing his identity. Satan furrowed his brow. Forget it, there's no rush. Everyone would be at the Cell games that day. He could find a way to tip Goku off then. For now, there were more important matters to consider. Satan set the issue aside, turning his thoughts in another direction. Trunks. He was willing to spend time helping this young man for 2 reasons. First, Trunks was worth it. Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta, these pure-blooded Saiyans, all had a bit of a reckless streak. Goku was addicted to fighting off and giving opponents a chance, even when he could win easily. Vegeta was proud to the bone, refusing to fight semi-perfect Cell, insisting on waiting for him to achieve his perfect form. Gohan was even more absurd, dominating, yet dragging out the torture, which ultimately cost his father his life. But Trunks was different. This youth who crawled out of the ruins of the future had seen too much death and experienced too much despair. He never held back in battle. If he could finish it in one blow, he never dragged it to a second. Back in the future, he had cleanly killed androids 17 and 18 without a single unnecessary word. This decisiveness and composure were a rare commodity among Saiyans. Satan admired people like that. The second reason. A faint smile curled at the corner of Satan's mouth. He had his eyes on the population of the future world. The Earth in this timeline had 6 billion people. Even if he harvested everyone after the Cell games, 6 billion would be the limit. The combat power from 6 billion fans was more than enough for the Cell arc. But what about later? Majin Buu, Beerus, Frisia's Resurrection, the Tournament of Power. These monsters were each more insane than the last. His current power level wouldn't even be worth mentioning in the later stages. So the number of fans had to grow, the combat power couldn't stop. After the Cell games, he had to capitalize on the global hype and harvest the remaining 3 billion humans in one go. Then turn his gaze to the future world. In Trunks' timeline, although the Earth had been ravaged by androids for over a decade, humanity wasn't extinct. There had to be at least 2 or 3 billion left, right? If he could go to the future world and turn those people into his fans too, then the daily combat power growth would be a terrifying number. By then, stepping on the Omni King and punching the Grand Priest would no longer be a dream. Ahem, getting ahead of myself. Satan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging excitement. Because that was all in the future. The most important thing now was to get through the Cell games first. As for how to get to the future world, it wasn't that complicated either. The future timeline was deeply mired in the android crisis. He would have Trunks take him there, and in front of everyone had beat the androids into the ground. A world tortured by androids for over a decade suddenly sees a savior who can kill them in an instant. Wouldn't the fans come avalanching in? The more Satan thought about it, the more delighted he became, but then he calmed down. But come to think of it, after more than a decade of war, how many people are even left in the future world? Definitely not 6 billion, but I can't be sure of the exact number. Forget it. He'll just ask Trunks directly tomorrow. Satan reined in his thoughts and accelerated his flight back to his residence in Orange Star City. A good night's rest tonight. Continue Trunks' special training tomorrow. At the same time, West City Capsule Corporation. When Trunks pushed open the door to his home, his entire body was covered in injuries. His battle suit was torn in several places, the armor on his left shoulder was half shattered, and his face and arms were streaked with dried blood. Even his gait was stiff. Bulma was sitting in the living room scrolling through the news on her tablet. She caught sight of the figure at the door out of the corner of her eye. Trunks. Bulma shot to her feet, nearly dropping the tablet. Who did this to you? She hurried over, circling Trunks, her expression growing darker with every look. Mom, it's okay. Trunks offered a reassuring smile. These are injuries from training with Mr. Satan. They look bad, but they're not serious. Not serious. Bulma's voice rose half an octave. You came back last time covered in injuries, and this time it's even worse. How can he be so harsh? You're training together, not his punching bag. It's really not his fault. Trunks shook his head, his tone serious. It's because I'm not strong enough yet to withstand his moves. Mr. Satan has already been holding back. Bulma opened her mouth as if to say something, then swallowed her words. She looked into Trunks' eyes and found no resentment or unwillingness in them. Instead, there was a calm sense of satisfaction, as if getting beaten like this was something to be happy about. Bulma took a deep breath, thinking, when did my son get conditioned like this? Fine, fine. She waved her hand and turned to get the medical kit. Be more careful next time. Don't just stand there and take the beating. Yeah. Trunks nodded, a warmth filling his heart. The next day, 3 days left until the Cell games. Trunks set out from West City early in the morning, heading straight for Korin Tower. Since Mr. Satan told him yesterday to get senzu beans, there must be a reason. Trunks didn't overthink it. With Mr. Satan's strength, normal training probably wouldn't cause injury. But what if something unexpected happened on the day of the tournament? Having a few extra senzu beans as a precaution couldn't hurt. Trunks accelerated beneath his feet, piercing through the clouds, and soon the outline of Korin Tower appeared in his vision. He ascended straight up along the tower and landed on the platform at the top. Seconds later, Korin was standing by the beam trellis, leaning on his staff. Hearing the sound, he turned around. Upon seeing the visitor, the cat's round eyes blinked. Oh, you're Trunks. Korin's tone was tinged with surprise. What brings you here? Usually it's Goku or Krillin who come for the senzu beans. Greetings, Master Korin. Trunks gave a slight bow, his manner respectful. This time a friend asked me to come. He needs some senzu beans. A friend? Korin didn't press further, just waved a paw. Well, it doesn't matter who comes to get them. Anyway, do your best to defeat Cell. Korin turned and walked to the trellis, taking down a small cloth bag. The bag contained the latest batch of ripe senzu beans. Korin tied the opening tightly and handed it over. Here they are. Take them. Trunks received the bag with both hands, weighing it in his palms. It was light, but the feel was solid. He estimated there were about 10 senzu beans inside. Thank you, Master Korin. Trunks carefully tucked the bag into his belt and thanked him again. Don't mention it. Korin leaned on his staff, his tone casual, but his gaze held a hint of seriousness. Don't be careless in the Cell games 3 days from now. That Cell is no ordinary opponent. I understand. Trunks nodded, turned, and leaped from the tower top, his figure quickly disappearing into the clouds. Korin watched him go, tapping his staff twice on the ground. These youngsters, each one more impatient than the last, he muttered to himself, turning back to tend to the unripe senzu beans on the trellis. As Trunks departed from Korin Tower, he clutched the small cloth pouch in his hand, his heart light with relief. 10 sins of beans. Korin hadn't mentioned the limited yield. Trunks didn't ask either. He simply thought, if Mr. Satan needed sins of beans head, just take them all. 10 beans for one person was more than enough. West City outskirts. The same wilderness as yesterday. Satan had already arrived. He stood on a protruding rock, arms crossed, gazing at the distant horizon, as if lost in thought. Mr. Satan. Trunks landed before him, patting the pouch at his waist. I got the sins of beans, about 10 of them. Not bad. Satan nodded, withdrawing his gaze from afar to focus on Trunks. He paused for 2 seconds, as if weighing his words. Trunks, let me ask you something. Go ahead. In your future world, how many survivors are still alive now, eh? Trunks was taken aback. He hadn't expected Satan to suddenly ask this. I am not sure. Trunks scratched his head, a sheepish expression on his face. Mr. Satan, why do you ask? Nothing, just curious. He waved his hand, his tone casual. When you go back to the future, make sure to tally it up and come tell me. If not, I could go to the future with you and help take down the androids. Really? Trunks' eyes lit up instantly. Mr. Satan, you'd come to the future with me. That would be incredible. If Mom knew you were the savior of this world, she'd be overjoyed. Trunks blurted out, his smile unreserved. Satan looked at him and silently noted this promise in his heart. Future world fan secured. All right, enough chit-chat. Satan rolled his shoulders, joints cracking crisply. Let's begin today's training, Trunks. Yeah. Trunks' smile faded as his aura surged instantly. Golden light erupted from within him, his hair standing on end and pupils turning emerald. Super Saiyan going all out. The battle was intense from the start. Trunks' punches were faster and heavier than yesterday. The recovery after being severely wounded by Satan yesterday had boosted his strength noticeably. Yet Satan remained effortlessly composed. No more than composed. After hundreds of consecutive attacks, a thought suddenly struck Trunks. Was Mr. Satan even stronger than yesterday? During yesterday's sparring, he could clearly sense Satan holding back. But he had roughly gauged the extent of that restraint. Today, still holding back, but the depth was unfathomable. Satan caught his fists more casually, deflecting his attacks with greater ease. It was as if the gap between them had widened further. This wasn't an illusion. Trunks was certain. Mr. Satan had grown stronger again. Without time to dwell on it, the fierce battle continued. Boom! After another 100 moves, Satan seized an opportunity and landed a punch on Trunks' abdomen. Trunks folded in midair, crashing through 3 stone pillars and landing in a heap of rubble. Severely wounded again. Trunks tried to push himself up, but his legs gave way and he collapsed back to the ground. Mr. Satan, I'm useless. Can't even withstand one of your punches. Trunks lay prone, replying pitifully. The sins of beans. Satan walked over slowly and crouched beside him. Trunks weakly raised a hand, pointing to the pouch at his waist. Satan reached in and pulled out the small cloth bag. Opening it, he took a round green bean and popped it into Trunks' mouth. Mr. Satan. This is a... Trunks chewed twice as the bean's energy exploded within him. Wounds healed at a visible rate, and his depleted stamina fully restored. Trunks sat up abruptly, looking at Satan in bewilderment. They were meant for you to eat. Satan stood, dusted off his hands, and grinned. I'm not done yet. Come on, let's continue. Until I've had my fill today. Okay. Trunks opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Satan had already taken a stance. The message was clear. You're fully healed, no more talk, get up and fight. Trunks took a deep breath, sprang up from the ground, and reignited his golden aura. Next, Trunks and Satan went through several rounds of combat. First round, severe injury. Sins of bean, full recovery. Second round, severe injury. Sins of bean, full recovery. Third round, still severe injury. As Satan fed Trunks the third sins of bean, he finally noticed. Trunks' improvement had hit a visible plateau. The first 2 near-death recoveries had shown clear effects. Each time Trunks recovered, his energy jumped a notch. But by the third round, the increase had diminished significantly. Satan made a mental assessment. The kid's current battle power was around 3 billion. Not yet at full power Super Saiyan, but close to the threshold. To break through further would be Super Saiyan 2. To ensure he could enjoy himself and fight to his heart's content, Satan pondered how to make the kid transform into Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2 wasn't something you could achieve just through near-death recoveries. In the original story, Gohan transformed when Android 16 was crushed before his eyes by Cell. Satan couldn't and didn't need to replicate that level of stimulation. He couldn't really push Trunks to the brink of death, could he? After thinking for a while, Satan finally shook his head. Forget it. No need to force it. That's enough for today. We'll continue tomorrow. Satan spoke, his tone returning to its usual casualness. Mr. Satan, thank you. Trunks didn't take a sins of bean this time, just nodded solemnly. Don't mention it. Satan stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze calm. He closed his eyes and checked today's settlement data. Fan count 3 billion. Total battle power 10. 8 billion. A slight smile curled at the corner of Satan's mouth. What did this number mean? It meant he now possessed the strength of Super Saiyan 2. Even Lightning Cell would be crushed with ease. And there were still tomorrow and the day after for battle power returns. Satan didn't let his guard down. He always knew his goal wasn't Cell, but the fan count. Defeating Cell was just a process to amaze the world and gain fans. What he truly desired was the fan count and the boost in battle power. However, Cell still had self-destruction as a trump card. That issue remained unresolved. Let's leave it at that for now. Tomorrow it'll help you reach full power Super Saiyan. Satan stood up and waved goodbye to Trunks. Okay, Mr. Satan. Trunks was a bit dazed. He struggled to his feet, wobbling unsteadily. Then the two departed in the twilight. But at that moment Trunks' mind was consumed by one question. That is, what exactly is full power Super Saiyan? Just as he was wondering what Super Saiyan full power was, Trunks pushed open the door of Capsule Corporation and returned home. His battle suit was torn in several places. The armor on his left arm was only half intact, and his face and neck were covered in dried bloodstains. As he walked, his right leg was visibly unsteady. Bulma was sitting on the living room sofa reading a fashion magazine. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught the staggering figure at the doorway, and her fingers froze. She did not rush over to fuss over him like she had the day before. She simply stared at Trunks for 3 seconds. Then she slapped the magazine down on the coffee table and stood up. Mom, I'm fine, it's just. Trunks began, but Bulma had already turned and strode toward the hallway, her footsteps quick and heavy. She did not go to Trunks. Instead, she headed straight for the gravity room. The door to the gravity room hissed open, and Vegeta stepped out from within. He was drenched in sweat, wiping his neck with a towel. Seeing Bulma blocking the doorway, his brow immediately furrowed. Do you know your son has been getting beaten up these past 2 days? Bulma's voice was icy with no preamble. That guy named Satan has been beating him half to death every day. Today was the 3rd time. Have you even cared? Caught off guard by the sharp reprimand, Vegeta paused in wiping his neck. Yet he did not lose his temper. The proud Saiyan prince simply did not care about his son getting beaten. This surprised Bulma somewhat. Vegeta merely narrowed his eyes slightly, as if digesting the information. Satan, that earthling. He had beaten Trunks 3 times. Shut up, woman. Vegeta slung the towel over his shoulder, his tone indifferent. He's just not skilled enough. Who's to blame? With that, he walked past Bulma and headed deeper into the hallway. Bulma gritted her teeth in anger, about to pursue him and continue her tirade, but she noticed Vegeta was not returning to the gravity room. Vegeta turned a corner, deliberately heading toward Trunks' room. Bulma paused for a moment, then did not follow. Trunks' door was left slightly ajar. Vegeta stood at the doorway, not pushing it open, but just peering through the crack. Inside, Trunks had just finished showering and changed into clean, casual clothes. He took a round green bean from a pouch at his waist, tossed it into his mouth, and chewed it a couple of times. The next moment, a wave of warm energy spread from within him. The lingering bruises on his face faded visibly, and the scrapes on his arms vanished, as if erased by a rubber. His entire being was renewed from the inside out, his complexion ruddy and his spirit full. It was as if he had never been in any fight at all. Vegeta frowned. He stared at Trunks for 2 seconds, then immediately turned and left. On his way back to the gravity room, Vegeta paid it no mind, having only one thought. Was that woman seeing things? Did Trunks look like he had been beaten up at all? The next day, 2 days remained until the Cell Games. Early in the morning, Trunks left the house. Bulma stood by the second-floor window, watching his figure disappear into the sky. She knew he had gone to see Satan again. In the afternoon, Trunks returned, in worse shape than the day before. His battle suit was nearly destroyed, the chest armor shattered into pieces, his left eye swollen to a slit, and a streak of unwiped blood at the corner of his mouth. He limped through the door and forced a smile at Bulma. Mom, I'm home. Bulma did not respond. She took a deep breath, turned, and headed toward the gravity room. Vegeta. Bulma kicked open the gravity room door, her voice sharp enough to shatter glass. Vegeta was doing one-handed push-ups, and the yell made a vein throb on his forehead. Your son got beaten again. Worse than yesterday. You hole up in this damn gravity room all day and won't even take a look. If he can't win, can't you go help him? The angrier Bulma got, the more she shouted, her last words nearly a scream. You're truly useless, Vegeta. Vegeta abruptly stood up. His face darkened. Useless. The moment that word left Bulma's mouth, Vegeta's fury shot straight to the top of his head. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, how could he allow anyone to call him useless? Yet he did not explode on the spot. He walked out of the gravity room without a word and strode purposefully toward Trunks' room. Bulma followed behind, still muttering curses. Vegeta ignored her completely. He pushed open Trunks' door. In the room, Trunks had just showered again, changed into clean clothes, and was popping a Senzu bean into his mouth. That familiar energy spread once more. All wounds vanished instantly. His skin was as smooth as new, his energy steady and full. He was lively and perfectly unharmed. Vegeta stood at the door expressionless watching the scene. Noticing his father's gaze, Trunks tensed and stood up straight. Father. Vegeta said nothing. He turned and walked away, heading directly to confront Bulma. Bulma was waiting in the hallway, arms crossed, wearing a "see, I told you" expression. Vegeta stopped in front of her. Woman, go see your son for yourself. There's not a single scratch on him. Vegeta's voice was low, as if he was barely containing his rage. Bulma opened her mouth, but before she could register her shock. The Cell Games are the day after tomorrow, and I need to train. Vegeta's tone turned icy. Don't come nagging in my ear all day long over such trivial nonsense. What happens to Trunks is his own business. He paused, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Anyway, after the Cell Games are over, after I've dealt with Cell, that fool Satan is next. With that, Vegeta turned and left his footsteps, carrying a suppressed fury. The gravity room door slammed shut behind him. Bulma stood there stunned for several seconds. Not a single scratch. How is that possible? She had clearly seen Trunks limping in just moments ago, his left eye swollen and blood trickling from his mouth. Had she seen wrong? Bulma stood in the hallway, her mind in chaos. Finally, she walked toward Trunks' room. She pushed the door open. Trunks was sitting on the edge of the bed, fiddling with something. He looked up at the sound and smiled at her. Mom, what's wrong? Bulma stared at his face. Clean. No bruises, no swelling, no blood. She then checked his arms, neck, and collarbone. Nothing. Not even a red mark could be found. Bulma opened her mouth, astonished. She rubbed her eyes and looked again. Still nothing. Mom, are you okay? Trunks stood up, a look of concern on his face. I'm fine. Bulma answered, dazedly backed out of the room and gently closed the door. She leaned against the hallway wall, her expression blank. 10 minutes ago, she had seen this child walk through the front door covered in blood. Now he did not even have a mosquito bite. Bulma raised a hand to cover her face, taking a deep breath. She began to seriously ponder a question. The Cell Games were approaching. Had she been under too much pressure lately, not properly releasing it, so her eyes were playing tricks on her? On the outskirts of West City. This happened before Trunks returned home. Mr. Satan had just finished brutally training Trunks. Trunks stood up from the ground, his golden aura slowly receding. He did not revert to blue hair. Yet the oppressive aura about him was entirely different from before. His energy was steady, profound, without the slightest leakage. He maintained the Super Saiyan form, but it felt as natural as breathing, requiring no deliberate control or tensing of every nerve. He finally understood. It was the same form as Son Goku's. This was Super Saiyan full power. Mr. Satan, thank you. Trunks turned around, his voice barely containing his excitement. You've helped me so much these past 2 days. I feel now that even if I were to fight Cell myself, I could win. Satan stood a dozen meters away, arms crossed, his expression calm. He looked Trunks up and down, then nodded slightly. Indeed, the boy's power level was now stable at around 4 to 4. 5 billion. Super Saiyan full power, the genuine article. Mr. Satan, you truly are Mr. Goku's secret weapon. Trunks spoke again, his eyes filled with reverence. You taught him Super Saiyan full power too, didn't you? No wonder he seemed so at ease and carefree lately. So you've been guiding him from behind the scenes all along. It really wasn't me. How many times must I say it? Satan waved his hand, looking somewhat exasperated. Trunks smiled, an expression that clearly said, I understand, you can't admit it. Satan couldn't be bothered to explain further. This kid's imagination was even stronger than Cell's regeneration. All right, Trunks. The Cell Games are the day after tomorrow. Satan stretched, his tone returning to its usual casualness. No training tomorrow. Get a good rest. MHM. Trunks nodded vigorously, a pure smile on his face. The two parted ways in the twilight. 2 days. Using 9 Senzu beans, he had finally trained Trunks from a power level of 2 billion up to Super Saiyan full power. Satan felt this was no easy feat. The next day, 1 day remained until the Cell Games. The world was in an uproar. On the streets of Orange Star City, massive posters were plastered everywhere. Satan's image was printed on every wall, every billboard, and the side of every bus. Countdowns played on loop on television. 24 hours until the Cell Games begin. On social media, Mr. Satan had been the top trending topic for 7 consecutive days. Long live Mr. Satan. The cheers from fans surged wave after wave. Tomorrow is the final battle. Mr. Satan will definitely win. I've already bought my ticket to the venue. I'm leaving first thing tomorrow. I sent my family's heirloom charm to Orange Star City. I hope Mr. Satan receives it. Believe in Satan. Believe in miracles. Mr. Satan is humanity's hope, the guardian of Earth. We're counting on you tomorrow, the hope of all mankind. Mr. Satan, we support you. Fan-organized support events were held in major cities. Some pulled up banners and squares, others handed out free t-shirts with Satan's face on the streets. Some even changed their shop signs to Satan will win. Others, even more extreme, had already set off for the Cell Games arena. Of the global population of over 6 billion, more than 3 billion had become staunch supporters of Satan. The other half offered no opposition, only silence. They were waiting for tomorrow's outcome. To live or to await death. Whether it was doomsday or the dawn of a new day, tomorrow would provide the answer. In the southern district of Orange Star City, unlike the bustling main streets, the atmosphere here was much quieter. A stout man and a thin man walked side by side, their steps heavy. One was the golden-haired, handsome Gale Karoni. The other was the burly, fierce-looking, strong-armed Pierogi. Both were Mr. Satan's personal disciples. Pierogi looked up at a poster plastered on a utility pole where Satan's triumphant face smiled back at him. He curled his lip and looked away. 11 days. Pierogi said gruffly. Master hasn't called us once. Do you think he's forgotten about us? Karoni was silent for a moment, then brushed back his wind-blown blonde hair. And I heard the list for tomorrow's entourage is already set. We're not on it. Pierogi's steps faltered. What do you mean? Exactly what I said. Karoni's tone was calm, but his eyes held a barely concealed disappointment. Master's entourage has a photographer, a commentator, a medical team, and security guards. It even includes a dog he picked up on the roadside, but not us. What a... So we're worse than a stray dog. Pierogi stood still, his chest tight with frustration. 11 days ago, Satan had patted their shoulders and said they'd go fight Cell together. But in those 10 days, Satan had become a global sensation alone. He stopped an army, deflected missiles, defeated an assassin, held a press conference, and built a shelter. Every feat was earth-shattering. None of them included them. Let's go. Karoni sighed and patted Pierogi's shoulder. Since Master won't talk to us, let's go ask Videl. At Satan's residence, Videl was sitting on the living room carpet, surrounded by clippings and magazines. All of them were articles about Satan. She flipped through them one by one, a smile involuntarily spreading across her lips. Ding-dong, the doorbell rang. Videl got up and ran to open the door. Brother Pierogi, Brother Karoni. She saw two familiar figures at the door. Pierogi and Karoni stood outside looking somewhat sheepish. Good evening, Videl. Pierogi clasped his hands together, adopting a humble posture. Please go ask Master for us. Will he take us to the Cell games tomorrow? Yeah, please, please. Videl leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, tilting her head as she looked them over. Can't you just call him yourselves? Hey, we did. Called several times. Pierogi's voice was almost tearful. Master won't answer. Karoni added, he's been too busy these days. We can't get through to him. Videl, you're his daughter. He'll definitely answer your call. Pierogi leaned in half a step, his tone earnest. Just ask him for us. Is there still a spot for us tomorrow? I've already trained to split 10 roof tiles. Pierogi demonstrated with a chopping motion. 10 roof tiles. Videl curled her lip, her tone dripping with undisguised disdain. That's nothing. My dad split 20 red bricks. Pierogi's hand froze midair, and he sheepishly withdrew it. As Videl said this, her chin lifted slightly, her eyes filled with a pride she couldn't hide. Lately, everyone around her talked about her father. Classmates asked for his autograph, teachers gave her a special look when mentioning Satan's name in class, and even the pancake vendor at the school gate added an extra egg for her. You're Mr. Satan's daughter. Your dad is amazing. She had heard this sentence no less than 100 times in the past 10 days. Each time it warmed her heart a little more. Ever since her mother passed away, her father had paid little attention to her. He was always busy with matches, shows, and promotions, barely home once a month. Once she had rather disliked this father. But now things were different. Her father was now a great hero about to save the entire world. I'm not asking for you. Videl pushed the door open a little wider, pouting angrily. Dad's hardly been home these days. Even I barely get to see him. But... She paused, a smile curving at the corner of her mouth. He'll be at the venue tomorrow to cheer for Dad. Pierogi and Karoni exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up. Great. Pierogi slapped his thigh. We'll go with you. Right, well, follow Videl to the venue. Karoni nodded repeatedly. Videl gave them a sidelong glance. What are you following me for? To protect you. Karoni puffed out his chest, looking serious. What if that Cell guy plays dirty and takes you hostage to threaten Master? We'll be there to protect you. Haha, exactly. Pierogi also thumped his chest. With our strength, protecting Videl is more than enough. Defeating Cell is no problem either. Videl rolled her eyes at these two goofballs. She stuck out her tongue and made a face. Naya, I don't need your protection. I'll protect myself. With that, she slammed the door shut with a bang. From outside came Pierogi and Karoni's cheers. We're in. We're going to the venue with Videl tomorrow. When Master sees us, he'll definitely let us fight. Who does Cell think he is? He'll take him out with one punch. Their voices gradually faded. Videl leaned against the door, unable to hide the joy on her face. Tomorrow she was going to see her dad defeat that monster Cell with her own eyes. The day of the Shalu tournament has finally arrived. In the South District of Orange Star City at Satan's residence, the streets outside are packed with a dense crowd. The accompanying team of photographers, commentators, medical staff, and security personnel are all in place. They began gathering at 5 in the morning, no one was late, and no one complained. Further outside are the fans who came spontaneously. Hundreds, thousands lined up from the street corner to the other end, densely packed. Everyone knows what this day signifies. Everyone also understands that Satan needs ample rest, and no one dares to disturb him. No one is loud, no one rings the doorbell, and no one urges. Thousands of people quietly stand outside waiting for Satan's appearance. Inside the house, Satan turns over and yawns. Sunlight streams in through the gap in the curtains, landing on his face. He squints and reaches for his phone on the bedside table, glancing at the time. It's 8:12. The shallow tournament starts at 10, so there's still time. Satan sets his phone down again, lying back and staring at the ceiling. He does not rush to get up. It's not out of anxiety, but habit. Every morning, he takes time to think through all the details. Today is no exception. Satan closes his eyes, and with a thought, the system panel appears in his mind. Number of fans 3. 7 billion. Total battle power 18 billion. Satan's eyelids twitch. 2 days ago it was 3 billion, yesterday 5 billion, and today it jumps directly to 7 billion. In 10 days, more than half of Earth's population of over 6 billion has become his fans. This number was unimaginable just 10 days ago. But it's still not enough. The remaining 3 billion people are still watching. They are waiting for the outcome of today's battle. 3 billion. That translates to nearly 3 billion in additional battle power feedback each day. This battle power cannot be lost, because in 7 years there will still be Majin Buu. In 10 years there will be Beerus the Destroyer. Shalu is just the first hurdle. The road to becoming stronger is still long. Satan opens his eyes and sits up. 18 billion battle power is more than enough to deal with Shalu. The issue isn't whether he can win. The problem is how to win. How to win in a way that makes the remaining 3 billion people become his fans. If he simply knocks Shalu out with one punch, what will the audience think? Is this all Shalu has? After all that, it's just this much. Satan is indeed formidable, but it seems Shalu isn't that strong after all. And then what? Those 3 billion observers would just shrug. With the Shalu crisis resolved, life goes on. Who is Satan? Oh, he's the one who killed the monster with a single punch. Not bad, right? Without a comparison of fear, there is no value in heroism. No, it must be an intense fight. I need everyone to see Shalu's terror, see me pushed to the brink, and then witness my comeback. Just like when I fought Tao Bai, by the surface appeared evenly matched, but in reality, it was a one-punch victory. What the audience wants to see is not mere domination, but a monumental reversal after despair. But there's another problem. Shalu's self-destruction. Satan rubbed his temples, murmuring. Self-destruction is the real trouble. When pushed to a corner, Shalu is very likely to choose self-destruction. His self-destruction could obliterate the entire Earth, or even the entire solar system. Even with 18 billion battle power, Satan cannot stop someone who is determined to die together. He cannot defeat Shalu the moment he expands. Once the self-destruct program is activated, Shalu's body enters a special state. External force impacts will trigger an automatic explosion. So what to do? Satan thought for a moment, his gaze slightly darkening. Sun Wukong. It has to be Sun Wukong. Have Sun Wukong use instant transmission to move the self-destructing Shalu away. Satan believes this is a solution. There will definitely be a gap of time when Shalu self-destructs. The body expands, energy gathers, and finally it explodes. This process takes about 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Enough time for Sun Wukong to complete a round trip with instant transmission. But the problem is, where will Sun Wukong move to? The most suitable place is likely King Kai's planet. That small planet is far from any civilization, and Sun Wukong is familiar with King Kai's aura, allowing for precise location. But then King Kai would be in trouble again. How strange, why do I say again? Satan blinked. If he informs Sun Wukong in advance and gives him ample reaction time, Sun Wukong should be able to immediately use instant transmission to take Shalu to King Kai's planet, and then quickly return to take King Kai and Barbarous away. Within 10 seconds, 2 uses of instant transmission. With Sun Wukong's level, it shouldn't be a problem. But the premise of all this is that Sun Wukong must know in advance that Shalu will self-destruct. If he reacts only after Shalu starts to expand, it will be too late. It seems I must inform Sun Wukong in advance. Satan made a decision. At the arena, he would find an opportunity to meet with Sun Wukong. He would inform him about Shalu's self-destruction in advance. Have him stand by ready to act the moment he sees Shalu's body expanding. The rest will follow the procedure. He would make his appearance and defeat the resurrected Shalu. No, wait. But then another thought popped into Satan's mind. If Sun Wukong takes away the self-destructing Shalu, who will be the final savior in the eyes of the world's audience? The answer will surely be Sun Wukong, not him, Satan. No matter how spectacular the earlier battles were, if someone else rushes in at the last moment to save the world, Satan would just be a person who almost won. In such moments, whoever stands up at the critical moment is the savior. The people of the world will thank the one who stepped forward for them. Satan remained silent for a few seconds. It's not that he cares about fame, but he cares about gaining fans. Because gaining fans translates to gaining battle power. Shalu's self-destruction and global despair is the best opportunity to attract 6 billion fans. If there's a way to save everyone while keeping the spotlight for myself. Satan rubbed his temples. Forget it, let's not think about it for now. Today's primary task is to defeat Shalu. The self-destruct issue can be left to Sun Wukong to handle. If by then I still can't think of a better way, then let Sun Wukong take the lead. In any case, Shalu cannot be allowed to blow up the Earth. Satan believes. First save the Earth, and then there will be opportunities to gain fans. This order must not be reversed. Satan took a deep breath and got out of bed. After washing up, changing into his combat outfit, he tidied his hairstyle in front of the mirror. Then he pushed the door open. The sunlight outside is blinding. Satan squints his eyes to adjust for a second, and then clearly sees the scene before him. People are everywhere. A sea of people all around. The accompanying team stands at the front, all of them looking at him in unison. Behind them, the fan formations stretch from the door all the way to the main street. Some are holding support signs, some are wearing clothes like Satan's, and others are donning headbands that say Satan will win. A dense sea of heads stretches into the distance. No one is speaking. Everyone simply watches Satan in silence, waiting for him to speak first. So many people. Satan steps out momentarily stunned. He did not expect so many people were waiting for him. The head of security at the door quickly approaches. Mr. Satan, everyone is in position and ready to depart at any time. Satan scans his surroundings, taking in the eager faces of his fans. In their eyes, today could either be the end of the world or the dawn of a new era. And Satan is the only one who can determine the outcome. Retrieving his gaze, Satan smirks. Sorry to keep you waiting. His voice is not loud, but it is exceptionally clear in the quiet crowd. Let's go. Let's defeat Shalu. A mere 7 words instantly ignite the passion of all the fans present. Long live Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan will win. Woohoo, let's take down Shalu. In an instant, cheers erupt like a tidal wave, resounding from the street corner to the other end, from the South District to the entire Orange Star City. On the other side at Mount Pozu, early in the morning, Krillin and Yamcha had already arrived. Instead of heading directly to the Cell Games venue, they came first to meet up with Goku and Gohan, planning to set off together. The group assembled outside the house. Goku stretched lazily as if he had just finished the breakfast Shishi had prepared. By the way, Krillin, did you bring any senzu beans? Goku asked casually. I thought you guys brought them, Krillin said, spreading his hands with a start. Didn't you prepare them in advance? I've been so busy training with Gohan these past few days, I completely forgot about that. Goku scratched the back of his head, a bit embarrassed. Forget it, to be safe, I'll go get some from Corinne myself. With that, Goku pressed 2 fingers to his forehead and with a flicker vanished from the spot. At Corinne Tower, Goku appeared at the summit, standing on the familiar white tiles. Corinne was leaning against the railing, soaking up the sun, his staff in hand. Corinne. Goku greeted him with a smile. Corinne's ears perked up and he opened his eyes. Oh Goku, isn't today the Cell Games? What brings you here? I came for some senzu beans. Goku chuckled. Corinne was taken aback. He glanced down at the cat litter box-like pot beside him. The pot was completely empty. Didn't I already give the senzu beans to Trunks? Trunks. Goku was puzzled. That's right. All 10 of the recently produced senzu beans were given to Trunks. Didn't he give them to you? Corinne asked, narrowing his eyes. Hearing this, Goku broke into a grin. That kid, he's really thorough. He truly thinks of everything in advance. He must have prepared the beans early, worried everyone would repeat the mistakes of the future world. Since Trunks already took them, I won't stay any longer. Goku waved goodbye to Corinne. Good luck. Corinne watched him disappear, his whiskers twitching. He had only given the beans to Trunks 2 days ago. Why was Goku asking for them today? Had they been used up? 10 beans in 2 days. Corinne frowned, sensing something amiss. But Goku was already gone, so he didn't dwell on it. Back at Mount Pozu, a gust of air stirred and Goku's figure reappeared before the group. How did it go? Krillin asked, leaning in. Corinne said Trunks already picked up the senzu beans. Goku said with a smile. Trunks. Krillin, Yamcha, and Gohan were all taken aback simultaneously. Are you sure? Yamcha frowned. What would he need the beans for? Is he training? It seems so, Gohan chimed in, his expression thoughtful. I've been keeping an eye on Trunks' energy lately. It's been fluctuating like he's sparring with someone. I just don't know who. Maybe it's Vegeta? Yamcha guessed. Anyway, I've been staying at Kame House, not at Bulma's, so I'm not sure. Well, it doesn't matter who has them. Goku thought for a moment, then said nonchalantly. Corinne said there are 10 beans in total. Even if Trunks ate 1 or 2 during training, there should be plenty left. That's true. Krillin counted on his fingers. Counting the 4 of us plus Tien, Shin, Vegeta, and Piccolo. 7 people, 10 beans. Even if he ate 3 himself, there's enough to go around. As long as no one eats them like Yajirobe does, haha. Krillin started laughing at his own joke. Yamcha joined in. Goku looked up at the sun's position and his smile faded. It's almost time, nearly 10 o'clock. Let's go. Gohan nodded and took off into the air first. Goku followed with Krillin and Yamcha right behind. The four flew away from Mount Pozu heading full speed towards the Cell Games arena. Goku could have used instant transmission to get there directly. Though convenient, arriving early would just mean waiting around. It was better to conserve some energy during the flight. En route, the wind howled as the four flew in a line high in the sky. A figure suddenly appeared ahead, also flying towards the arena. Blue short hair, a Saiyan battlesuit. It was Trunks. Trunks. Goku called out. Trunks turned around, saw Goku and the others, and immediately slowed down to wait for them. Mr. Goku, Gohan, Mr. Krillin, Mr. Yamcha. Trunks greeted each of them, his demeanor calm and composed, carrying more confidence than before. Goku keenly sensed a change in Trunks' energy. It was much stronger and more stable than before. You're really something, Trunks. Yamcha laughed, giving a thumbs up. What? Trunks looked confused. Your preparations this time are flawless. You even thought of the senzu beans. Yamcha's tone was full of praise. About that. Trunks' expression stiffened. He instinctively touched the small bag tied at his waist. The beans were indeed inside, but only one was left. The other 9 had all been consumed during the intense training of the past 2 days. Trunks opened his mouth, unsure how to explain. Well, when we get to the arena, if Cell suddenly attacks, and am still barely alive, remember to feed me one. Krillin chimed in, his tone half joking, half serious. Earth's Shenron can't revive me anymore. I don't want to die again. Haha, okay. Trunks let out a dry laugh and agreed. At least Mr. Satan is there. No one should get seriously hurt. Trunks silently reassured himself. The group of 5 continued flying towards the Cell Games arena. The wind rushed past their ears, and the landscape below scrolled by. They were getting closer, about 3 kilometers away. Hey, look at that. Goku suddenly slowed down, his gaze fixed on the ground below, his voice laced with confusion. The others followed his line of sight. On the ground, countless black dots filled their field of vision. Ants. No, even denser than ants. They all descended a few hundred meters. The black dots grew larger, their outlines becoming clear. They were people. All people. On a wide road, a human river flowed in one direction. Some were walking, some riding bicycles, some driving cars. The barren land on both sides of the road was also packed with people. They sat on the ground or had set up simple tents as if they had been waiting all night. Ahead, where there had been wilderness, a massive open-air viewing stand now stood. It looked like an outdoor stadium. It was already packed to capacity, with more people continuously streaming in from outside. All these people. Krillin's voice was filled with shock. What in the world is going on? Yamcha's eyes were wide, his mouth agape. Trunks was stunned too. Although he knew Mr. Satan was bringing fans to watch, seeing the scale of it firsthand was overwhelming. Goku hovered in midair, completely dumbfounded. These people were all ordinary civilians. They were streaming completely defenseless towards the most dangerous battlefield in the entire universe. The scene on the ground left everyone stunned. The roads and barren lands were densely packed with people. A massive open-air viewing platform lay ahead, already filled to capacity, with more people still pouring in from outside. What in the world is going on? Yamcha's eyes widened. Aren't they afraid of Cell? Yeah. Krillin's voice trembled. They used to flee at the sight of Cell, and now a huge crowd comes to watch. The word watch barely escaped his lips before a bolt of realization struck his mind. Watch. They've come to watch. Krillin whirled around to face Goku, his voice cracking. Goku, do you remember? Gohan told us earlier that a man named Hercule invited his fans to the Cell Games. Goku's expression darkened. His brows furrowed, his face grim. He did recall it now. It seemed there was such a thing. When Gohan mentioned it, both he and Krillin thought it was too absurd to be true. Who would gamble with millions of lives? But now, are they insane? Goku clenched his fists, his voice laced with barely suppressed fury. I thought he was joking back then. I never imagined he'd actually do it, really summon his fans to the Cell Games. Trunks flew beside them, and upon hearing Goku's words, a sense of understanding dawned on him. So it was true. Mr. Goku was indeed acquainted with Mr. Hercule. How else would he know about Mr. Hercules' plan and think it was a joke? Haha. Mr. Goku, you never expected this. Mr. Hercule is serious. A faint smile touched Trunks' lips, but he remained silent. That bastard. Krillin exploded. We all thought he was kidding. How dare he? Millions of lives, how could he risk them? Maybe. We should go down and try to talk them out of it. Gohan spoke up, his tone earnest. There are so many people, at least hundreds of thousands. Krillin shook his head with a grimace. How do we persuade them? Who do we start with one by one? But we can't just stand by and do nothing. Goku said in a deep voice. We can't just let them walk to their deaths. Hercule tricked these people into coming, and now he's nowhere to be seen. Yamcha looked around and sneered. Isn't that just ridiculous? Impossible. Trunks finally spoke, his voice calm, but utterly resolute. Mr. Hercule will definitely come. Everyone's eyes snapped towards him. Meeting their gazes, Trunks added another sentence. And Mr. Goku, why do you all think Mr. Hercule has lost his mind? Huh? Goku looked utterly bewildered. Krillin, Yamcha, and Gohan were also full of questions. What was going on? Was Trunks actually defending Hercule? They exchanged glances, not taking his words too seriously. They figured Trunks probably just didn't understand the situation. After all, he came from the future. It was normal for him to be unaware of Hercules' true character. Let's go down and warn them. Goku took a deep breath and descended first. The others followed, landing and blocking a group of people heading towards the viewing platform. Everyone, this place is too dangerous. Goku stood in their way, speaking earnestly. Once the Cell Games begin, the battle will cover a vast area. Staying here is a death sentence. It's not too late to turn back now. The crowd halted, but no one retreated. A middle-aged man carrying a small stool looked Goku up and down. Who are you? Mind your own business. Mr. Hercule said, head, protect us. Who do you think you are? Yeah. A young man in a hat chimed in sarcastically. Are you guys trying to steal the good spots from us? Making up stories to scare us? They'll have you know I queued all night to get here. Stop causing trouble, move it. The crowd began to impatiently push past Goku. Krillin tried to grab someone to explain, but the person shook him off with a glare. Don't touch me, shorty. If Mr. Hercule isn't afraid of Cell, why should I be? If you're scared, go home. Krillin was left speechless. Yamcha also met with a rebuff, an old lady pointing at his nose and calling him a jealous little man. Gohan watched it all, his mouth opening and closing silently. He remembered his experience buying soy sauce in town earlier. The look in those people's eyes when they mentioned Hercule was exactly the same as these people now. Fanatical, blind, completely deaf to any other voice. Forget it. Krillin lowered his hand, looking exhausted. These people are probably completely brainwashed by Hercule. It's useless to reason with them. Let's just revive them with the Dragon Balls after the Cell Games are over. I suppose so. Goku was silent for a few seconds before finally nodding in resignation. Let's head to the Cell Games arena. It's almost time. Trunks followed quietly behind, watching Goku and the others backs his mind on a different matter. Brainwashed by Mr. Hercule. No. Mr. Hercule truly has the power to protect these people. How could even Mr. Goku not trust Mr. Hercule? But Trunks thought about it and could understand. After all, millions of lives were at stake. Even if Mr. Hercule was Mr. Goku's secret weapon, it was natural to worry in such a situation. Well, everything will become clear once Mr. Hercule arrives. Trunks said nothing more, following the others as they soared into the air towards the Cell Games arena. Goku and his group soon arrived above the Cell Games arena. In the distance, they could see the white square platform at its center. Cell stood in the very middle, arms crossed, motionless. At the edge of the arena, Piccolo, Vegeta, and Tien Shinhan had already arrived. The three stood scattered around the perimeter, each lost in their own silence. Goku was about to descend to greet them, but before his gaze could meet Cell, something else seized his attention. Around the arena, it wasn't an empty wilderness. There were tens of thousands of spectators here too. They stood within a few hundred meters of the platform, densely packed, as if watching a boxing match. These people were so close to Cell that they could see the patterns on his face with their naked eyes. Goku froze midair. Krillin's mouth hung wide open, unable to close for a long time. Yamcha's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. No way. Krillin stammered. How are these people standing even closer than those at the viewing platform? Aren't they afraid Cell will just sweep them all away? Krillin's eyes darted across the crowd. Then he spotted many familiar figures. One old man was the most conspicuous. A floral shirt, large sunglasses, bald head. He was leaning on a cane, leering at a nearby beauty. Master Roshi. Krillin's voice cracked completely. Why are you here? I thought you were at Kame House. Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses and looked up at Krillin in the air. Ah, Krillin. You guys finally made it. We've been waiting for you for ages. Next to Master Roshi were Oolong and Puar. Oolong was gnawing on a corn cob, waving lazily at Krillin. Puar cowered behind Oolong, looking very nervous in Cell's presence. You? How could you? Krillin was completely dumbfounded. He took a sharp breath, his voice failing him. Don't tell me you believe in Hercule too. Believe he can beat Cell, believe he can keep you all safe. Yamcha's voice had lost all anger, replaced by pure shock. Clint and Yamcha stared in shock at the scene before them. Earlier that morning, when they had set out from Kame House, there had been no movement inside, and they assumed Master Roshi and the others were still sleeping in. As it turned out, they had arrived earlier than everyone else. Oh, it's not because I believe in Satan, Master Roshi said, pushing up his sunglasses with an air of nonchalance. It's mainly because that bearded face of Satan's has been plastered on TV all day long, driving me crazy. Not a single beautiful woman in sight, just that big hairy face bobbing around. So, I figured I might as well come see it live, Master Roshi said, craning his neck to peer toward the side of the arena. You have no idea. The cheerleading squad here is full of gorgeous women. They wear little dance hot, and each one is more stunning than the last. Sure, they're all shouting "Go Satan." But when you're looking at beauties, who cares who they're cheering for? Hee hee. By the end, Master Rashi had completely lost control, his eyes practically glued to the cheerleaders. Oolong sidled over drool, nearly dripping to the ground. Klin and Yamcha exchanged glances, utterly speechless. Master Rashi, that excuse is way too flimsy, Klin said, his face etched with helplessness. Flimsy? Nonsense, Master Rashi retorted without turning his head, his lecherous eyes locked on the cheerleaders. Think about it. Even if we stayed home watching TV, it wouldn't change the battle's outcome. If Cell wins, Earth is doomed, and we'd die wherever we are. Better to die here than at home. At least I can steal a few more glances at the ladies. Master Rose's words carried a twisted logic, but Klin still felt something was off. Don't look at us, Oolong said, shrinking back with a pitiful expression. Pure and I are terrified. That old man dragged us here against our will. Pure cowered behind Oolong, his face pale as a sheet, occasionally sneaking glances at Cell on the stage, while trembling all over. But Oolong rubbed his hands together, his gaze drifting toward a few blonde, blue-eyed girls in the crowd. The beauties here are really something, especially those foreign ones. Klin and Yamcha fell into complete silence. Those two were cut from the same cloth. Just as Klin was about to give up on lecturing them, he caught a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Blue hair, a gentle face. Lunch, Klin blurted out in surprise. Long time no see, didn't expect you to come to the Cell Games either. Yeah, long time no see, everyone. Lunch smiled softly, about to say more. Suddenly her nose itched. Achoo. She let out a delicate sneeze. In an instant her blue hair turned golden and her gaze grew fierce. I'm nothing like you people. The blonde Lunch planted her hands on her hips, her voice rising significantly. I firmly believe that Mr. Satan will protect us. He will definitely defeat Cell. Before she even finished speaking, Lunch whipped out a submachine gun from nowhere and fired wildly into the sky. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Ha ha. Shell casings clattered to the ground as Lunch burst into manic laughter. The terrified spectators scattered in all directions, half expecting Cell to start his attack early. Klin's mouth twitched as he sighed inwardly. Lunch might be one of the few among us who truly believes in Satan. Then Klin's gaze shifted to another figure not far away. That person was squatting on the ground, one hand holding a bucket of fried chicken while the other stuffed a drumstick into his mouth, his cheeks puffed out like a frog's. It was Yajirobe. Yajirobe, why are you here? Gohan stepped forward, puzzled. Aren't you the one who fears death the most? Don't tell me you believe in Mr. Satan too. What's Satan got to do with it? Yajirobe didn't even look up, mumbling through his food. They said there was an event here with lots of people and chicken legs were half off, all sorts of snacks and treats at 50 off. So I came. Haha, isn't Senzu enough for you? Klin let out a dry laugh. Senzu. Yajirobe finally lifted an eyelid, a look of disgust on his face. Even a dog would turn its nose up at that stuff. It fills you up, but it's tasteless. You've all tried it before. Oh, Gohan nodded innocently, his expression somewhat mixed. I never thought Yajirobe would brave Cell just for discounted food. That's pretty brave. Brave. Not me. Yajirobe waved dismissively, wiping his greasy fingers on his pants. Like that pervy old man said, if no one can beat Cell in these games, we're dead either way. So I might as well die here with a full stomach. At least there's plenty of food I've never tried here. With that, Yajirobe downed a skewer of takoyaki in one go. Then, chewing noisily, he added in a muffled voice, besides, aren't you all here? Don't worry. If things go south, they'll run faster than any of you. Yajirobe, we thought you were here for the Cell Games. But you're just here for the comedy, aren't you? Klin wanted to laugh, but couldn't, utterly exasperated with Yajirobe. Watching the Cell Games turn into a carnival, Goku felt a strange mix of emotions. As for Master Rashi and Yajirobe showing up, though Goku found it absurd, he could somewhat understand. They at least had some skills and could outrun ordinary people. But the next person he saw left Goku utterly stunned. On the other side of the crowd, a beautiful face was peering their way. Short blue hair, a white dress. She was the epitome of a fashionista. Next to Bulma stood Dr. Brief and his wife. Dr. Brief puffed on a cigarette, leisurely looking around. Mrs. Brief held a glass of juice, chatting cheerfully with someone nearby, as if she were at a market fair. Bulma. Goku's voice shot up in surprise. Why are you here? And you brought your parents too? You're asking me. Bulma looked utterly hopeless with a hint of anger. I didn't want to come in the first place. Everyone knows I value my life. But my parents insisted, and no matter how much I tried to talk them out of it, they wouldn't listen. I couldn't just leave them here alone. So I had no choice but to come along and die with them. Bulma shrugged. Goku. Suddenly her expression turned serious as she looked at him. You have to protect us. I don't really trust that Satan to keep everyone safe. She paused as if recalling something, then added, but come to think of it, that Satan does have something going for him. He's been beating Trunks black and blue for days on end. So he must have some real skill. The moment those words left Bulma's mouth, the air seemed to freeze. What a... Goku's expression shifted instantly. Krillin, Yamcha, and Gohan all turned their gazes sharply toward Trunks. Trunks, Satan has been beating you up for days? Before Trunks could answer, Goku cast a surprised glance at Vegeta, his eyes clearly asking, "Is this true, Vegeta? Do you know about this?" "Oomph." Vegeta crossed his arms, not looking at anyone, merely letting out a cold snort. This reaction was as good as an admission. Goku's heart sank. Even Vegeta hadn't refuted it. This matter must be true. "I said I can't beat Mr. Satan. You didn't really think I was joking, did you?" Trunks scratched the back of his head, offering an embarrassed smile. "How is that possible?" Krillin's voice shot up several octaves, his face a mask of disbelief. "You're a Super Saiyan, Trunks. How could you possibly lose to that guy, Satan?" "Exactly." Yamcha chimed in, his expression equally incredulous. "I really thought you were just pulling our leg, Trunks. I've dealt with Satan before. No matter how strong he gets, there's no way he can beat a Super Saiyan like you. And I was waiting for him to show his true colors during the Cell Games. Now you're telling me you can't beat him." Yamcha spoke in disbelief, unconsciously glancing around. His gaze swept over the crowd before finally returning. "And after all this time, where is Satan? Don't tell me he's been blowing hot air and got cold feet when it matters." Exactly. Krillin nodded repeatedly in agreement. "Maybe he's all talk, and when the moment of truth comes, he chickens out. He tricked all these people into coming here, then just disappears. It's the audience who'll suffer. Right, once the fight starts, those people will inevitably get caught in the crossfire." Goku stood to the side, not joining the discussion, but his expression was quite complex. On one hand, shock. Trunks really couldn't beat Satan. On another, confusion. Just who was this Satan character? And on yet another, excitement. If it were true, he'd like to try fighting him. "Trunks, what exactly is going on?" Goku began to ask. "Time's up." At that moment, a cold voice came from the center of the arena. Hearing this voice, everyone's expressions instantly turned serious, their attention drawn away. Cell stood at the center of the ring, arms crossed, slowly opening his eyes. "Let's begin." His voice was low, yet clearly reached everyone's ears. Goku's expression immediately changed. The questions about Satan were instantly suppressed. The Cell Games were the real business. Goku turned solemnly, his eyes locking onto Cell's icy gaze. The Cell Games had officially begun. Goku and Cell stared each other down, the tense atmosphere between them thickening further. Then a slight smile tugged at the corner of Goku's mouth. It was pure warrior blood boiling within him. Cell smiled too. These days of waiting had not been in vain. He had finally found a worthy opponent. Their smiles were worlds apart, yet their absolute confidence was identical. "Who wants to go first?" Cell's chin lifted slightly, his tone as casual as ordering a meal. His gaze slid past Goku, then swept over Piccolo, Vegeta, and the others. He's here. Before anyone could respond, the audience outside the arena suddenly stirred. "Mr. Satan is here. Look over there." The spectators' gazes turned in unison toward the same direction. On the distant horizon, a massive convoy was approaching. Leading the way was a stretch bus, its sides emblazoned with Satan's iconic image. Behind it followed over a dozen support vehicles, broadcast trucks, and security cars stretching into a long dragon. On both sides of the convoy, groups of fans ran alongside, waving banners and flags. The bus came to a stop 300 meters in front of the arena. Then the door opened. First came a team of uniformed security personnel lining up on either side. Then the camera crew, support team, and medical team disembarked one by one. Finally, Satan stepped off the bus. He was still wearing his signature white cape. "Ha, Cell. Come out and greet your world champion." Satan made a grand entrance, shouting at the cameras ahead, then giving the audience a thumbs up. The moment he appeared, the scene exploded. "Satan! Mr. Satan!" Tens of thousands of spectators erupted in deafening cheers. Wave after wave of sound completely drowned out Cell's earlier voice. Goku stood frozen in place. He had fought countless battles and seen many battlefields, large and small, but he had never witnessed such a spectacular spectacle. This guy's entourage is way too extravagant, more so than the King of Earth's. Piccolo stood at the edge of the arena, arms crossed, his green face turning even greener. Hey. Krillin's eyes widened, darting between Satan's convoy and the cheering crowd. This is just too absurd. Is he here for a fight or a concert?" Yamcha was speechless. He thought he had seen the extent of Satan's showmanship, but today's scene far exceeded his imagination. Gohan stood nearby, his expression subtle. He had been closer to Satan's fans than anyone else present. He knew that fervor and blind devotion all too well. Trunks, however, saw Satan's arrival, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. "Here he comes." Mr. Satan had indeed come. On the arena, Cell remained with his arms crossed. He merely cast a brief sidelong glance at Satan's convoy and the frenzied audience. All flash and no substance. After a moment, Cell closed his eyes. His voice was soft, as if talking to himself. Still, this guy did show up after all. Cell smirked. This man named Satan had brought him at least 1 million live spectators. With the global television audience, the number of humans watching this arena now likely exceeded 5 billion. Cell's gaze swept coldly over the ecstatic, irrational crowd. What they came believing in Satan, believing that a man-made god could defeat him. How ridiculous. Still having an audience is better than having none. Cell sneered, recalling the original purpose of this tournament. Besides fighting martial artists, it was to make all humanity witness despair. Without an audience, it would be truly boring. This Satan isn't entirely useless. He brought me so many spectators to watch the show. For that alone, he'll leave you with a whole corpse later. Cell chuckled softly, his gaze fixed on the figure raising his arms among the crowd. In fact, over the past few days, the construction noise from 3 kilometers away and the surging crowd's clamor had not escaped Cell's notice. He simply couldn't be bothered. On the contrary, he felt the more people the better. When he crushed the hopes in these people's hearts, the look of despair as they fell from heaven to hell would be the most spectacular sight. Then amid the crowd, Satan strode toward the arena, followed by his large entourage. Fans screamed frantically along the way, reaching out to shake hands with him. Satan smiled and waved in acknowledgement while silently calculating in his mind. What Cell Games? This was clearly his own fan meeting. Global broadcast, millions of live spectators, billions watching simultaneously. This kind of exposure, this emotional intensity, this atmosphere of unity. It was his greatest stage. The remaining 3 billion combat power was just waiting to be harvested by him. The Cell Games. At this moment, all eyes in the audience were fixed on Satan. He knew this was the moment to ignite global public opinion. Words alone wouldn't suffice, a visual spectacle was needed. Satan turned and waved to his entourage, and a large truck slowly drove forward from behind. Before the truck doors even opened, dull thuds and a chorus of bovine bellows echoed from within. Before the official fight with Cell, let's have a little warm-up. Satan shouted into the camera, his voice booming across the venue. I want to show you all just how strong your world champion Satan really is. As the words fell, the truck doors were pulled open. 10 sturdy wild bulls charged out. Each weighed over 500 pounds, their horns sharp and hooves pounding like drums as they stampeded straight towards Satan. The audience gasped. But Satan advanced, instead of retreating, pulling 10 lassos from his belt, holding several in each hand. As the first bull reached him, Satan sidestepped, flicked his wrist, and the lasso precisely looped around its neck. Then the second, the third. Satan moved with incredible agility, weaving left and right through the stampede, each step perfectly timed. 1, 2, 3. He flung the lassos in succession, not missing a single target. By the 6th bull, the remaining ones sensed something was wrong. They stopped charging and scattered in all directions. Satan gripped 6 ropes in one hand while pursuing and lassoing the remaining 4 with the other. In under a minute, all 10 ropes had found their mark. The 10 bulls struggled with all their might, pulling in different directions. Satan clenched all the ropes, planted his feet, and put on a show of gritting his teeth and straining. Veins bulged, sweat beaded on his forehead. In truth, for someone with a battle power of 18 billion, the combined weight of these 10 bulls was lighter than a single strand of hair. But when acting, one must commit to the role. Satan struggled to steady himself, let out a fierce roar, and yanked his arms upward. The 10 ropes snapped taut, and all 10 bulls were lifted off the ground. A shoulder throw. With a dull thud, the 10 bulls slammed heavily into the ground, sending dust flying. Their eyes rolled back, hooves pointed skyward, and they lay completely still. The venue erupted. Satan! 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 Over 1 million spectators burst into thunderous cheers. The shouts rose in waves, echoing without end. Haha, who would have thought that at a time like this, with the Cell Games so tense, there'd be a circus performance to watch? Near the ring, Krillin laughed cheerfully, arms crossed. Not bad, not bad. Satan sure knows how to liven things up. I can't stand to watch. Yamcha turned away, his tone dripping with disdain for Satan. Though Krillin and Yamcha were unimpressed, the fans on site thought otherwise. In their eyes, Satan had just single-handedly subdued 10 furious wild bulls. In the perception of ordinary people, this was already a feat beyond human limits. Goku stood to the side, tilting his head as he watched, utterly bewildered. Gohan also stared blankly at Satan's performance, his expression somewhat subtle. The father and son exchanged glances, both with looks of pure innocence. Don't talk about Mr. Satan like that. Trunks spoke up, his tone serious. Mr. Satan must have his reasons for doing this. Even as he said this, Trunks himself felt a twinge of doubt. What was Mr. Satan's purpose in all this? He remembered him as a low-key man, or why was he showing off so blatantly today? Never mind. Since Mr. Satan was doing it, there had to be a reason. Krillin stared at Trunks in surprise. Trunks, I've noticed you've been defending Satan this whole time. Yeah, I noticed too. Yamcha chimed in, his face full of skepticism. Are you saying you lost to Satan just to save face for him? I'm telling you, there's no need to save face for a clown like him. You should expose him for what he is. That's not true at all. Trunks grew flustered, waving his hands frantically. But the more anxious he got, the more Krillin and Yamcha thought he was bluffing. Is this Satan an idiot? Vegeta crossed his arms and spat out coldly. Cell was also stunned for a moment, silently staring at the chaotic scene. His expression said it all. He shared Vegeta's thought, this guy is an idiot. After the bull performance ended, the whole venue remained immersed in a fervent atmosphere. Everyone's face showed only excitement, no trace of fear of Cell. A cameraman ran forward and thrust a microphone towards Satan. Mr. Satan, how confident are you in defeating Cell? 100%. Satan didn't even blink. The reporter paused, then grew even more excited. And how are you feeling right now? Feeling? Satan let out an exaggerated sigh, shaking his head with a look of pity. Honestly, I feel sorry for Cell right now. That guy has no idea there's someone as powerful as me in this world. That's his biggest mistake. Satan turned to face the ring, raising his voice. He boasted that no one could beat him and that he'd destroy the world. At this point, even if he kneels and apologizes, it's too late. The audience was electrified, cheers rising and falling. The reporter pressed on. But Mr. Satan, Cell blocked the Royal Army's missile attack earlier. How do you explain that? Missiles? Satan scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. That's just an illusion. He had an anti-missile system installed around the ring beforehand, so he could block them. That kind of trick might fool ordinary people, but it won't work on me. At this, the audience suddenly understood. So it was an anti-missile system. I knew it. How could anyone withstand a missile? It's all fake, all an illusion. Mr. Satan is right. The murmurs in the crowd grew louder, everyone wearing an expression of the truth is out. The reporter glanced back at Cell on the ring. Cell stood still, arms crossed, unmoving. Mr. Satan, it seems Cell hasn't heard a word you said. The reporter looked puzzled. He's been exposed by me. Satan smirked, smugly nodding towards Cell. He doesn't know how to face me, he's ashamed. Haha, so that's it. The reporter laughed heartily, growing bolder. He turned to face Cell on the ring and thrust up his middle finger. Hey Cell, your illusion has been seen through by Mr. Satan. The reporter's voice was broadcast worldwide. Satan watched the reporter and silently gave him a thumbs up. This guy really gets me. Just like that TV host from before, he had excellent instincts. This round of performance and rhetoric should earn me quite a few more fans. Once I've harvested all 6 billion fans worldwide, that'll be the day Cell dies. It's fine, Satan announced loudly to his fans. You can all make whatever faces you want. They'll protect you. And not just you. They'll join in too. With that, Satan gave a thumbs up to the camera, flashing a brilliant smile. Then he slowly turned to face Cell. He flipped his thumb downward, making a classic gesture of contempt. Go to hell, Cell. The moment I step onto that ring will be your death. Whoa. The venue erupted again at Satan's words. You're finished, Cell. Cell, get out of Earth. Long live Mr. Satan. Over 1 million spectators unleashed a barrage of taunts and provocative gestures toward the ring. The atmosphere had completely spiraled out of control, fear replaced by sheer frenzy. At the center of the ring, Cell remained with his arms crossed. He slowly opened his eyes, sweeping his gaze over the wildly taunting crowd, and finally settled on Satan. Anti-missile system. An illusion, He paused, then his tone filled with surprise. Is this guy still asleep? He dares to provoke me in front of all these spectators. Cell's gaze lingered on Satan for a moment longer. Then he withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes again. Whatever. Consider it a pre-match performance. Once you step onto this ring, it'll show you the consequences of provoking me. Cell flashed a cold smile. He was in no hurry, and he had all the patience in the world to wait for these ants to finish their act. On the Cell Games arena, Satan stood amidst the crowd, a faint smirk curling on his lips as he watched his fans wildly cheering and flipping off Cell from every direction. This was exactly the effect he wanted. The more arrogant, the better. The more fervent, the better. If he appeared too composed or cautious, the global audience would think he lacked confidence. So he had to put on a bold front, a fierce front, riding on Cell's face with provocation and taunts. 6 billion viewers worldwide were watching. Whoever showed weakness would be seen as inferior. The provocation on sight continued. Cell, you coward. Get out of Earth. Mr. Satan will turn you into dust. The jeers of millions of spectators rose and fell, merging into a massive wave of sound that surged toward the arena. Cell still stood in the center, arms crossed. He didn't care what these ants said, but the noise around him was too incessant. Cell furrowed his brows slightly, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Here we go again. Krillin stood at the edge of the arena, slapping his forehead in exasperation. Satan wants to court death by provoking Cell, fine, but why is he dragging everyone else into it? Tell me about it. Yamcha couldn't bear to watch anymore. I wish Cell would just smack Satan dead and spare us the embarrassment of representing Earth. Stop provoking, Cell. Son Goku suddenly spoke in a grave tone, shouting toward the crowd. People will really die. His voice was loud but drowned out by the cheers of millions. No one heard him. Even if they did, no one cared. In their eyes, only Satan was the protagonist of the Cell Games. After Goku shouted, his expression darkened. He saw Cell's brows deepening, not in anger, but in sheer annoyance. But if Cell lost patience, the consequences would be dire. Mr. Satan, who are those people over there? A reporter nearby noticed Goku and the others. The cameraman turned the lens toward the Z fighters at the edge of the arena. Are they also here to compete? The reporter asked curiously. Satan glanced in Goku's direction. The Super Saiyan's golden hair shone strikingly under the sun, flanked by the green-skinned Piccolo and the stoic Vegeta. Satan quickly calculated in his mind. The momentum wasn't enough. Though the atmosphere was already heated, it wasn't explosive yet. He needed a contrast to foil. Conveniently, Goku's group was the perfect backdrop. They didn't care about public opinion or ordinary people's views anyway. Oh, them. Satan thought for a moment, then spoke in a casual tone. Probably just ordinary contestants. Look at them, all muscle but completely off in proportions. Tall, short, fat, thin, green, mutated. A motley crew. They look like the type who just chug protein powder and train without real combat experience. No experience means walking to their deaths. Satan turned to the camera with a confident smile. So leave Cell to me. What? Hearing Satan's words, Goku and the others were stunned. Even Cell on the arena opened his eyes, casting a playful glance at Satan. Walking to his death. He said Goku stepping onto the arena was walking to his death. How interesting. Goku, just leave him be. After a 2-second silence, Krillin took a deep breath and said, let him have his tantrum. Once he gets on the arena, Cell could kill him with a fart. Then ITLL all calmed down. Krillin's voice was laced with exhaustion. He had completely given up reasoning with Satan. Trunks stood nearby, his expression complicated. He stared at the flamboyant Satan in the crowd, unable to reconcile the image. Was this the same Mr. Satan who was calm and composed during their sparring? The same Mr. Satan who said, they'll keep getting stronger to protect Earth. He had been so easygoing and low-key before. How had he transformed into someone so flamboyant? Trunks pondered, and suddenly a thought struck him. Could this be a strategy coordinated between Mr. Satan and Mr. Goku to deliberately enrage Cell and lure him into revealing a weakness? That had to be it. Mr. Satan always acted with foresight. He wouldn't change like this without reason. But then again, Satan turned back to the reporter, his tone slightly restrained. They have the courage to participate in the Cell games which concern Earth's fate. That's commendable. I respect that. Satan added lightly. Indeed, they all deserve respect. The reporter nodded in perfect sync. In truth, Satan was secretly thinking before the fight this was the critical time to build momentum and attract fans. As for the possibility of Cell resorting to self-destruction when cornered, should he discuss it with Goku in advance? Or wait a bit longer? Anyway, the match hadn't started yet. He would maximize the hype first. Hey, seriously, stop provoking Cell. Goku spoke again, his gaze sweeping over Satan and the fervent fans behind him. The deadline for Cell's promise not to kill has passed today. If you keep this up, he will actually strike. Goku's tone was laced with obvious anxiety. After all, Cell's patience had its limits. Heh. Satan chuckled lightly, turning to face Goku. I respect your courage, and thank you for coming to the Cell games. But respect is respect, gratitude is gratitude. Satan looked Goku up and down, shaking his head. Look at you guys, your muscle proportions are all wrong. You don't look like proper martial artists at all. Especially you and that kid next to you. Satan pointed directly at Goku's hair. What's with that yellow hair? Anyone would think you're street punks from some neighborhood. Not a shred of a martial artist's demeanor. Wah. What? Are you talking about me? Goku was taken aback, slowly raising a finger to point at his own nose. Yes, you. Next time before participating in a world-class tournament like this, please dye your hair black, will you? Satan said with righteous indignation, his expression even tinged with pain. This is the Cell games which determine the fate of the world. With that yellow hair of yours, people might think we're having a street brawl with hooligans. It's far too unserious. Satan finished, turning to face the camera with a serious look. Goku stood frozen, his fingers still pointing at his nose, petrified. A roar of laughter swept the arena as Sadan's disparaging remark about Sun Wukong landed. The crowd erupted in thunderous mirth and cried, Mr. Sadan is right. Hey, blonde Brett, you don't look like you're here to fight. Why not go home? Someone sneered. This place isn't for street thugs like you. Exactly, one Mr. Sadan is more than enough. The audience's laughter rose and fell in waves, a ceaseless tide of ridicule washing over Sun Wukong and his companions. No one thought Sadan had misspoken. To their eyes, the fellow with the golden hedgehog-like hair simply did not look like a proper fighter. Meanwhile, around Sun Wukong, the mood was entirely different. How ridiculous, saying we're not fighters. Kellen listened until he could only laugh in anger, spreading his hands in disbelief. How could he even say that? Right, that's nonsense. Yamucha snorted and let out a short, incredulous laugh. We're not mere brawlers, we are martial artists, someone said. And he dared to call Wukong's golden hair the sort you'd see on a street punk. Ridiculous. Does he not understand the worth of a Super Saiyan? Tian Jinfan shook his head with a sigh, lamenting inwardly, truly a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Although they laughed, none of them truly took Saiyan to heart. In their view, he was only a brash clown staging one last farce before Shalu. Everything would become clear once the Shalu ring began. Yet telling Kizi, standing aside, could not find it in him to smile. His face was etched with confusion. Mr. Saiyan, didn't you already witness my Super Saiyan golden hair? Back then you said nothing. Why disdain it now all of a sudden? And why are you no longer the calm, measured man you once seemed, but instead so flamboyant? Telling Kizi's thoughts spun rapidly. A notion sprang to him. Could this be an act? Had Mr. Wukong and Mr. Saiyan secretly planned a performance for Shalu's sake? Perhaps they pretended not to know each other in public, so Shalu would not realize that Mr. Saiyan was their secret weapon. The more telling Kizi pondered it, the more plausible it seemed. Yet something still felt wrong. He glanced at Wukong's stone-faced expression, then at Saiyan, striding confidently in the distance. This does not look like acting. The more I watch, the more bewildered I become. At that moment, Saiyan's voice rose again, his gaze fixed upon the Shalu ring. You are nothing more than an insectal creature evolved into a reptile, he taunted. Stop trying to baffle people with illusions. I could crush you as easily as an ant. Having spoken, Saiyan faced the crowd, threw his arms wide, and proclaimed, watch closely. See how I will annihilate Shalu. The venue erupted anew in a tidal wave of cheers. Woohoo. Long live Mr. Saiyan. Ha, Saiyan is certainly a man of personality. Sun Wukong stood to one side, tilting his head with an awkward smile. He had once thought Saiyan a decent man. That impression had now been irrevocably altered. Yet Wukong did not take it too seriously. Once the match began, such bluster would quiet down. At that moment, a rush of wind cut through the sky. A tall figure descended and landed steadily near the ring. It was number 16. He had come to participate in the Shalu tournament as well. Number 16, you're joining the Shalu tournament too. Kellen was the first to greet him, his face alight with surprise. I didn't expect you'd recovered completely, haha. Thank you, Kellen. Number 16 replied with a gentle smile, his tone calm and sincere. Without your help, I could not have healed so swiftly. Earlier, number 16 had nearly been ruined by Shalu. It was Kellen who took him to Capsule Corporation. Ha ha ha. You're welcome, Kellen said, scratching his head and laughing. Sun Wukong stepped forward and reached out as if to greet him. Number 16, oh, let's all. Number 16 interrupted with a cold, flat address. Sun Wukong. Number 16's tone turned icy and his indifferent gaze fell on Sun Wukong. Do not forget that I was created for the purpose of killing you. You would do well not to forget this, and do not presume to grow close to me. With that, he turned coolly and walked in another direction. Sun Wukong stood frozen in the outstretched pose, blinking. He leaned toward Kellen and lowered his voice to whisper. Number 16 really is a gloomy sort, he murmured. Huh, really? I don't see it, Kellen laughed, pointing toward the way number 16 had gone. Look over there, Kellen said, and Sun Wukong followed his finger. Number 16 was walking toward Saiyan, his face polite and warm as he took the initiative to greet him. Saiyan nodded slightly, in response his manner casual. The two exchanged a few words as if they had known one another for years. Haha, Wukong, Kellen said with a grin of schadenfreude. So it seems number 16 is merely cold toward you, and nothing more. Haha, all right. Sun Wukong forced a laugh, his feelings unexpectedly complicated. Soon, however, he noticed a small, but telling detail. But come to think of it, how would number 16 know Saiyan? Wukong muttered. I don't know, Kellen admitted, shaking his head. At that question, Sun Wufan's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, I understand, father. He exclaimed, slapping his palm as if seized by a bright realization. He spoke with the excitement of revelation. Could this Mr. Saiyan also be an android? So that's why he knows number 16. So that's how he could defeat Telling Kizi. Sun Wufan turned to Telling Kizi, pressing the point with eager urgency. Right, Telling Kizi. An android. Sun Wufan's conjecture left Sun Wukong, Kellen, and Vegeta all momentarily stunned. On reflection, if Saiyan were an android, it would make sense. For one, he could not sense ki. For another, his strength could overwhelm a Super Saiyan like Telling Kizi. I see. I never imagined there might be androids besides Shalu and number 16. Kellen breathed, suddenly chilled by the thought. If he is an android, his presence in the Shalu tournament becomes explicable. Yamucha agreed, nodding. No wonder the detectors barely registered any combat power. That much is true. Mr. Saiyan did openly claim to be an android before. Telling Kizi nodded, but his expression grew ever more conflicted. There was no denying that Mr. Saiyan might be an android. Yet, Telling Kizi glanced between Wukong and Saiyan, his mind a muddled mass of questions. Mr. Wukong, Telling Kizi finally blurted, did you and Mr. Saiyan arrange this together? Sun Wukong looked puzzled. I mean the secret weapon you mentioned to deal with Shalu, Telling Kizi said, fixing Wukong with a steady, deliberate stare. Is it Mr. Saiyan? Are you pretending not to know him, so Shalu won't suspect his power? Huh. Sun Wukong was utterly baffled. Telling Kizi, what are you saying? I don't know Saiyan at all. What? You don't know Mr. Saiyan? Telling Kizi's face registered disbelief. Then your secret weapon against Shalu isn't Mr. Sadan. No, it's not, Sun Wukong said, scratching his head with innocent confusion. The reply slipped out instinctively, entirely guileless. My secret weapon against Shalu has always been Wufan, he added. Gohan. Trunks stood frozen, petrified. The secret weapon. It wasn't Mr. Satan, but Son Gohan. All along, from beginning to end, had he been fooling himself? Trunks' mind buzzed, countless images flashing before his eyes. That day at his house, he had spoken with Son Goku about this secret weapon. He had been overjoyed, believing Goku meant the same person he did. They had talked at cross purposes, yet somehow reached a consensus. Trunks was bewildered. There had never been a secret weapon Satan plan. There had never been a coordinated act. Had he simply imagined the whole thing? Wait a minute. Krillin, sensing something amiss, asked Trunks. Trunks, what did you just say? You said Satan was Goku's secret weapon. What in the world is going on? Nothing. Trunks took a deep breath, striving to keep his voice calm. I misunderstood. It's nothing now. All right. Krillin, though puzzled, refrained from pressing further, for a greater issue loomed before them all. But Goku, Krillin turned to Son Goku, his expression one of utter disbelief. What do you mean by saying Gohan is your secret weapon? Son Goku scratched the back of his head, offering an awkward grin. That's terrible. I let slip the trump card against Cell, haha. What? Son Gohan's head shot up, eyes wide as he stared at his father. Father's secret weapon is me. His voice dripped with incredulity. In his own understanding, his power was far inferior to his father's. How could he be the key to defeating Cell? It's Gohan. Krillin exclaimed in sudden realization, slapping his thigh. So that's it, Goku. You've been so confident all this time because of Gohan. No wonder you've been training Gohan in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. You planned from the start for him to be the main force in the Cell games. Goku. Piccolo spoke, then his tone heavy with clear displeasure. How could you decide to use Gohan as your trump card against Cell? Did you ask for his consent? He's just a child. Piccolo's gaze fell upon Son Gohan, his eyes filled with concern. As Gohan's mentor, he knew the boy's limits better than anyone. Kakarot. Vegeta's voice came from the side, cold and restrained. You just said Gohan is your secret weapon. What does that mean? Vegeta's face was grim, terrifying. He stared intently at the boy Gohan, a single thought consuming him. This brat was the reason Kakarot had been so unruffled. He had thought Kakarot possessed some ultimate technique, a hidden ace. But it was this child. If Gohan was the secret weapon, it meant the boy's potential surpassed his own. Coupled with Satan, who had defeated Trunks, Vegeta's fists clenched unconsciously. Kakarot, Son Gohan, Satan, and Cell. For people had already utterly surpassed him. No, impossible. From Satan's performance when he first appeared, there's no way he could have truly beaten Trunks. Trunks must have gotten something wrong. And I've been in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Twice my power should clearly be above Kakarot's and Cell's. I am the strongest Saiyan. I should be the mightiest in the universe. Vegeta clenched his teeth, his heart seething with hatred for the Sun family. Ha ha ha. Cell's laughter echoed from the ring. He had evidently overheard their conversation. Secret weapon. Trump card. Cell's gaze settled on the golden-haired boy Gohan, a playful smirk curling on his lips. Son Goku, are you so eager to send your son to his death? Cell's tone dripped with disdain. A mere child, even if he was Goku's ace, so what? Have you finished your chat? Cell's voice turned icy, arms crossed over his chest as he looked down upon everyone. The tournament started long ago. Who's coming first? The result will be the same regardless. Cell's words wiped the smile from Son Goku's face, replaced by a sharp fighting spirit. The playful expression faded, giving way to fierce battle intent. Cell, since you heard everything. Son Goku lifted his head, meeting Cell's gaze seriously. Then I won't hold back anymore. Let me go first, and let Gohan be the grand finale. The atmosphere grew tense. Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, Shinhan. Everyone's nerves were taut. Son Goku versus Cell would be a cataclysmic battle. None of them had expected the first match to be between these two. Son Goku lifted his left foot, taking a step toward the ring. Yet in that instant, a figure moved ahead of him, already standing firmly on Cell's ring. It was Satan. He had stepped up. Of course he'll be the first. Satan stood at the ring's edge, facing Cell with a smile. Son Goku's foot froze midair. He stared blankly at Satan, already on the stage, momentarily at a loss for words. Ladies and gentlemen, look. The reporter below was trembling with excitement. Mr. Satan is the first to enter. Mr. Satan has mounted the Cell Games ring. The million-strong audience erupted. Long live Mr. Satan. Kill that monster. A thunderous roar of cheers filled the sky. The reporter raised his microphone, calling up to the ring. Mr. Satan, are you going first to end the fight quickly? Of course. Cell isn't even worthy to be my opponent, so I want to finish him off early and go home for dinner. Satan stood on the ring, hands on his hips, joking with the reporter below. Ha ha ha. Satan's words succeeded in amusing the tense reporter and audience. If you have more questions for an interview, feel free to come up anytime. He waved at the reporter and cameraman, signaling them to come up and film. The reporter and cameraman exchanged a glance, both swallowing hard. They feared Cell, but professional instinct drove them to shakily climb onto the ring. The cameraman shouldered his camera lens aimed at the space between Satan and Cell, his hand trembling slightly. "Dear viewers," the reporter's voice quavered, but he strove to maintain professionalism. "Although Mr. Satan is protecting us, we are still very afraid. After all, this is the closest I've ever been to the monster Cell, less than 5 meters away." The reporter finished speaking, instinctively shrinking back behind Satan. "Ha ha ha." Satan laughed heartily, patting the reporter on the shoulder. "Don't worry, you'll keep you safe, just as I protect my fans." His tone was light and casual, as if the being before him was not a world-ending monster, but an ordinary opponent. The entire audience erupted in deafening cheers once more. In their eyes, they always saw the unflappable Satan. And Satan, standing on the ring amidst the frenzied roar of a million spectators, curled his lips slightly. His earlier slander of Son Goku and the others had been solely to elevate himself. Now the momentum was built. The remaining 3 billion fans would all be won over in this battle. Originally, Sun Wukong had already set his left foot on the edge of the arena. But Mr. Satan was a step faster. He slowly withdrew his foot and turned to glance at Krillin. Krillin also shrugged helplessly. "Mr. Satan." Sun Wukong took a deep breath and called out toward the arena. His tone was serious without any hint of jest. "You'd better not go up there. Cell is strong, far stronger than you imagine. I don't want to sound harsh, but if you go up, you might actually get killed." After saying this, Sun Wukong hesitated inwardly. Even if Mr. Satan was an android, even if he had truly defeated Trunks, that didn't mean he could contend with perfect Cell. Cell's power was unfathomable. That guy's combat prowess was definitely not something an ordinary android could withstand. Yet Sun Wukong's well-intentioned advice was met with a roar of laughter from the entire audience. "Ha ha ha, what did he say? That Mr. Satan would get killed? Hilarious. Is that blonde kid out of his mind? If Mr. Satan loses, he'll chop off my head and let him kick it like a ball." "Exactly. If Mr. Satan doesn't beat the crap out of Cell, he'll eat my words." Laughter rippled through the stands. Countless people pointed at Sun Wukong, doubled over with mirth. In their eyes, that guy with the spiky blonde hair was nothing but an arrogant clown who didn't know his place. How dare he question Mr. Satan? What a colossal joke. Sun Wukong stood there, the corner of his mouth twitching. It wasn't the first time the audience had mocked him. "Forget it, Goku," Krillin said, patting his shoulder in consolation. "Some people won't give up until they hit a dead end. You can't talk them out of it. Let him go up. There are still the Dragon Balls. If something happens, we can revive him." Krillin's tone carried a hint of resignation. He had completely given up trying to reason with these fervent masses. "All right." Sun Wukong sighed and stepped back to rejoin the others. His gaze lingered on the flamboyant figure on the arena, his brow slightly furrowed. He hoped the guy wouldn't really get himself killed. Nearby, Trunks remained silent. He stared at Mr. Satan on the arena, his mind a tangled mess. Sun Wukong had just explicitly stated that the secret weapon was Son Gohan, not Mr. Satan. From start to finish, it had all been his own imagination. But Trunks recalled the moments spent with Mr. Satan over the past few days. The overwhelming strength that man had shown in sparring. The patience and composure he had demonstrated while guiding Trunks in training. The warm aura he exuded. One that involuntarily reminded Trunks of Brother Gohan. All of it was real. Mr. Satan's power was real too. So, who exactly was Mr. Satan? And what was his true purpose for participating in the Cell games? Trunks couldn't figure it out, but he chose to stay silent. "Wait, Master." However, just as Mr. Satan was about to step forward as Cell's first opponent, two figures suddenly appeared on the arena. They climbed up from the side, flanking Mr. Satan left and right. A blonde-haired European man spoke first, his voice full of vigor. "Let us take on Cell." Another burly giant nodded, striking a pose he thought was impressive. "Who are you?" The announcer on stage was taken aback, raising the microphone toward them. "Sorry, Mr. Satan, but Carlo and Pierogi insisted on coming up. I couldn't stop them." Mr. Satan's beautiful assistant Bisha also climbed onto the arena's edge, apologizing. She turned to the camera and introduced them in a professional tone. "These two are Mr. Satan's personal disciples. The blonde one is Swift-Wind Carlo, renowned for his speed. The muscular one is Mighty Pierogi, famous for his strength." "That's right. There's no need for my master to fight personally." Carlo pointed his thumb at himself, facing the camera. "The two of us are enough." Pierogi thumped his chest confidently. They both struck various poses on the arena, desperate to draw the world's attention. They had waited too long for this day. Ever since Mr. Satan became the globally adored savior, they, his two disciples, had been completely forgotten. They couldn't accept it. They wanted to stand under the spotlight like their master, basking in the adoration of thousands. So today they had come. What the hell? Beneath the arena, Krillin's expression had completely twisted. What's going on now? Two more ordinary people have gone up. Yamcha was equally incredulous. Is this Cell Games a martial arts tournament or a variety show? A bunch of idiots. Vegeta snorted, his tone dripping with impatience. His patience was nearly at its limit. This competition had been nothing but a chaotic farce from start to finish. When would the real fight actually begin? On the arena. Mr. Satan stared at the two familiar yet strange faces before him, a single thought in his mind. Huh, what are these two dunces doing here? Ha ha ha, so that's it. On the Cell Games arena in the spectator stands. Upon learning that Kuroni and Pierogi were Mr. Satan's disciples, the crowd began to shower them with praise. There's no need for Mr. Satan to personally intervene. Just his disciples alone can take care of Cell. Exactly. Mr. Satan really played his cards close to his chest, sending his disciples out first to fight Cell and dull his edge. That's right. No matter how weak Mr. Satan's disciples are, beating Cell is like a walk in the park, right? Needless to say. And Mr. Satan must be at least 10 times stronger than his disciples. 10 times. I'd say 100 times more. The audience chimed in their boasts, growing more outlandish by the second. Below the arena, Krillin's face was utterly numb. He glanced over at Son Goku. Son Goku's expression was even more composed than his. What goes on in these people's heads? Krillin muttered under his breath, too weary to offer any further ridicule. On the arena, Satan watched his two disciples strutting and posturing on the stage, his mind racing. Letting these two buffoons go first. Perhaps it wasn't a bad idea. Once Cell defeated them, the entire world's audience would surely panic. The earlier boasts and provocations had stirred up a commotion. Now a real fight would fuel it further. Even Mr. Satan's disciples have lost. Can Mr. Satan himself actually pull through? It's over. Can't even the master beat Cell? The louder the global doubt, the stronger the sense of dread. Then when I finally step in to turn the tide and snatch victory from the jaws of defeat, the more fans it'll reap. That way the remaining 3 billion people will absolutely fall for me in that moment. Following that, not a single whisper of doubt about Satan will echo across the world. What a thrilling vision. Maybe it'll wait a little longer. Let these two buffoons whip up an even greater frenzy for me. Satan seemed to have made up his mind. Master, rest assured. Kuroni turned back to Satan, giving him a thumbs up, his golden hair glistening under the sunlight. Watch me. No sooner had he spoken than he sprang into action, darting left and right, spinning forward and back, his speed rivaling that of a sprinter like Bolt. The audience below widened their eyes in astonishment. So fast. My God, that speed. He's like a Superman. No wonder he's called Kuroni the Gale. Kuroni grew more spirited, showcasing a dazzling array of footwork on the stage. Sudden stops, direction changes, side flips, consecutive backflips. Each move was crisp and precise, drawing cheers from the crowd. Incredible. If he lands that on Cell won't even have time to react right. Then Pierogi, not to be outdone. He leaped off the stage and strode toward the wild bulls that Satan had knocked down during his earlier performance. The bulls still lay dazed on the ground, hooves pointing skyward. Pierogi bent down, grabbed one bull by its hind leg, and heaved it up with a sudden jerk. He hoisted the entire bull onto one shoulder. Oh! Pierogi let out a beastly roar, then reached out with his other hand, grabbed a second bull, and slung it over his other shoulder. One bull on each shoulder, perfectly balanced. Carrying the two unconscious wild bulls, he marched back to the stage, each step making the ground tremble slightly. My God, that strength. He's practically another Superman. The stands erupted. With disciples like these, just imagine how powerful Mr. Satan himself must be, right? They truly are Mr. Satan's proudest disciples. Long live Mr. Satan. Amid the thunderous cheers, Kuroni and Pierogi stood on the stage, basking in the adoration of the masses. They had waited far too long for this day. On one side of the stage, Krillin had lost all interest in watching. Is that it? Yamcha's mouth twitched. Fast movement and carrying bulls. This is what they call Mr. Satan's elite disciples. Forget about fighting Cell. These so-called elite disciples wouldn't last a second against any Z fighter. This world is full of fools. Vegeta spat out the words coldly, not even bothering to spare them another glance. On the stage, Kuroni and Pierogi finished their performance, stood side by side, and stared at Cell. Cell remained motionless, eyes closed, arms crossed over his chest from start to finish, as if everything before him didn't even warrant his attention. All right. Kuroni took a deep breath, locking his gaze on Cell. Watch this. He pushed off the ground with his legs, launching himself into the air like a coiled spring. Relying on his prized speed, he soared dozens of meters above the arena. Dived. Kuroni twisted his body midair, headfirst, hurtling towards Cell at maximum velocity. The wind howled. Kuroni's eyes were fixed solely on Cell's green head. Die, Cell. Yet Cell merely lifted an eyelid slightly, without even moving a hand. An invisible wave of energy surged from Cell's gaze. Boom. Koroni Midiv was repelled as if struck by an unseen wall. His body flew backward into the sky faster than his descent, higher than his launch. And he kept flying higher, farther, smaller. Incredible. The reporter on stage couldn't grasp the situation. He craned his neck excitedly, tracking the shrinking figure in the sky. Ladies and gentlemen, look. Koroni's jumping power is simply unbelievable. He's still flying. He's reached a height almost beyond our naked eye. The reporter's voice grew louder, his neck growing stiffer. In the sky, Koroni's silhouette had shrunk to a tiny black, then to an even smaller speck. And then, it vanished, completely gone over the horizon. The audience fell into a collective silence. A breeze swept across the arena, carrying an awkward stillness in the air. The reporter awkwardly adjusted his glasses, still staring up at the empty sky. He held the microphone, his voice uncertain. May I ask, is he still flying? No one answered him. A million spectators were all looking up at the sky. The sky was blue, the clouds were white, but there was no trace of Koroni. Koroni's performance this time is so unique. Assistant Bisha stood at the edge of the stage, forcing a dry laugh, her voice dripping with embarrassment. The audience still hadn't processed it. Everyone craned their necks, scanning the sky for a long while. Blue skies, white clouds, not a trace for miles. Silence. A deathly hush. Finally, someone in the crowd shouted, "Flying that long, isn't he coming home for dinner?" Another wave of silence washed over the crowd. Then scattered laughter began to emerge from various parts of the stands. At first it was forced. Then the laughter grew more awkward. Finally it morphed into a strange atmosphere, a mix of not knowing whether to laugh or panic. Bang! After an unknown amount of time, a figure plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the open ground outside the arena, smashing a half-meter-deep crater into the earth. Koroni lay twisted at the bottom of the pit, drenched in blood, unable to even let out a groan. At this moment, the hundreds of thousands of spectators fell silent once again. Unsure whether to force a laugh or panic, everyone stared blankly at the motionless figure on the ground. They didn't know how to react, because they simply couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Koroni had clearly jumped up on his own. How could he have fallen so badly? Was it his own mistake? Or had Cell done something? What exactly is going on here? Seeing Koroni's pitiful state, the reporter's voice trembled slightly. He looked up at the sky, then down at the massive crater on the ground, completely baffled. I think Koroni must have gotten carried away. Assistant Bisa stood at the edge of the arena, her voice filled with embarrassment. To maintain his facade, Satan was already seated on his exclusive champion's throne beside the ring. He crossed his legs, puffed on a cigar, and wore a calm expression. In truth, Satan had long anticipated this outcome. Didn't he know exactly how skilled those two fools were? Cell could have taken them out with a mere flick. Ahem. But Satan still needed to offer a forced explanation. He feigned a nonchalant tone. Koroni is quite talented, but he's far too cocky. That's precisely why I didn't include him in the Cell Games accompanying roster. Satan spoke as if everything was under his control. Yes, exactly. Bisa immediately chimed in, nodding eagerly like a pecking chick. I see. Cold sweat beaded on the reporter's forehead as he forced a smile. In the stands, the atmosphere remained somewhat tense. Yet under Satan's explanation, most people chose to accept this version. Getting carried away. Understandable. After all, they were Satan's disciples. They must have some skill, just a bit reckless. Next, Poroski stepped up. He tossed the two bulls he was carrying onto the ground, turned, and leaped onto the arena, his landing shaking the stage slightly. Cell, prepare to die. Poroski roared. He pushed off the ground, charging towards Cell like an out-of-control heavy truck. Weighing over 300 pounds and accelerating at full speed, he did seem to carry some momentum. However, just 3 meters away from Cell, Poroski suddenly stopped. He didn't stop on his own. Something was blocking him. His feet were still frantically digging into the ground, his body leaning forward, veins bulging, yet he couldn't advance an inch further. It was as if an invisible wall of air stood before him. Cell kept his eyes closed the entire time. His arms were crossed over his chest without even lifting an eyelid. He merely released a thin layer of ki, nothing more. Ugh, hi. Poroski let out a beastly roar, desperately pushing forward. But it was futile. The invisible air wall remained immovable. The next second, Cell's ki trembled slightly. Poroski's body was blasted backward as if struck by a cannon, his shocked form flying through the air in an arc before crashing into a distant mountain peak. Witnessing a similar scene, the audience fell into silence once more. All the spectators widened their eyes, their faces etched with astonishment. If Koroni had been carried away by pride, then what about Poroski? Was he also carried away? He was clearly charging forward with all his might. How did he end up flying away? On one side of the arena, Krillin finally couldn't hold back a snicker. With disciples like that, you can imagine how weak their master must be, right? He deliberately echoed the crowd's earlier praise for Satan's disciples, his tone dripping with sarcasm. A few nearby spectators hearing Krillin's words were momentarily stunned. Could it be? Mr. Satan's disciples had been defeated by Cell. The reporter also panicked. Microphone in hand, he scurried over to Satan, not even bothering to wipe the sweat from his brow. Mr. Satan, what happened this time? Can you explain it for us? Satan sat on his champion's throne, legs crossed, holding a freshly lit cigar. He watched the direction Paraski had flown off, secretly amused. As the greatest showman in the venue, he had to hold it together and offer a forced explanation. Well, that was a trick. Satan exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone utterly calm. The reporter blinked. A trick? Exactly. Satan flicked his cigar, a slight smirk playing on his lips. From the looks of it, Cell is terribly afraid of me. To resort to such tricks, even on the duel stage, is truly despicable. He stood up, facing the camera with an unruffled expression. In my judgment, he must have doused himself with the bell pepper scent that Paraski hates most, creating this effect of keeping him at bay. Moreover, the arena floor clearly has spring devices installed, which is how he managed to send the 300-pound Paraski flying. Satan clenched his fist, striking his iconic victory pose. But I've seen through all his tricks long ago. Cell's illusions are useless against me. They'll let my fists do the talking. I see. The reporter nodded vigorously, as if enlightened. I don't know when Cell rigged things up, but using such underhanded tactics in an unknown match is utterly disgraceful. In the stands, whispers began to spread. Some nodded, some agreed. But compared to the fervent cheers earlier, the volume was noticeably lower. Satan observed this, understanding in his heart. They were getting nervous. Though they didn't say it aloud, doubt was creeping in. Mr. Satan's two disciples had both lost. Is Mr. Satan himself even capable? Could it be that even the master can't win? This unease was spreading through the crowd, fermenting in the minds of billions watching on television. Satan stubbed out his cigar and slowly rose to his feet. This was the moment. First build the hype, then sow panic. When panic peaks, he would step in to turn the tide and stage a stunning comeback. A faint smile curled at the corner of Satan's mouth. Now it was his turn to take the stage. On the other side of the arena, by Son Goku. What trick? There's no such thing. Krillin rolled his eyes, his tone utterly exasperated. They were simply blasted away by Cell's ki. It's that straightforward. He shrugged, trying to explain to the spectators nearby. But they glanced at him and turned away, completely ignoring him. Krillin had no choice but to turn to Goku and the others. See, I told you Satan's disciples were frauds. And that Satan, he doesn't even know what ki is. He paused and added, I wonder if he's genuinely clueless or just pretending. After all, that trick explanation of his can fool quite a few people. Krillin looked at Trunks, his gaze filled with clear skepticism. Trunks, you say he could defeat you, but I still can't believe it. Even if Satan were an android, he couldn't possibly beat you. Right. Yamcha chimed in agreement. What kind of spell did Satan cast on you? You've been defending him this whole time. Oh. Trunks snapped back to reality. He had been watching Satan's disciples, his mind churning with thoughts of the past few days. The memories of being overwhelmed in sparring sessions were real. The patience he showed while guiding his training was real. That warm feeling reminiscent of Gohan was also real. Despite Satan's current arrogant facade, in private Satan was kind, easygoing, unpretentious, and utterly without airs. Trunks would never forget the care and help Satan had given him these past days. So regardless of whether Satan was Mr. Goku's secret weapon, he still deserved respect. But Trunks glanced at Koroni, barely alive in the distant pit, then at Paraski, who had crashed into the mountainside. Trunks truly couldn't understand. Mr. Satan was clearly so strong. How could his two disciples be this weak? What were these two even here for? Were they here to lighten the mood, or just to be comic relief? No, I think I need to prove something for Mr. Satan. Though he couldn't figure out the purpose of the two disciples, Trunks had already formed a plan in his mind. If you ask me, Satan's strength is nothing but a flashy show. Krillin stood with his arms crossed, continuing to speak of Satan with a light-hearted chuckle. Even if he's an android and has some power, it's not much to speak of. Son Goku and Son Gohan blinked innocently, offering no reply. Vegeta remained expressionless. Piccolo stood equally indifferent, arms folded. No, that's not it. Trunks suddenly spoke up, his tone serious. Mr. Satan is very strong. Krillin turned to look at him, utterly speechless. Don't be stubborn, Trunks. Satan is a fraud. Krillin waved his hand, his voice laced with impatience. Even if you two are close, don't keep defending him. He might not even be a match for me, let alone you. Right. Yamcha chimed in, nodding toward the arena. His disciples are a joke, completely lacking in skill. It's obvious Satan isn't much either. That's really not true. Trunks retorted urgently, his voice rising. Mr. Satan even helped me improve my strength. The moment he said this, the air seemed to freeze. What? Son Goku whipped around, eyes wide. Satan helped you get stronger. Is that true, Trunks? Son Gohan was stunned disbelief etched across his face. So your surge in energy these past few days was from fighting Satan? Son Goku's voice carried clear shock. He had assumed Trunks' energy spike 2 days ago was from sparring with Vegeta, but now thinking it over he realized something was off. Trunks' ki was there, but where was Vegeta's? That was why Son Goku was so astonished when Trunks said Satan had helped him grow stronger. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could an android help you get stronger? Krillin flatly denied it, shaking his head like a rattle. Trunks took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. I'm telling the truth. Why won't you believe me? He paused, then turned to Son Goku. In that case, Mr. Goku, let me go first and prove Mr. Satan's worth. After all, I'm practically his half-disciple. What? Krillin's jaw nearly hit the floor. Trunks, did I hear that right? You're Satan's half-disciple. Son Goku was utterly dumbfounded. When did this happen? Son Gohan's face was full of disbelief. The idea of Satan training with Trunks was already absurd enough. And now Trunks claimed to be Satan's half-disciple. Yet just a couple of days ago. Trunks nodded, his tone calm. Mr. Satan helped boost my strength. There was no formal ceremony, but calling me his half-disciple isn't wrong, is it? The entire Z-fighters fell silent. Krillin stood frozen. Yamcha's mouth hung open. They had considered every possibility between Trunks and Satan except Trunks willingly admitting to being Satan's half-disciple. Even the ever-proud Vegeta was rooted to the spot. He had thought his son was just sparring with Satan every day. Sparring was one thing, call it training if you like. But Vegeta's pride kept him aloof, disdaining any form of partnered training, even with his own son. Yet it wasn't sparring Satan was actually elevating his strength. His half-disciple, Vegeta's head was spinning. He had been staying at Bulma's place all this time, and only just learned of this, though he was the type to ignore everything except training. But what if one misstep his own son truly became someone else's son? Wouldn't that be a joke? And what if another misstep? The entire household, including that foolish woman, was stolen away by Satan. Vegeta's face darkened, a faint hatred for Satan stirring within him. With matters as they were, Trunks decided to be the first to fight Cell. Son Goku took a deep breath, choosing to stop dwelling on it. Trunks, are you sure you want to go first? Son Goku's tone turned serious. Of course. Trunks nodded without hesitation. Mr. Goku, you don't mind me stealing your chance to go first, do you? Son Goku paused for a moment. He looked into Trunks' eyes, seeing unwavering resolve. Of course not. Son Goku said, then paused, his expression growing grave. But your opponent is Cell. You must be careful. Son Goku lowered his voice, speaking with solemn intensity. Also, the Cell now is completely different from when he first became perfect. After 10 days of settling, he's surely fully adapted to his Boda's full power. And he's calmer now. Though he hasn't gone anywhere these 10 days, he's been resting with his eyes closed, likely meditating and training in his mind. In short, Trunks, be very cautious. Son Goku's tone was more earnest than ever. Trunks nodded firmly, his gaze blazing. Then he turned to look at Vegeta. Dad, do you mind if I go first? Humph. Vegeta snorted and turned his head away. Don't look at me. Just mind your own business. Trunks nodded knowingly. He understood his father's ways. He said nothing, but didn't stop him. That was enough. On the arena, Cell still stood with his eyes closed. The two useless disciples earlier weren't even worth opening his eyes for. He expected Satan himself to step up next. But instead, he sensed a familiar aura approaching. Cell slowly opened his eyes. Stepping onto the arena was Trunks. Trunks. Cell raised an eyebrow slightly, a note of surprise in his voice. Are you serious? How dare you fight me again? Have you forgotten how you lost to me before? A cold smirk curled on Cell's lips. The scene from 10 days ago was still vivid. Back then, he had just become perfect, and Trunks, using his bulked-up explosive form with all his might, was still effortlessly crushed. It was a one-sided defeat. Trunks stood at the center of the arena, staring straight at Cell. His gaze was calm and composed, a stark contrast to 10 days ago. Times have changed, Cell. Trunks' voice was low, but every word was clear. 10 days ago, I was still too young. With Mr. Satan's guidance these past few days, my strength has advanced to a new level. He paused, his tone growing more resolute. And I want to prove to everyone that Mr. Satan is no fraud. If we're talking disciples besides those two skinny and fat guys, I can be Mr. Satan's disciple too. Trunks finished with a mysterious smile at Cell. What? Cell's expression shifted slightly. He hadn't expected this. Trunks, who also came from the future, would claim to be Satan's disciple. Have you lost your mind? Cell was inwardly startled, then quickly regained his composed demeanor. He folded his arms, a faint smile on his lips. Another disciple of Satan, how interesting. Below the arena, watching Trunks step up, Son Goku and the others exchanged glances. Is Trunks going up to prove his training results, or to prove Satan isn't a fraud? Krillin scratched his head, looking puzzled. Let's see if he's truly improved, or just putting on a show. Piccolo said gravely, his eyes locked on Trunks in the arena. Vegeta stared at his son on the stage, a fire burning in his chest. Impatience, irritation, and an indescribable sense of frustration. Don't do this, Trunks. Krillin muttered under his breath, his tone conflicted. I admit I was a bit loud mocking Satan earlier, but you don't have to force yourself to go first, do you? He really hadn't expected this. Trunks not only spoke up for Satan, but was even willing to fight Cell to prove the quality of Satan's training. The key point was that Krillin had witnessed Trunks' first battle with Cell. It had ended in Trunks' crushing defeat. And now, just a few days later, Trunks had the confidence to face Cell again. Was this still the calm, rational Trunks he knew? How reckless. Trunks. Seeing Trunks so impulsive, Krillin began to regret bad-mouthing Satan. On the Cell Games arena, Trunks did not rush to act. He turned his head and looked toward the other side of the ring. Mr. Satan stood there, one foot already on the steps. It was clear he intended to step onto the stage himself after his two disciples were eliminated. But Trunks had beaten him to it. Mr. Satan looked at him with some surprise. Mr. Satan, let me go first. Trunks' voice was not loud, but his tone was earnest. I want to test the results of my training these past few days. He paused, his gaze resolute. Both of your previous disciples have fallen, but don't forget you still have me as your disciple. These words spread throughout the venue through the audio equipment at the edge of the ring. The entire audience of millions erupted in commotion. What? Mr. Satan has a third disciple. Isn't this kid the one with the yellow hair from earlier? What's going on? Did Mr. Satan's disciple infiltrate the enemy as a spy? Blue hair, he's quite handsome. Handsome or not, I just hope he doesn't get cocky like the other two. The audience buzzed with discussion, their gazes fixed squarely on Trunks. Mr. Satan stood on the steps, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He was puzzled inwardly. When had he ever taken Trunks as his disciple? Sparring was sparring, training was training, and familiarity was familiarity. He had never uttered the word disciple. Had this kid lost his mind today? Those two idiot disciples had already fallen, so why did he voluntarily jump out to claim himself as his disciple? But the words were already spoken, picked up by the audio equipment, and heard by the entire venue. Mr. Satan's mind raced. On the bright side, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Trunks was not like those two buffoons, Carlo and Pyro. He possessed true skill. After these days of special training, Trunks' power had reached the level of Super Saiyan full power. In a direct confrontation with Cell, even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't suffer an utterly disgraceful defeat. Moreover, if Trunks could fight Cell to a standstill, or even lose, the audience's panic would be driven to its peak. At that moment, he would step in, turn the tide, and seal the victory. Then the billions of fans worldwide would be captivated. Thinking this, Mr. Satan's face regained a composed smile. All right. No problem, you go first. Mr. Satan stepped back down the stairs and spoke to Trunks in a steady tone. Mr. Satan, is this blue-haired young man truly your disciple? Why have we never seen him before? Bisa leaned in and asked in a low voice. Oh, he's my closed-door disciple. He has been training in secret, making his first public appearance today. Wow, amazing. Bisa's eyes sparkled with admiration. However, this was merely an identity Mr. Satan fabricated on the spot. After all he had taught Trunks, nothing, only beaten him, relentlessly fed him medicine, beat him, and fed him again. If Bisa had pressed him on what he taught Mr. Satan would likely have said, I only taught him how to close the door. Of course, this was just a minor incident. For this reason, Mr. Satan specifically reminded Trunks not to underestimate his opponent. But as long as you don't get careless, Cell won't find it easy to beat you. All right. Trunks nodded solemnly. However, when these words reached Cell's ears, he nearly laughed out loud. Not easy. 10 days ago, using only 30% of his strength, he had ground Trunks into the dirt. Even if the kid had improved in those 10 days, how much could he possibly progress in such a short time? Dealing with Trunks. He probably wouldn't even need to use half his power. I never expected this. Cell crossed his arms, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he sized up Trunks before him. I thought that blowhard Mr. Satan would be the first to come up and die. He tilted his head, slightly glancing at Mr. Satan below the ring. And what did you just say? You're his disciple. Cell let out a cold laugh. With his talent for boasting, what could you possibly learn from him? Boasting? Interesting. You're not here to be a clown like those two losers, are you? Cell's tone was dripping with mockery. Enough talk, Cell. Trunks cut him off, his voice cold and hard, his eyes filled with resolve. Let's fight directly. Oh. Cell looked at Trunks' serious, eager face. Still, he didn't take him seriously. Cell remained with his arms crossed, not even assuming a fighting stance. You don't actually think 10 days of training can change the fact that I can crush you, do you? Cell's voice was filled with contempt. Trunks didn't respond, nor did he waste more words with Cell. He slowly adjusted his breathing, sinking his feet, slightly shifting his center of gravity forward. This time he did not transform into a Super Saiyan. The next second, Trunks struck directly. Below the ring, Krillin was stunned at the sight. He's fighting Cell without transforming into a Super Saiyan. He was utterly incredulous. There's no way he can win like that. On the ring, Cell was disdainful. But he also knew Trunks was not on the same level as the two previous nobodies. Cell dared not underestimate him. Trunks threw a punch, Cell ducked, and dodged it easily. Immediately after, Cell threw a counterpunch. Trunks sidestepped the wind from the punch, grazing his shoulder. He seized the momentum, spinning and sweeping his right leg outward. Cell raised his arm to block. Their forces collided and the air burst outward. They exchanged blows, fists and feet intertwining. Trunks and Cell were locked in a fierce battle on the arena floor. Are my eyes playing tricks on me, or is Cell holding back? Trunks isn't transformed, yet he's fighting Cell like this. Below the ring, Krillin's eyes grew wider and wider, his voice tight. Cell isn't holding back. Son Goku's expression was grave. Trunks has improved. On the ring, Trunks suddenly accelerated. He threw a punch straight at Cell's face. Cell raised his hand to block, but Trunks' fist changed course mid-strike. The fist grazed Cell's forearm, slipped through the gap in his block, and landed directly on Cell's cheek. Though it was just a glancing blow, not heavy enough to leave a wound. Cell's face indeed bore a scratch. He landed a hit. Krillin's voice was filled with astonishment once more. It was just a graze, but that's Trunks without transforming into a Super Saiyan. Tenshinhan was also stunned, his mouth hanging open. Trunks' movements are very clean, with no wasted motion. Piccolo said in a deep voice, his gaze locked on Trunks. Yeah. Trunks' transformation over these 10 days is far greater than I anticipated. Son Goku squinted slightly, his tone serious. On the ring, Cell stopped moving. He touched his cheek. The sensation of that punch still lingered on his skin. The smile on Cell's face suddenly turned cold. He had been hit by a non-transformed Trunks. Though it caused no damage, the fact itself was absurd. 10 days ago, even a transformed Trunks couldn't touch a single hair on his head. He was merely a plaything. This kid's rate of improvement exceeded his imagination. But it ends here. Cell's cold smirk returned. With that level of power, thinking you can defeat me is nothing but a pipe dream. Trunks didn't press the advantage. He steadied himself and calmly regarded Cell. I told you, Cell, I'm not the same as before. Trunks' voice was deep, but every word was clear. Interesting. Cell's lips curved slightly upward, a hint of seriousness creeping into his tone. It seems you've indeed improved over these past few days, enough to make me take things a bit more seriously. He slowly released his folded arms, widening his stance as his gaze sharpened. Then, the warm-up ends here. Cell let out a sharp cry, suddenly erupting with energy. A terrifying wave of force surged from his body, radiating outward in all directions with Cell at its center. The arena floor trembled violently as tiles cracked and debris scattered. The air around them twisted and warped as if ignited, with billowing dust and smoke soaring into the sky. A million spectators swayed in unison, many struggling to stay on their feet as they grasped nearby railings and seats. What's happening? An earthquake? Such a strong wind. The audience erupted into chaos. The reporters nearest the ring were knocked off balance by the blast, nearly dropping their microphones. After steadying himself, his first instinct wasn't to flee, but to turn and look at Mr. Satan below the stage. Mr. Satan, is this also an illusion? The reporter's voice trembled in the wind. Mr. Satan sat on his champion's chair, utterly composed. Of course. He gestured toward the ring with a nod, his tone resolute. Cell installed an earthquake device underground, which is why the ground feels like it's shaking. An earthquake device. The reporter paused, then pressed further. Then what about the dust and smoke swirling around? How do you explain that? Mr. Satan thought for a moment, then pointed to a distant hilltop. Oh, he must have hidden a giant industrial fan up there. He's definitely holding a remote control, and at some moment when we weren't paying attention, he pressed it to start the fan at full blast. That's why we're seeing this dusty, windy effect with the ground shaking. Mr. Satan spoke as if it were the truth, his face showing no hint of guilt. The reporter gasped, turning to the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, did you hear that? First an anti-missile system, then an earthquake device, and now a giant fan. It seems Cell is not only a martial arts master, but also a hidden military expert. At this, the surrounding audience buzzed with discussion. A military expert? How much money did he spend on all that equipment? The point is, Mr. Satan saw through all these tricks at a glance. Exactly. Being able to see through a military expert's schemes at a glance. Doesn't that make Mr. Satan even more impressive? Mr. Satan is invincible. Long live Mr. Satan. Cheers erupted once more, rising and falling in waves. On the arena, Cell's energy surge continued unabated. Waves of force churned, making the entire ring hum and tremble beneath his feet. Trunks stood at the opposite end of the arena, his long hair blown back by the blast, yet his feet remained firmly planted. He gazed at the now serious Cell, his eyes showing no sign of retreat. Then following that, Yawa. Trunks let out a long roar, his aura instantly surging. A golden light burst from within him, his hair standing on end, shifting from blue to gold, fluttering slightly in the wind. But unlike 10 days ago, Trunks' muscles showed no swelling. The golden aura flowed and spread steadily around him, calm and condensed, achieving a perfect balance of power and speed. That was the full power Super Saiyan state. Super Saiyan full power. This energy. Below the arena, Son Goku's pupils contracted sharply, his expression instantly turning serious. No. Trunks' energy is incredible. Kuririn was stunned, disbelief written all over his face. This energy. It's on par with Cell's. Maybe Trunks can actually defeat Cell. The more Kuririn spoke, the more shocked he became, even startling himself with his own judgment. What a... Dad, did Trunks also reach the same level as us? Son Gohan looked at his father in astonishment. And it's not just that. Son Goku nodded, his eyes brightening. Gohan, did you see that? Trunks has abandoned that bulky muscle form we developed in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Now he's exactly like us in our current state. There was a clear note of relief in Son Goku's voice. He didn't know how Trunks had managed it, but he knew Trunks hadn't continued down that wrong path of transformation. Yes, that's the full power Super Saiyan. Son Gohan nodded firmly. Haha, Trunks truly is a genius. I didn't expect him to achieve it too besides us. Son Goku smiled with satisfaction. This statement, neither too loud nor too soft, happened to reach Vegeta's ears nearby. Vegeta's body froze in place. He stared intently at Trunks, bathed in golden light on the arena, his pupils slightly constricting. This form. During their first visit to the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, he and Trunks had mostly trained separately. But having spent so long in there with Trunks, he had never broken through to this full power state. And now, Trunks leaves the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, spends a few days with Mr. Satan. Just a few days. And he reaches the same level as Kakarot and Son Gohan. Vegeta's teeth ground audibly. What he found hard to accept was Son Gohan's earlier remark. Besides us, Trunks has achieved it too. Us, too. So the three of them have entered this new realm, and he alone has been left far behind. Kakarot achieved it. Kakarot's son seemed to have achieved it too. Now even his own son had achieved it. Of the 4 Saiyans on Earth, 3 had done it. Only he, Vegeta, the proud prince of Saiyans, had not done it. Vegeta was seething inside, but his body was already trembling slightly. On the arena, Trunks' energy surge subsided. The golden aura flowed smoothly around him like a second skin. Cell looked Trunks up and down, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Interesting, very interesting. Cell said softly, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. It seems you took my advice this time and didn't use that muscle transformation that only boosts power at the cost of speed. This is the real fight I've been wanting. Cell's tone carried a rare note of approval. I admit you are indeed stronger than 10 days ago. Now you're worthy of being my opponent, Cell. All thanks to Mr. Satan. Without a moment's hesitation, the transformed Trunks blurted out. What? Cell was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed Trunks had followed his earlier advice, abandoning the muscle form to pursue a balance of speed and power. But it wasn't because of his words. Mr. Satan again. Cell's lip twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. Below the arena, Kuririn was also stunned. Seeing Trunks' new Super Saiyan full power, his expression was complicated. Then he leaned close to Son Gohan's ear and lowered his voice. Do you think I might have spoken too soon earlier? Maybe Mr. Satan actually has something to him. Son Gohan blinked innocently, offering no reply. No. Even Kuririn found his own words awkward. So he quickly shook his head. Having something doesn't mean Mr. Satan can beat Cell. Trunks was already strong with great talent. Mr. Satan was just incredibly lucky this time. Kuririn used luck as an excuse to save face. He happened to give a few pointers to Trunks, who was on the verge of a breakthrough, and then they became master and disciple. Right. Exactly, that's it. Yamcha nodded vigorously in agreement nearby. The two exchanged a glance and silently chose to drop the subject. But deep down they both knew. Whether Mr. Satan was lucky or not, they couldn't deny one fact. That Trunks had indeed grown stronger. Strong enough to stand toe-to-toe with Cell. And all of this seemed to have happened after training with Mr. Satan. At the center of the arena, the second round between Cell and Trunks officially began. Enveloped in golden aura, Trunks could clearly feel the oppressive pressure emanating from Cell. In his Super Saiyan full power state, he did not retreat. Hua! Cell wasted no more words. With a flicker, he vanished from the spot. The next moment, a gust of wind assailed Trunks from behind. Trunks' pupils contracted sharply, and almost by instinct, he swung his right arm backward to block. Boom! Cell's fist smashed into Trunks' forearm, and the explosive shockwave instantly shattered a patch of the arena floor tiles. The brief standoff lasted less than a second. Cell launched another assault, his punching frequency abruptly increasing. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Each strike precisely sealed off Trunks' counterattack routes. Forced onto the defensive, Trunks continuously parried, deflected, and absorbed the force with his arms. But Cell was not at ease either. Trunks' defense was watertight, preventing Cell from landing any substantial damage. Cell narrowed his eyes and quickened his pace. Trunks gritted his teeth, stepping back to adjust his footing while seeking gaps to counterattack amidst the defense. Finally, an infinitesimal interval appeared between Cell's consecutive strikes. Seizing that moment, Trunks lunged forward, driving his right shoulder into Cell's attack range and pressing his body against Cell's chest at close quarters. Cell was momentarily startled. Trunks locked Cell's wrists, leveraged the momentum into a shoulder throw, and slammed Cell onto the arena floor. Cell twisted midair to stabilize himself, landed on his feet, and slid back to create distance. The two locked gazes once more, then simultaneously charged forward. Fists and feet clashed, shockwaves scattering in all directions. The two figures moved at high speed across the arena, colliding, rebounding, and colliding again, their velocity ever increasing. They moved so fast that even the cameras could not capture their afterimages. Only the successive explosive sounds and erupting shockwaves remained. Finally, the two completely vanished from the audience's sight. In the spectator stands, cheers abruptly ceased, replaced by widespread bewilderment. What's going on? Where did they go? Weren't they fighting fiercely just now? How did they suddenly disappear? Commotion stirred among the crowd and murmurs grew louder. The reporter nearest to the arena looked around anxiously and quickly turned the camera toward Mr. Satan below. Mr. Satan, what's happening now? Why is there no one on the arena? The reporter's voice carried obvious panic. Mr. Satan sat on the champion's chair, legs crossed, expression calm. Don't panic. He raised a finger pointing at the arena. Didn't you notice, just now? When they were fighting on the ground, many cracks were left on the arena. Cell, overwhelmed by my disciple. I mean, Trunks directly hid into the cracks of the arena. Satan paused, his tone confident. Luckily, Trunks learned from me and saw through such a trick at a glance, so he chased right in. I see. The reporter suddenly understood, nodding repeatedly. Ladies and gentlemen, don't worry. Cell used a trick to hide in the arena cracks, and Mr. Satan's disciple has already pursued him. Hearing the explanation, the surrounding audience breathed a collective sigh of relief. So Cell was hiding. How despicable, playing hide and seek in a dignified battle. Good thing Mr. Satan's disciple wasn't fooled. The reporter wanted to ask for more details, but turned around and froze. Mr. Satan was gone, the champion's chair empty. Huh, where's Mr. Satan? The reporter looked around, completely missing the large rock that had somehow appeared beside the champion's chair. The next second, the cloth on that rock was lifted. Mr. Satan poked his head out and flashed a victory sign at the camera. I'm right here. Wow. The reporter yelped, nearly dropping the microphone. That's such an amazing trick. Mr. Satan can even do this so-called invisibility. The surrounding audience erupted in excitement. Mr. Satan stepped out from behind the rock, cloth brushed off some non-existent dust, and offered a faint smile. What Cell can do, I can do too. What Cell cannot do, I can still do. I simply disdain to use such methods ordinarily. That's our Mr. Satan. Waves of cheers surged forth. High above the arena, Cell and Trunks were clashing at tremendous speed. Satan's words, what Cell can do, I can do too, drifted upward on the wind. Cell frowned, his focus considerably divided. In that instant, Trunks' right fist precisely connected with Cell's cheek. Bam! Cell plummeted straight down from the sky, crashing heavily onto the arena, sending gravel flying and dust billowing skyward. After the dust settled, Cell's figure appeared in the center of the shattered arena. He flipped up, leaped, and looked up to meet Trunks descending from the sky. The two clashed again, and the thunderous sounds of their blows shook the arena continuously. The audience, seeing the two figures re-emerge in the dust, gasped in unison. They're out. They really were fighting in the cracks. Mr. Satan predicted everything. Cell's tricks are useless before Mr. Satan. Below the stage, Goku remained silent. Krillin was silent, and Piccolo was silent too. For a moment, they could not tell whether Mr. Satan was genuinely clueless or just playing dumb. However, no one had time to bother with Mr. Satan now. The battle on the arena was too spectacular to miss a single second. Tien could barely catch some afterimages, but it grew increasingly difficult. Krillin and Yamcha had long lost track, only able to see the shockwaves from occasional clashes. Only Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, and Piccolo could clearly see every move. And one other person, Mr. Satan. He leaned back in the champion's chair, his gaze always following the two figures on the arena. As he watched, his expression grew somewhat peculiar. Trunks' fighting style seemed off. From the start, Trunks had barely used any energy blasts. No flash cannon, no big bang attack, no long-range techniques at all. Trunks had been fighting entirely in close quarters. And it wasn't the Turtle School or Crane School system. It was the most basic combat techniques. Straight punches, hooks, uppercuts, standard boxing combinations. Low kicks, mid-level roundhouse kicks, high axe kicks, classic kickboxing techniques. In close range there were shoulder throws, hip tosses, inner thigh reaps, judo throwing techniques, occasionally interspersed with inch power strikes and lead straight punches from Jeet Kune Do. These moves seemed trivial in the eyes of martial artists, but Trunks combined them with the speed and power of a Super Saiyan. Surprisingly, it created a rhythm entirely different from conventional combat. Mr. Satan blinked. Weren't these the ordinary moves he had used during their training? This kid, a long-range mage who could fire energy blasts, chose to train in close-quarters combat with him. But come to think of it, the effect was indeed good. Cell was clearly uncomfortable with this chaotic yet lethal style of ordinary fighting, barely managing to block several times. A faint smile curled at the corner of Mr. Satan's mouth. What crane school? What turtle school? None were as effective as his own Satan style. If he were to recruit many disciples in the future, he might as well create his own school. He would call it the champion style. Below the arena, Goku also noticed Trunks' anomaly. Trunks' fighting style. How is it so different from usual? Goku frowned, his voice full of confusion. Is he using the crazy fist beats, the old master trick? Krillin also noticed, his face full of bewilderment. I wonder where he learned these moves. Could it be from Mr. Satan? Gohan tilted his head and said, Impossible. Everyone knows these basic fighting methods. Krillin retorted instinctively. That's right, everyone knows them. Goku nodded, but his tone was serious. But no one ever thought this set of techniques could work so well against Cell. Krillin was stunned. He didn't speak, but his mind was in turmoil. Could it be that they had misjudged Mr. Satan? That he hadn't just gotten lucky by guiding Trunks on the verge of a breakthrough? Rather, he had used the most basic combat thinking to teach Trunks a fighting style entirely unfamiliar to Cell. Krillin was silent for a few seconds before speaking. I see, so that's the root of it. No wonder Mr. Satan could help Trunks boost his combat power. His tone was complex. By learning ordinary combat thinking to catch the opponent off guard, you can beat the experienced with the unorthodox. He paused, then added in awe. I have to say, although Mr. Satan's strength is nothing special when it comes to researching ordinary combat, he's practically a genius. Maybe it's because Cell's computer data didn't include ordinary people's fighting techniques, so it just works better. Yamcha interjected from the side. Entirely possible. Krillin quickly nodded in agreement. Gohan stood beside them, blinking innocently. He quietly listened to Krillin and Yamcha's analysis, saying nothing, because he was still just a 10-year-old boy. For a moment, he couldn't tell which of their words were true or which were just banter. The battle raged on. High above the arena, two figures clashed at breakneck speed, shockwaves cascading down to the ground with relentless force. Sun Wukong's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. He had witnessed an unbelievable sight. Beads of cold sweat were actually forming on Cell's forehead. Trunks was also drenched in sweat. Yet his gaze never wavered for an instant. Every punch and every kick was delivered with absolute precision. In stark contrast, Cell's expression underwent a dramatic transformation within mere minutes. From initial contempt to cautious regard, from astonishment to sheer shock. Now a faint trace of panic flickered in the depths of his eyes. Cell couldn't comprehend it. His speed and strength were in no way inferior, so why did he feel as though he was being led by the nose? Trunks' combat rhythm was utterly bizarre. He wasn't fighting with the mindset of any traditional martial artist. No retreating to gather energy. No seeking the opportune moment to unleash a ki blast. He barely even used basic afterimage movements. All of Trunks' attacks were concentrated within the range of close-quarters combat. A straight punch followed by an uppercut, the uppercut followed by a low kick, and the moment the low kick landed, a close-range shoulder throw. Every move was absurdly simple. Yet strung together they formed a rhythm of battle entirely alien to Cell. Cell's mind was racing. He possessed the cellular memories and combat instincts of virtually every top-tier martial artist on Earth. But not a single piece of data could match the conventional tactics Trunks was employing. These techniques were too ordinary, so ordinary that no martial artist would ever consider them legitimate skills. In simple terms, Cell was utterly bewildered by Trunks. Below the arena, Mr. Satan leaned back in his champion's chair, muttering to himself as he watched the battle. Looks like this guy picked up a thing or two from me. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Trunks acknowledging him as his master had seemed absurd before. But now it seemed understandable. The champion style could produce such results against Cell, truly a school worth promoting. Mr. Satan felt a chuckle rising within him. Then he stood up, approached the arena, and began to taunt Cell relentlessly. Cell, is this all you've got? Mr. Satan's voice boomed across the venue through the microphone. You can't even beat my disciple, and you think you're worthy of me stepping in? A million pairs of eyes turned to him. Mr. Satan planted his hands on his hips, his tone growing more arrogant. I told you all along the Cell Games is nothing but a trash tournament, completely worthless. If my first two disciples hadn't gotten careless, they'd have knocked you off the stage long ago. As these words echoed, the audience erupted in uproarious laughter. Ha ha ha. Mister, Satan is right. Cell beaten like this, and he still dares to brag. The laughter was overwhelming, carried by the wind up to the arena. Cell, who had been locked in combat with Trunks, suddenly froze. He glanced down at the man below, hands on his hips, looking utterly smug. Then he heard the wave of ridicule surrounding him. The veins on his forehead were clearly visible. Being pushed to this point by a Super Saiyan was humiliating enough. And now even an ant dared to mock him. Cell's pride felt as though it had been trampled. Enough. His voice cut through the air from above the arena, icy and piercing. He unclenched his fists and slowly spread his arms. Then let me show you all. The true terrifying power of me, Cell. Before his words had even faded, Cell's aura surged dramatically. He could have annihilated everyone present with a single energy blast. But he didn't. He wanted to keep these spectators alive, to make them watch closely. Watch how he would slaughter every martial artist, including Satan and Sun Wukong. Cell didn't seek a river of blood, but to make an example of them all. A golden aura erupted from around Cell, soaring over 3 meters high. The arena trembled violently, sending shattered stones flying dozens of meters into the air with the shockwaves. The entire earth seemed to quake. On the spectator stands 3 kilometers away, the giant screen shook wildly, and some people could barely keep their footing. The tens of thousands of spectators within 100 meters were blinded by the blast, their eardrums ringing. An earthquake. Cell caused another earthquake. Cries of panic erupted all around. Below the arena, the Z fighters wore expressions of shock. Cell. He's finally going all out. Sun Wukong's pupils constricted, his voice heavy. Such terrifying power, it feels like the entire planet is trembling. Yamcha's face paled, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This power. We're completely outmatched. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his fists clenched so tightly they creaked. Even with all his pride, he had to acknowledge the truth. So Cell wasn't holding back at all. Krillin swallowed hard, his voice dry. With this violently surging aura, Trunks from 10 days ago truly stood no chance. On the arena, Trunks felt the pressure of Cell's full-powered aura, his golden hair whipping wildly in the gale. This power was terrifying, far beyond his expectations. Is this Cell's full strength? Trunks' atoms apple bobbed slightly. It seemed only Mr. Satan could defeat Cell. But Trunks didn't retreat. His feet were firmly planted on the arena, his golden aura rekindling as he clenched his fists. Whether I can win or not, they'll only know by trying. Trunks let out a low growl and charged forward. On the other side of the arena, Mr. Satan felt a sense of relief seeing Cell at full power. Now he had a clear grasp of perfect Cell's combat strength. In his full power state, perfect Cell was roughly at a battle power of 6 billion. With his own battle power of 18 billion, dealing with Cell was more than enough. Not just enough, he could toy with Cell like a spinning top. But after Cell's self-destruction, there was the stronger super perfect Cell. Super perfect Cell should be between 8 and 9 billion. Mr. Satan didn't let his guard down. Only when he actually stepped into the ring could he gauge the depth of Cell after his return from self-destruction. What truly surprised him now was Trunks. He had initially thought Trunks' Super Saiyan full power was on par with Sun Wukong's from the original timeline. After all, Sun Wukong's full power Super Saiyan had only forced out 70% of Cell's strength. But now Trunks fighting first had forced Cell to unleash 100% of his power. This kid is far stronger than I imagined, at least matching the level of Gohan's full power Super Saiyan outburst. Mr. Satan murmured, his gaze continuing to observe the battle between Trunks and Cell. The third round had truly begun. With Cell unleashing his full power and going all out, the tide of battle reversed instantly. Cell threw one punch. Trunks blocked with both arms, sliding back several meters, shattering every tile beneath his feet. Cell threw a second punch. Trunks sidestepped the wind from Cell's fist, grazing his cheek and exploding into a shockwave behind him. Cell threw a third punch. Trunks' defense was breached, heating the fist slamming into his chest with a thunderous thud. He steadied himself, gritting his teeth as he swung a counter uppercut at Cell's chin. Cell tilted his head to dodge, driving his knee into Trunks' abdomen. Trunks' body bent like a bow as he was sent flying. He flipped midair, landed on his feet, and charged again. He didn't give up, but the gap was evident. Cell's attacks grew fiercer, each punch carrying devastating force. Despite Trunks' extreme caution, he was on the defensive, completely outmatched. So fast. Cell's power increased, but his speed hasn't dropped at all. On Sun Wukong's side, Vegeta let out a rare sound of astonishment. It seemed he was truly intimidated by Cell going all out. On the Cell Games arena, the stone pillars at the four corners had collapsed from the battle's shockwaves. The platform was torn apart by punches and blasts, crumbling away in large chunks. The entire arena disintegrated under their clash, transforming from a perfect square into a half-ruined wreck. In the end, only a small patch of ground remained, barely enough for 2 people to stand. Shattered stones lay scattered everywhere, dust and smoke filling the air. Trunks knelt on one knee on the broken platform, covered in wounds, gasping for breath. But his eyes were still fixed on Cell, never looking away. The tens of thousands of spectators watching up close were utterly stunned. They had witnessed the sheer brutality of this battle firsthand. The destruction of the arena, the impact of the shock waves, the trembling of the ground. All of it was real, happening right before their eyes. Not an illusion. Not an earthquake machine. Not some giant fan. Their faces turned pale with terror. We're this close to Cell. Are we going to be okay? Someone stammered. It should be fine. Mr. Satan said, head, protect us. But his disciple looks like he's about to lose. In an instant, panic spread like a plague through the crowd. The reporter stood frozen, his microphone trembling slightly in his hand. His mouth hung open, but he couldn't utter a single word, forgetting even to interview Mr. Satan. On one side of the arena, Mr. Satan watched the growing fear on the spectators' faces, but didn't step forward to reassure them. He leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Panic. Let them all panic. Let the sense of crisis reach its peak. Let Cell be terrifying enough. Only then could he prove the importance of his own entrance. On the Cell Games arena, the final round of combat had begun. Trunks was sent flying by a single punch from Cell, skidding backward until he barely halted at the crumbling edge of the platform. Half of his heel hung over the void, the ground far below. Clenching his teeth, Trunks steadied himself, his gaze locked on his Cell, refusing to retreat another inch. Cell observed this and smirked. So worried about falling off. He strode forward, his tone dripping with amusement. A rule that says falling means defeat. How dreadfully dull. He paused, the corner of his mouth curling upward. Therefore, Cell raised his right hand palm, facing downward, aiming at the last fragment of platform beneath Trunks' feet. A golden beam of light shot from his palm. A thunderous explosion erupted. The entire arena was annihilated. Every last foundation stone and remnant was reduced to dust in a single strike. The shockwave radiated outward from the arena's center, a fierce gale, carrying debris and dust howling toward the spectators, encircling the area. The tens of thousands of spectators within 100 meters bore the brunt of it. The blast, like an invisible wall, hurled the front rows to the ground. The earth trembled violently. On the grandstand a mile away, the supports of the massive screen screeched with metallic friction, swaying left and right. Screams erupted from the crowd in waves. Oh my God! The entire Cell Games arena is gone. As the dust settled, everyone beheld the same sight. The Cell Games arena had vanished utterly and completely. Where the colossal stone platform once stood, only a massive crater remained. Cell hovered above it, arms crossed, gazing down upon all below. Silence reigned. No one dared to speak. The expressions of the tens of thousands of nearby spectators shifted from shock to terror. A primal, undeniable fear. This can't possibly be an illusion, can it? Someone stammered. The whole arena is gone. An entire arena. How could that be an illusion? The residual force from that blast nearly swept me away. There's a gash on my face from the debris. Still bleeding. More and more people began to tremble. They finally realized the truth. From beginning to end, this was no illusion. Cell's power was real. So real that it could pulverize a stone arena weighing hundreds of tons into dust in an instant. The mere aftershock of the explosion could flatten tens of thousands. It's over. Someone collapsed to the ground, voice quivering. Can Mr. Satan still protect us? He said he would protect us. Right. But his student is about to lose. Panic spread swiftly through the crowd. On the grandstand a mile away, chaos reigned as well. The massive screen had clearly captured the entire destruction of the arena. Everyone had seen it. Then the commotion began. Run. Should we run? Run where? The nearest city is hundreds of miles away. Why did I ever come to watch this? Mr. Satan stood still. He heard everyone's murmurs, saw the fear on every face. Then a faint smile crept across his lips. Enough. The sense of crisis had been fully stoked. It was time to fan the flames. Satan turned and walked toward the reporter, holding the microphone. The reporter was frozen stiff, barely able to hold the microphone. Satan took it from his hand. Well then, everyone. Satan lowered his voice, feigning gravity, his words broadcast throughout the venue. They'll drop the act. I confess. Everything I said about illusions was a lie. His tone was calm, even carrying a hint of a smile. There is no such thing as an illusion this absurd in the world. Cell is a monster. His power truly can destroy heaven and earth. He is that strong. A heavy silence fell. All eyes turned to Satan. His words plunged the entire venue into dead silence once more. Then 3 seconds later, an collective outburst erupted. What a... Mr. Satan lied to us. This isn't an illusion. It Cell's real power. No. Impossible. Mr. Satan wouldn't deceive us. But he admitted it himself. Fear and regret spread. The scene descended into utter chaos. People began backing away. Some tried to flee, but found their legs trembling, unable to move. Some fell to the ground, clutching their heads. Is it too late to run now? My legs are weak. I can't stand. To think I was mocking Cell along with Mr. Satan just now. How foolish I was. A man crouched on the ground, his face pale. Am I out of my mind? I wish I'd never come here. I regret it now. And it wasn't just the live audience. In front of televisions worldwide, countless viewers felt their scalps tingle. They had witnessed the arena's destruction with their own eyes, heard Satan's confession with their own ears. In that moment, everyone panicked. For a time, no one knew whether to pack their bags, flee to the countryside, or simply await death in silence.